text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best, best. No contest.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi. Everyone has a different dream life, and Inzoi offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skill to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Inzoi. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Inzoi's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Inzoi experience. Remember, Inzoi is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Inzoi has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Inzoi allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Suamba. Wendy Norby.
Inzoi gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Inzoi, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Inzoi can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Inzoi. Thank you.
noobs on my team?
Aren't you new yourself?
It's just a phone game. It'll be a breeze.
We do need a tank, though.
Alright. This booze is getting me all pumped up! Watch me get the bag. Just follow my lead.
We're not gonna follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
This is the best I can do! Do something useful! So, this was your plan all along?
Yes, ma'am!
And this too? What Oh my god, move!
Now we're talking.
Woo! Next round's on me!
Oh, yeah.
Well, look who's here.
Time to crank up the beat. I told you to trust me, huh? Are you two deaf? I'm talking.
Looks like someone's late to the party.
How many potions you got?
Like, one for me?
That's plenty.
Find one. Can they find more? Monty's got two. Fluky, though, with the machine gun. Finds two quick kills of his own.
Luke, he spotted him. They both spotted one another. Oh, I think this is going to go the way of Fluky. Thailand will hold Australia out.
Xavier down for Chinese Taipei. United States letting it rip into these smokes, trying to do what Chinese Taipei was doing to them a second ago. Great grenade. A lot of damage. Can't find any knocks. Two players down. That is it. Perfect from kickstart.
Is that one of the best grenades you've seen?
The question is Trick going to be able to get there in time? Bail Teddy out. Such a good player for so many years. That's a great transfer. Two players knocked. What? It's the flush. That was disgusting, Teddy.
It's kind of going from bad to worse. 18 is going to make it off, but it's just not going to survive it.
Finding some serious damage, but James gets flanks and he gets taken out. Teddy.
What is going on here?
Oh, there's two players in this, and they're just spraying him down. Salute's got one, he's got two. Unbelievable. And they don't lose a single player.
when I said it's Korea's world, we're just living in it, I kind of half believed it. I didn't know that they were going to win the game, but right now, it really feels like that's true. Korea can do no wrong. Look at that!
This is Jeans is still alive, by the way, and he's getting a knock. He finds the angle.
Brazil, unfortunately, have made an ill-fated rotate, and James has got himself another point, or maybe even two. Can he get rid of the ball?
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities. It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Tego fell.
Tego needs help.
No. Escape. Tego.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root, to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
The information is correct.
Yang jelas sangat excited dan memang ini udah kita targetkan untuk bisa masuk PNC lagi dan akhirnya terwujud. Jelas senang banget.
A gente tá muito feliz e a gente vai ganhar.
드디어 나도 한번 해보는구나. 재밌겠다라는 생각이.
자주 가던 국밥집 온 느낌? 그냥 뭐 늘 먹던 걸로 뭐 이런 느낌인 것 같아요.
We don't get together often, but we're very good friends with all of them. They're fantastic people, fantastic guys, and very good at the game. So we learned a lot from them, and they learned a lot from us, and it's just enjoyable to be around them.
So I really wanted to win this tournament and to show the flag to all the competition.
Yeah, we're really happy to be here, and also we love the soju.
Y yo creo que el más galán es acá nuestro coach Tecto. Fíjate el rostro que tiene, un tipo que tiene facha, que tiene carisma. Yo creo que tiene un par de chicas ahí esperándolo en Argentina.
The most competitive rival is probably Korea. Fought them twice at the last BNCs, first and second, so definitely them.
Ich glaube, Team Korea ist sehr gefährlich, die werden wahrscheinlich dominieren.
작년처럼 우승해드릴 테니까 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
For this event, I'd probably say Vietnam. I think the roster's really good this year, so I think they're gonna be really good.
ก็ครั้งนี้นะครับที่จะชนะเวียดนามไฮซากิก็เตรียมตัวไว้ครับ
Mình nghĩ là mấy lần trước là do bọn mình thiếu một chút may mắn thôi ạ. Còn lần này có khả năng là bọn mình sẽ là ứng cử viên vô địch.
我觉得我们这支队伍10分满分啊，然后别的队伍好好向我们学习就行了。
然后准备了个小小的游戏。
歪了，歪了。别急，这指挥。这就有。
开始。
Ich glaube, ich würde uns schon sehr hoch einschätzen, 9 bis 10. Aber das sage ich auch jedes Jahr.
Darauf? Herzlich willkommen. Okay.
Dann machst du die Hand so um den Hals.
Der Blick so.
I think Rondo is a pretty good map, like lots of terrain and like there's not many open fields. If you have good strategies and players, like you can work around the map pretty well. The huge rocks get pretty annoying if people parachute on them, but yeah.
I like playing Rondo. It's a fun map. It looks really good, and I love the stun gun. Yeah, we will be using the stun gun every game. Everybody's gonna get stun locked.
And what's up, everybody? Welcome to PNC 2024. 16 teams representing 16 different countries here. Man, I can't wait to get this one started. We have a lot of amazing players.
選手の人たちと写真撮れるって言ったら楽しかったです。
그 이제 밖에 돌아다니면서 선수들도 보고 이런 게 다양하고 재밌어서 좋았던 것 같습니다.
小不弟，对我非常喜欢他。当时从他在兰州到 OMG 到现在17，我都一直特别喜欢这个选手。FPS CN PUBG No.1。파이팅입니다.
파이팅.
파이팅.
PUBG Nations Cup 2024 작년에 다시 한번 이곳 서울에서 여러분께 인사해드립니다. 선수들은 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 함성으로 불러보겠습니다.
Vai valer muito a pena vocês acordarem cedo para assistir a gente.
いつも応援してくださってるファンの皆さんありがとうございます。
今年はウィナーズサイドを目指して頑張ります。
谢谢大家一直支持我们，然后我们这次会把握好机会，然后就是为我们打出一点光彩。
개인적으로 좀 보여줬던 게 없다고 생각해가지고 이번에는 좀 보여줘야겠다 생각하고 있습니다.
I know we're a really popular region, have lots of fans, so thank you guys for all your support. We appreciate it.
Canada, fighting!
Japan, fighter!
Vamos Brasil!
Vamos!
Semangat!
PNC 加油! Møt meg bak i salen. Okay, Deutschland! Vietnam vô địch! USA fighting! Trung Quốc 加油! 한국 fighting! Australia fighting! Fighting! Sudaku!
next. Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like, cause are you dumb or you crazy? There's no way, G. In my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, you can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget about peace. You take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's so tough, but man's keep walking. Yeah, just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. The number you have dialed is not available.
And what's up, everybody? Welcome back to day number 2 of PNC 2024. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea at the Kyunghee Grand Peace Hall. And day 1 was absolutely insane. We're ready and raring to go for day number 2. I'm Paper Thin, that selfish guy. And yeah, yesterday was wild, dude. I mean, some crazy plays top to bottom. And, you know, I think unsurprisingly, Korea's towards the top, and then USA up there with them.
I mean, you can say unsurprisingly USA is at the top because, to be fair, you did say yesterday you thought USA was.
I'm predicting them to win. Yeah, I think they're going to win.
So, I mean, at least as far as you're concerned, that's probably unsurprising as well. And look, the way that they played yesterday, they do look like a team that could win this competition. If they can maintain that over the course of 3 days, we're talking about it, the average points that they're getting per game is kind of crazy. We'll break that down a little bit more later on. But yeah, I mean, USA is playing fantastically. Korea is playing phenomenally. And then it kind of feels like there's a bit of a drop-off after that, right? We're talking Germany, they're doing pretty well. Vietnam's had some moments. Norway had their moments as well. So there's a few teams to kind of talk about in the mix, but no one really feeling like they're bringing that same level of consistency, at least, as the US and Korea at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Those two teams definitely feel like, so far, they've been a step ahead. But no one's really blowing the doors off this thing just yet. There's still plenty of teams very much still in this event so far. But, man, it has been a really good day. Some great moments, some great individual plays. We'll get to look at all of those as we go on here throughout this pre-show. Tons of awesome highlights, tons of squad wipes yesterday. So definitely a lot of cool stuff for the fans to check out if you happen to miss it. But don't worry, there's still 6 more games today, 6 more games tomorrow.
Yep.
Got an awesome next couple days.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good moments, like you say, but as well, I think in particular, some really impressive individual moments, right? We're talking about certain individuals having had fantastic days yesterday. I think one of the real standouts, again, was James, right? Probably a big reason why Norway did as well as they did. So it'll be another conversation point going into day 2. And just to remind you how things are shaping up, you can check out this video, of course, and that's where we are. It's a very nice little venue there. I say little, it's really quite the opposite.
Quite big.
It's about as big as you could possibly hope for, really. But yeah, we've got 16 teams, of course, across the world coming through to compete. Norway and Indonesia, the new additions this year. Although Indonesia obviously coming back after representing in 2022. We've got Rondo as well, so lots of fun to be had here at Nations Cup 2024. And no, we're not quite at that point yet where we get really into the nitty-gritty. I think tomorrow, that's where we're going to be like, okay, this team can win, this team is just completely out. But we're starting to get a pretty good idea of where things are sitting right now. We've talked about our teams that have done well yesterday. You know, we mentioned 4 or 5 nations that have had success. I think there's a few nations that maybe we have to talk about on the other side of the coin as well that really didn't have a lot of success yesterday, and teams that we kind of want to see step it up. I mean, China in particular is probably the biggest name on your lips. They're sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, and they looked woeful yesterday.
And that's crazy to think, right? Like how stacked that team is, to think that they're at the bottom of the scoreboard. They just haven't been able to get it together. I mean, again, these events don't seem to suit them for whatever reason. PNC just seems to be a struggle every year for China. You know, I had a brief moment to talk to Ixlef behind the scenes, and he's frustrated, man. He is not happy. Yeah, I was like, you know, it's been tough out there for you guys, you know, and he's like, yeah, we're just, you know, I don't know. He just said, I don't know. It's so hard for them to really figure it out so far, but we'll see. Maybe they can get it together. Today's going to be a little bit different in the map rotation. We're just flip-flopping it, basically. We're going to start with Erangel today, end with Miramar, Rondo and Tego in between. But Rondo was super fun yesterday. I think really interesting to see how teams are attacking that map and approaching it. Obviously, Korea, I think, won that map, but I think on the benefit more of really good DMRing more than anything. Like, they were so clean.
I mean, that Tego was crazy as well. I think for me, my favorite game from yesterday was probably that Tego game, just because we were following the Korea storyline really from like the outset, and they were the team that ultimately went on to win. Sometimes you kind of miss the team that's going to go on to win. You don't really see them until like the last 5 minutes of the game. They're in a compound or something like that. You don't really get much footage of them. But we were watching Korea that whole game. We could see the moves that they were making. And that's where I think we started to build that storyline that Korea is looking like a really, really threatening force. The decisions that they're making are looking really, really good. Their individual stars are fragging well. I mean, you're talking about the DMR work as well. So there's a lot of real positives to talk about for Korea. And hey, maybe you're listening to us and thinking you can do a better job than us on the analyst desk. Maybe you can, if you want to.
I'm kind of killing it right now.
You are kind of. You're the best. You are number one. If you were a team in this competition, you would be USA.
USA.
Yeah.
USA.
But tell you what, if you think you can do better than us, maybe just do it, all right? Go and hit that QR code. Give us your match predictions. Tell us what you think. Who's going to go ahead and win match 1? And you can do that for every single game. Didn't really change up much yesterday. I think for the most part, it was like Korea, then Vietnam, and you know, a little bit of United States, a bit of UK kind of getting thrown in there. China was definitely in there as well. Look, if I see China on that list, on that top 5 going into the first game today, you guys are capping. That is literally trolling. They're in 16th right now. You can't vote for China.
They have no placement points.
They are not. They are
really
not.
0.
They are not allowed to be on that list, okay? If they are, you're in trouble.
Them and the United Kingdom. A little bit shocking for me that the United Kingdom is only at 0 placement points. I mean, they came out like swinging, at least in terms of picking up kills out on the edges of the circle, but they couldn't get themselves any deeper in the games, and that seemed to kind of spiral out of control because it felt like they tried to adapt to the lobby a little bit, and they just they just couldn't quite do it. And so I'm kind of hoping that, how do I put this? That they kind of go back to their similar sort of early edge style, but they just need to be a little bit more cautious and wary of teams coming in even later than them, because I think that was the thing that caught them off guard, was that they'd get unexpected moments where another team was like super late to the circle, or came from the same angle as them and they weren't anticipating it. So things like that just need to be kind of figured out overnight, which you could definitely do going through the VOD.
Were there any teams yesterday that you thought, maybe there was some positives to take away? I'm kind of looking at like Brazil, Australia. I think they both had some decent moments, but not quite the consistency and maybe not quite the circle luck that some of the other teams might have had. We'll hold that thought for the moment because we've got to touch on the top 3 players from yesterday, at least as far as the kills were concerned. Kickstart and Jeems, #1 and really #1 here. I think #2 is a bit of a lie. Both sitting there on 15. Fantastic day for both of them. I'll give the credit, honestly, to Jeems. I think he's someone that probably didn't have the same team support around him as what Kickstart did, and yet he's kind of getting it done. So that's really, really impressive. And of course, Seoul, we touched on him a lot yesterday. No real surprises to see him on both of these lists. Just such an incredible player, and looking like he's going to take the mantle as the #1 kill leader across the board of every Nations Cup, not just this one.
He's the current GOAT, in my opinion, like the current best player that's out there. Yeah, I know he's on a new team and he's been struggling, you know, to get to international events. In the PWS, it's been difficult for him. But, you know, you can see that when he has the support system around him, when he's still going up against the best players in the world,
right,
he is just as good as any of them. But I'd like to also touch on Jeems real quick again, that for those of you that don't know, this is the first time Norway's been our event.
Yes.
We talked about it a lot yesterday, but it deserves repeating because of how well he played. This is his first PNC, and he is absolutely destroying so far. That is so cool to see for one of our players who's literally been around since PGI, since the very, very beginning of all of this, and he has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think we've got an interview ready to go, so we'll jump over there and hear from them.
Hey guys, it's Bella here at PNC 2024 Day 2. The venue is packed more than ever, and I see a lot of PNC uniforms, and it's all because of the merch shop right in front of the stadium. Make sure to get your team jerseys and the keyrings, and of course, don't forget this level 3 helmet. And the fun doesn't end there, so follow me. That's not all. If you take a few steps left of the venue, ta-da! There is Krafton's newest game, Dark and Darker venue. So make sure to check out this part and experience, get a taste of that new game, and also take a wizarding hat home. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff out here, as Bella's been highlighting for us for these last couple of days. Inside the venue, outside the venue, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. There's like live events outside where, you know, they're bringing kids on stage to compete in various different games. So super, super cool stuff. But we'll get back towards the USA, as we should be really focusing on this team. You know, you can look at their day 1 points per match average, and they are on the up and up here in 2024.
Yeah, indeed. One thing I will say is we've got to get ourselves one of those hats. Personally, looking forward to checking that one out.
But your Harry Potter on?
Yeah, I'm actually a big Harry Potter fan.
Me too.
If we're talking about the chosen one, I feel like right now that is USA, right? 11.7 points on average per game. We were having a bit of a chat about this before the broadcast started, but if you can maintain 11.7, you know, between 11 and 12 points a game, that is a game-winning statistic, right? If you manage that over the course of 3 days, you will win this event.
You're basically guaranteed.
That is a crazy, crazy number. So I don't know that I would expect it necessarily to maintain at 11.7. Like, that's a really, really big day to try and emulate and do it multiple times, right? There was only one game where USA fell outside of the top 5 in terms of placement points. They had a game where they were first, they had a game where they were second, they had a game where they were third, a couple of fifths in there as well. And every single game they were getting, you know, some kill participation as well. So really just keeping that scoreboard ticking over very, very nicely. And they started out the gate strong, right? 15 kill win in game 1 here on Miramar. It was exactly the kind of start that you'd want, right? They sort of got the blood flowing, if that makes sense. They got some early fights in. We saw that one there against Indonesia. And then as it got into the end game, that's, I think, where we really got to see the strength of this USA roster. And it was something that they showed over the course of the day, was that they continually put themselves in really good positions. And from there, they also played proactively, right? They weren't just sitting back. They weren't letting the game play out. They were wanting to have an impact on the game, on the circles as it was playing out. And so they were making these kinds of moves where you'd look at that and go, oh, they're just driving through the center of the map. That might be a little bit of an in, but in a lot of cases, it was a very well thought out decision that worked out perfectly most of the time. Obviously, you can never say, oh, well, we're going to win every single game. That's just unreal.
Not possible in PUBG.
Yeah, the consistency with which the USA was able to, you know, find valuable positions and frag from them as well was second to none, obviously, as they're at the top of the scoreboard. So
yeah,
good stuff.
And I mean, I talked to Gunnar a little bit yesterday, and he said something really nice. It's Purdy's macro, Sonic's micro. Okay, speaking of, we have an interview. I believe it's with Purdy.
안녕하세요. 팀 USA 퍼디커디 선수 모시고 인터뷰 해보겠습니다. 어제 1위로 하루를 마무리한 미국 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Hey Purdy, I'm joined by Team USA's D Purdy Curdy IGL. I want to talk to you. How are you feeling about finishing number 1 on the leaderboard yesterday?
It's a good feeling for sure, but today's a new day, starting fresh. We're the same as everybody else, so same mentality.
어제 1위 했다고 이렇게 자만하지 않고 오늘도 새로운 하루가 시작됐으니 다시 한번 힘차게 경기에 임할 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 미국 성적상 뭔가 엄청난 성적을 이렇게 이뤘는데 좀 예상하고 이렇게 임한 건지 좀 들어보고 싶어요. This is quite a record from Team USA, starting off so strong. So did you guys expect this? Did you know? How confident were you?
I think everybody was confident for sure. I don't think we expected a 70-point day. That's a pretty big day for any team, no matter where you are. But it's just one game at a time mentality, and it adds up.
이제 당연히 자신감은 있었지만 첫날부터 70점 이상을 이렇게 기록할 거라고는 예상을 못했다고 합니다. 하지만 한 게임 한 게임 임하다 보니 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나왔던 거라고 생각을 한다고 하네요. 그리고 또 PUBG 선수들 중에서는 이제 퍼디커디 선수가 좀 최고령에 속하는데 이렇게 경험과 나이가 조금 비례하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. With young PUBG players upcoming all day, every day. Do you think your years of experience definitely add that little kick to your game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think experience goes the longest way in PUBG for any game. The ability to just stay calm and stay on task and just reset everybody's energy is invaluable.
아무래도 배그는 경험치가 정말 많이 작용하는 게임이라고 이야기를 했습니다. 경험으로 인해서 좀 차분하게 게임을 임하는 게 엄청나게 큰 요소가 된다고 하네요. 마지막으로 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드려보겠습니다. Lastly, words to fans, supporting you throughout PNC?
Just thanks for the support, everybody. We appreciate it, and hopefully we can bring home this dub for you.
Okay. 응원 너무 감사하고요. 이번에는 팀 USA가 트로피를 가져가게 되길 바란다고 합니다. 팀 USA의 퍼디커디 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Purdy. Bye.
Yeah, and Purdy there, you can hear just the experience that he has. He's always a steady hand. He's always a calm, cool, collected guy. No matter what. I don't think I've ever seen an energy level beyond 3 on the dial, for Purdy.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean he's not always laser focused. He is always such a great IGL. He's been to so many different events throughout his career, and he's maybe having one of his best ever. And like I said before, his macro along with the Sonic's micro seems to be working wonders for the squad.
Yeah, certainly his run of form has been fantastic, right? PGS3, PGS4, EWC, now into Nations Cup. He's continuing to deliver. And so are a couple of the other members from TSM. Wasn't as good of a day yesterday for Luke and Sparking as it was for Purdy, but to be fair, they both had their moments. Sparking getting a lot of damage done, but maybe struggling to convert a lot of the kills. On the other side of the coin, Luke was kind of the antithesis of that. We saw some really good moments from him where he was getting 1 or 2 knocks in some awkward situations, and he was actually able to convert a lot of kills even despite maybe not having the damage numbers of the other two. But I think in the case of Luke 12 and Sparking, for both of those two players, and more importantly for their two teams, there needs to be a little bit of a shift up into today, right? When we're talking about Australia, we're talking about Brazil, and this in particular was a really, really nice moment from Luke. There are moments, there are points where you can say, well, they've got the chops to contest here, but it's maybe not quite coming together in the same way that it was for the top 4 teams, right? And we need to see a big game out from these guys. We did see Brazil 2nd and 3rd, but weren't really quite able to convert either of those games. There was a couple of top 4s in there for Australia, but as a general rule, they struggled to place well. Australia fought well, they won a lot of their fights, but they didn't play super well. Whereas Brazil, they placed a little bit better, but they maybe weren't getting the kill points quite as much as some of the other teams. So a couple of things that can be changed up on both sides of the coin there. But definitely for both of those two teams in particular, not bad performances yesterday, but something that can definitely be improved on.
Yeah, I think for me, for Brazil, it was they put themselves in good positions to do damage and kind of get into the late game, but they weren't able to really find ways to confirm kills, to get to really capitalize off those knocks that they were getting often enough. Whereas Australia was doing a great job. It's if they took a fight against you and it was a fair fight, they were winning most of the time, and those numbers kind of bear that out for you. But I really feel for me, I think that Australia's recipe probably has better legs, just because I think if they can get just a little bit deeper into a game off the back of some of that good fighting that they have, then they're going to really rack up a bunch of points really fast. Whereas Brazil, I need to see them have better micro. They have good macro. Now we need to see better micro where they're able to confirm those kills and get those points.
Yeah, talking about Japan and Chinese Taipei, both teams had a pretty decent day yesterday. Went actually number 1 and number 2 in Game 5 yesterday. It was Japan that picked up the win there, but Chinese Taipei had a pretty good shout in that one as well. It's been a long time coming, I think, for Japan in particular, right? We were talking about them a little bit yesterday and saying we want to see a little bit more from them, and we were kind of following that narrative over the course of sort of the first 4 games and thinking, it's not really coming together. And then finally they got that win on the board. And it was a 9-kill win as well, which, look, it wasn't the cleanest of wins. It definitely came down to that 1v1 between them and Chinese Taipei, but they got the win on the board and they rocketed themselves up into the top 8. So they are still being a competitive enough team that we can kind of continue to look forward to watching with some degree of interest today. And this was the fight that, I mean, this was a difficult one for Japan to win, right? They didn't really have many options. They had to kind of send it in the car. And honestly, I was a little bit surprised that they were able to get all 3 members across in that car without going down. Imak did end up kind of just going down straight away once they got across. But this grenade, we didn't see it on the broadcast yesterday, but that one was an absolute banger of a nade.
Crazy good. Like the timing on that to take Lunlun down. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Still, though, he wasn't able to be dealt with off the top of that roof, so I kind of wonder if they thought that grenade hit the ground on the other side. I'm not sure, but still they kind of let him go. They kind of forgot about him, and that almost cost them, but they were still able to barely get it done in the end. XK doing a great job, and that's huge for them. I mean, that's a lot of confidence for a region that has historically struggled in PUBG Esports. If we're just being honest, they really haven't had much of a splash since PNC 2019, maybe that's about it, but I want to hear from Kane himself to see what he has to say about PNC for Team Japan.
Hi guys, I'm joined by Team Japan's Kane. 안녕하세요, Kane 선수.
안녕하세요.
Well, it's been a long break since you got your first chicken at PNC. So talk to me, how's that feeling? 정말 오랜 이렇게 공백 후에 팀 일본이 치킨을 가져가게 됐는데 그 소감부터 먼저 들어보고 싶습니다.
去年ドンカツ取れなくて、今年久々に取れてとても嬉しいです。
작년 우승을 못해서 정말 아쉬웠는데 오랜만에 치킨을 먹게 돼서 정말 기쁩니다.
I was sad that I lost our trophy last year, but chicken is what makes me happy. All right. And the last bit before your chicken dinner, that feud with Chinese Taipei, I want to know how you were feeling at that moment. 어제 치킨을 이렇게 가져가시기 전에 팀 Chinese Taipei와의 그 박진감 넘쳤던 그 순간에 대해서 한번 들어보고 싶습니다.
そうですね、最後集落に3人でつけてもらった時に貼り付けた時点で勝ったなっていう気持ちではいました。
마지막 집에서 3명이 남았을 때 드디어 이겼다라는 생각이 들었습니다.
At the last minute, when I knew that 3 of my teammates were alive, I said, "Oh, this is our chicken dinner." And because you guys started off, yesterday so strong, I want to know, what's your expected ranking at this year's PNC? 너무 성적이 어제도 좋았고 정말 엄청난 화력을 보여주셨는데 올해 PNC 성적은 어느 정도로 예상하시나요?
そうですね、トップ8以内には入りたいですね。
탑 8에는 들고 싶습니다.
Top 8이요?
네.
I want to make it in the top 8. And lastly, let's hear a word of word to the fans, for the Japanese fans. 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
いつも応援ありがとうございます。あと2日残ってるのでもう1回ドンカツ取っていい姿を見せれるように頑張りたいと思います。
항상 응원 감사합니다. 앞으로 이틀 남았는데 더욱 승리하는 모습 보여드려서 응원에 대답할 수 있도록 힘내겠습니다.
Thank you for your support and encouragement all the time. We have 2 days left, so I'll do our best to, give back the love that we've been receiving. This was Team Japan's Kane with a quick interview. 팀 일본의 Kane 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
안녕.
Bye.
Bye.
And yeah, a lot to be happy about for Team Japan right now. I think, starting to hit that group, starting to be where they want to be. Said he wants to be top 8. I think I fully agree that that's where they should be aiming. If they can get there, that's a good start, for the future of their region, for the future of these players. Because again, it hasn't been going great for them the last couple of years, so now's the time to change their destiny, to start turning things around a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think a realistic goal for Japan would be probably just to try to improve upon their best performance in a Nations Cup, which was 7th in 2019. So that's a long time ago. Some of the more recent results haven't quite been so up there, and we were worried a little bit that that was where they were headed this year as well, but that win that they got last night has kind of bumped them up a little bit, and they're still part of that conversation. So I don't know if I'm necessarily sold yet on Japan. I think they're in that same kind of vicinity as maybe Chinese Taipei. When we're talking about multiple teams that are kind of around the same position, I have a little bit more faith in Brazil and Australia based on just the eye test in comparison to Chinese Taipei and Japan, because I felt like for Chinese Taipei and Japan in particular, those two teams kind of got it done off of one big game, whereas the Brazil and Oz squads did it a little bit more consistently over the course of the 6 games. But that'll be a conversation that we continue into today. And again, I know a lot of people out there think that they can probably do a little bit better than us. So here's your chance. Again, Fantasy League, see if you can beat paper thin, because you definitely can beat me. My team's going horribly, but his is actually doing well.
It's okay. I'm like 440th in the world right now. But like the difference between me and like 1,000th place is like 16 points.
Right.
So it's not much. It is very tight at the top of the leaderboard. So definitely the Fantasy League, a lot of fun to play in. You can win some prizes and stuff. So my captain, the #1 player so far here, 59.7 points, absolutely dominating because, well, I think those 2 wins really help, and he got a lot of kills along the way. Does a ton of damage as always, but of course Kickstart and Jeems with their 15 kill points days right behind him.
Yeah, definitely. I've got Taikon. He's the only one of my team that's on this list inside the top 16, so at least he's my captain. I'll take that. But yeah, need to be seeing a little bit of a step up from UK in particular. I've got Vard in there. Thought that we'd be getting a little bit better out from the UK just based on what they've been able to do at previous years of PNC, but it hasn't really come together for them on day 1. So, I mean, these are the top 16 players. Who's to say necessarily that that's not going to be the top 16 at the end? Well, I'd be a little bit surprised, right? I mean, looking at Germany as well, I think they had a quote-unquote overperformance of a day. I'm not sure that anyone necessarily expected them to be quite as good as they were. Are they going to be able to replicate that? Well, we'll have to wait and see. And we asked you guys, who do you think will be the top fragger at Nations Cup 2024? And it seems like Seoul is getting a large majority of those votes. So not a huge surprise, I would say. But poor old Payne there for Germany. Kind of in line with what I'm saying.
He had a great day yesterday.
Apparently it was his birthday yesterday as well.
Birthday bub.
Happy birthday, Paynes, for yesterday. Hopefully the birthday luck doesn't run dry from yesterday to today. You know, we need to see that. We need to see them run it back, right? I think for Germany, this would be a massive performance, be a massive result if they could finish inside the top 3, because that's far better than what we've seen from them at previous Nations Cup events. And they did look good yesterday, but what I will say is I think they did get some favorable zone pulls as well. And yes, they took advantage of those, but also want to see how they're going to do when things aren't going their way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in general, you know, the Germany style has been, you know, play the edge, play it kind of spread out. A lot of teams, if they play edge, are kind of looking for fights, and Germany isn't necessarily looking for fights early. They're looking for space to try to make their way through. So they rely on a lot of individual smarts to get them into those situations. And, you know, it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So far, it's working here in this event. So who are we to turn our nose up at it? PNC 2024 drops. So if you're watching us on Twitch, yo, you got some stuff coming your way. If you've got your account linked to your PUBG account, you can get some sprays, an emblem, a nameplate. That's pretty sick. And of course, we've been talking about it a bit already. The Fantasy League over on twire.gg. You compete against other players, make groups with your friends. It is a lot of fun.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite parts of PUBG as an
100%.
esport. Especially because, look, at least in the past, I've generally been okay at it. I've done pretty well normally, so you get a bit of that rivalry between the lads.
You gotta make sure that you're, you know, when you're with the other casters, that you're letting them know when you're beating them in fantasy. So I've definitely been sending a few text messages here and there.
Okay. Yeah, fire them out.
You gotta let them know.
Yeah. All I'll say is my team's rising up today, I believe. I believe in Vietnam. I think UK, they're not going to have as horror of a day yesterday. Australia, we've got Luke 12 in there as well. I think they showed some flashes, some moments. Definitely just need to kind of clean up on some of the decision-making maybe early in the game, because it felt like in a lot of cases they got themselves stuck in some awkward spots that were kind of unsalvageable. But the talent is definitely there if they get into some more favorable positions to close games out and do a very, very good job. And then, of course, well, Vietnam, to round out my team at least, they didn't have too bad of a day yesterday, but it certainly wasn't perfect. And if you've had enough of us, if you're not too interested in listening to what we have to say, there's a couple of other people you can go and have a little squiz at here. So give it a shout out to all of our Nations Cup streamers. Thanks to them for the support as well. It's always good to have a nice little community environment, you know, nice bunch of lads and ladies.
Great streamers, a lot of people that I've had the pleasure of meeting at various events along the way. So a lot of great PUBG people out there, some partners as well that are joining us to watch these matches, watch these events. It's super fun. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in one way or another, whether it be here through the main broadcast or through the Twitch streamers. We appreciate it no matter what.
Yeah. And we're not too far away from jumping into game 1 of the day. So I guess now's a good time to start picking your brain.
Yeah.
Where do you see today going? Are we expecting to see USA and Korea continuing to dominate? Is there anyone that's going to fall off or rise up? Have you got any hot takes, any bold predictions? What have you been looking up there?
I actually think Australia might go on a run today because
we love to hear it. Yeah, the boys.
Like, there's things you can look at in the data of PUBG to kind of like not only what you see with your eyes, but to kind of reinforce these ideas where I'm just saying, well, Australia takes good fights. And that's generally a recipe for success as the tournament goes on, because if you keep taking good fights and you just tweak some macro things here and there to say, okay, what if we do this a little bit different? What if we position ourselves a little bit differently, at this spot? Then all of a sudden you can really start popping off. So if the micro form is there and you can fix the macro, a lot of times that leads to very good days. So I think today might be a good day for Australia. I think they've got at least one win in them today.
I'm prepared to dive in on that one, mate. I will jump in on the Aussie Copium any day of the week. What about Germany and Norway? I think for me, those are the biggest sort of question marks if we're going to be seeing them replicate things. Obviously, Norway, they played like a very, let me just say, messy style yesterday. It kind of felt like in a lot of cases it just came down to maybe James in particular popping off. He had that one great game on Miramar where he more or less kind of clean squad wiped Brazil on his own. He felt like he was really the driving force behind that team. Does anything change up today with Norway? Are they going to be able to replicate that? And for Germany as well, eye test wise, did they do enough yesterday to make you feel like they can go ahead and get another 50-point day today? I think for me, those are the two that if anyone's going to drop off, it might be those two.
I agree. Well, we can think about that a little bit more because right now we are ready to start day number 2 here at PNC 2024. Welcome to PNC 2024. 16 teams representing 16 different countries here for PUBG Esports.
Can I just go?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. It ain't you, brother.
Well, whenever you have Tig leading your team and being the IGL, this is the expected outcome.
Day 1 was rough, but there's no reason to stay deflated. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. So we're gonna bounce back, let's get it.
I got one goal this tournament, and it's to finish on top of the American. Wait, what am I saying? Of the American!
Wir werden die deutschen Fans stolz machen.
저희 순이요? 말씀드렸잖아요, 저희 잘할 거라고.
New kid on the block. Salute.
He's a new kid to PNC.
Exactly.
국가대표들이 빨리 뽑혔으면 좋았겠죠. 운명이란 게 있는 거니까. 저도 대회하기 전에 우승 못하면 정경이 형이랑 이제 비교도 할 것 같은데 그런 생각도 재미있게 했었는데 오늘 4명 다 잘한다라는 느낌이었어가지고 우리 첫날부터 우승할 것 같다라는 느낌을 받았던 것 같아요.
The ground system, how we want to play, it's pretty solid. It's working out how we want to play.
It's an unorthodox style that Germany's going to run.
This Germany team we showed today is a real team Germany.
The United States is out to a commanding lead.
We haven't practiced at all really, so it was just getting used to like how each other are going to react in certain situations and stuff like that. But it was pretty relaxed and we played good, I guess, the first day. We're going to go into day 2 the same we went into, today, game by game, maximizing points every single game.
For the teams who didn't expect us, just watch and learn.
All right, we are getting ready to jump in the first game of the day. Erangel coming at you very, very soon here at PNC 2024. Day number 2, but yeah, kind of hearing some of the thoughts. I think it's easy for America to say we're at the top, just kind of maintain the course. Germany seemingly very confident about the way they played it. They frankly should be, but I want to touch on that conversation again a little bit. I think, to me, Germany's style can work, but it's on such a knife's edge.
Okay.
Like round to round, like if one little thing goes wrong or they don't quite scout something properly, like it's like this house of cards that just comes crumbling down because it's so reliant on everybody kind of doing the right thing at the right time and kind of having their own individual game sense that's really strong that it can kind of crumble. But that being said, yesterday looked pretty strong. It looked like they seemed to be relatively in sync with how their system's supposed to work. So I don't know. Maybe another 30, 40 point day for Germany.
Very good level of consistency. I mean, they only had really one bad game, which was game number 1, and that was the 14th place in round 1. So they sort of bounced back off of the back of that and were able to sort of run it down for the rest. And so, yeah, I want to believe, I want to have some faith in Germany, especially if they were to go out and do it again today. I think going into day 3, there's no more question marks, right? It's just going to be, well, yeah, they are one of the teams that's going to be at the top, and I hope that that's going to be the case. I hope that's what we're going to be doing, or sitting here tomorrow at this exact same time and saying, obviously Norway as well, there was, you know, some good games, some bad games, but the good games were generally really quite good. And here are the match predictions. It has changed up. UK has been replaced by the Aussies. Let's go.
They did it. I mean, it makes sense. China's still up there. And look, that Chinese team can pop off at any time. No doubt about it. There's way too much talent on that team to not think that they can't, but they can is the real question. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to so bad.
Just decision-making wise, though, it looked kind of all over the place for Team China. I just don't know what was necessarily going on. Was there one caller, or was there multiple people trying to maybe counter-call and this and that, and everyone was doing what they wanted to rather than listen to one call? I don't know. I really don't know, but it definitely didn't look good for Team China yesterday. So they're going to have to find a way to bounce back today and put some of those superstars to use. Either way, probably not worth talking too much about China until they start getting the ball rolling, because they're sitting in 16th place. So they're going to have to change it up today, and it's time to start as we are getting on to Erangel to start the day off today. Day 2 of PUBG Nations Cup.
Let's jump in. The grassy pastures await. Even though we get a shot of
ruins
of the ruins here, but before that, when they show a shot of the palace in Seoul,
right?
I'm like, this is a Taego. Like, what are we doing here? But very different. You know, they look very similar. The Korean architect, the old Korean architecture style.
I did go for a little bit of a walk today.
You did,
and I saw a gate on a wall.
Yeah,
like an ancient gate.
Very cute, right?
Yeah, that was nice.
Endearing, very historic.
I was standing on the ancient wall of where Seoul has been built. It was a different. The city was called something different back then, but that was the wall, and it's been there since, I don't know, the 1300s or something. I think.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, man, I wonder what life was like for the people that were standing on this wall. And now I'm here
yelling
talking
video
about
games.
a video game, which they would have had absolutely no concept of how that would have been possible. You know, they couldn't fly in a plane. They couldn't. There was no screens. There was no internet. This and that, whatever. But here we are. We're on Erangel. So
right.
all that is by the by. And we'll kick things off for game 1 of day number 2. And there are a few teams that we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on for, I would say probably the first 3-4 games of today.
Yeah.
If they don't pop off, they're maybe
They're
done.
in trouble. Yeah.
China, Indonesia, UK, Argentina feel like the big 4 in that discussion. They're the 4 teams that haven't managed to at least break the 20-point mark so far in this event. And then maybe Canada as well, potentially in hot water. So 5 teams that need a good day and need a good start to the day as well.
And one quick point of interest, there has been a drop spot change. Norway is going North George now instead of Severny, and I can't remember where their alt drop was on our bad plane path, but we get a northeast circle.
Yeah, and I can hear a little bit of a rumble go around the audience when that ends up popping, because as you can see, smack bang in the center of Yazzie is Korea. And so the Korean fans are quite happy with that one.
And there was a EWC circle that ended up here that both the Korean teams that are mostly represented here, Tanoa and the Freaks, had a very good finish on. But already the UK is already up on top of Stolber. So that's going to be a nice gift for them to start. One of those teams that you're pointing out, Jordan, that really needs to come out and have a good start to the day. If they're going to have any hope of making a run in this competition, I'm not going to say that they're out of it just yet, but they are really darn close.
Yeah, and we're going to get maybe an answer to one of our questions as well on the more positive side of things was obviously Germany wondering, you know, how are they going to do when the game's a little bit harder for them, right? And I don't think there's going to be much more of a difficult circle to kind of work with than something like this coming from Prim. They're down in Primorsk at the moment, and so they'll more than likely be the last team to actually make their way into this zone. And yeah, it's going to be a phase 1, not a massive concern, but if it ends up going up to Stahlbar Hill, that's where it could potentially be a little bit of an issue for Germany to work their way up that hill late in the game. So we'll keep that one in mind as well.
Korea already on the move, sending Salute out very early up into the steps of Stahlbar. Try to find their way into some safe space to get some information early, maybe keep some tabs onto Team UK to see what they're thinking, what they're going to do to try to set up in this circle, to maybe try to you know, bully them away from some of that positioning that's very valuable if that circle does end up going up towards Stahlbar. You want to be on those steps. You want to be, you know, on an edge somewhere because you have a lot of cover in that part of the map to work with. So that's neither here nor there. Don't know if it's going to go there yet or not. Might just go Yaz. We might just have a Yaz field ending. Who knows?
Sure. Yeah, it's always possible. Yeah, I mean, Indonesia as well, somewhat benefited by this zone, being the team to drop in Lipovka. So not a massive rotate for them to make. And again, they were one of those teams that's kind of desperate for some points. Had a really, really rough day yesterday, actually, in Indonesia. A 16th place and a 15th place. So 2 sort of bottom of the barrel games. Missed out on placement points in all but 1 game as well. They literally only got 1 placement point yesterday. A really, really rough day for Indonesia. Not so the case, of course, for Team USA. They are the points leader on Erangel as well.
Probably our points leader on Miramar too.
They definitely they won game 1 and came second in game 2. I think they were definitely the team that got the most points on Miramar. Yeah, I mean, Norway had a pretty good day on Erangel as well. They won that last game of the day. It's funny though, they went 14th in round 5 with 1 kill, so they got 1 point out of that game. And so the majority of their points actually come from round 6, their second game on Erangel.
And game 1, when James decided to just, you know, wipe the world from his like hidden position, which was a really interesting kind of like a good decision in a bad situation that Norway made there, where they're just like fan everybody out, try to find some space in this last couple circles because we're getting pushed out of it. There's this open road we have to cross, and James was the one who survived, and he made the most of it, getting that squad wipe. Was it on the Brazil, I think it was? Or
it was Brazil.
It was Brazil? Yeah. So just
3 out of 4 of the members of Brazil, because Seoul got one of the...
Seoul got one, that's right.
He got the initial knock, and then James peaked and finished off the last 3. It was pretty nutty.
We had a lot of squad wipes just.
We did, yeah. There was like 3 or 4.
Teddy had one. Who am I missing?
James had one, and then Kickstart had the nade.
Kickstart, that's right.
Erangel at the end.
I think T-Bone kind of had one in there, almost.
Right.
But like very early on. So yesterday was, like the individual plays were next level. It was a lot of fun in that regard.
I mean, individual plays are one thing, but team plays are another. I think we got to really highlight Korea for that. And I'm just kind of keeping an eye on Korea because they've got a 2-2 split right now between Yasnaya and the Stahlbar Hill. So for later on in the game, that could come into play. For now, though, focusing our attention in towards the UK and how important this game is going to end up being for them. They have definitely had a favorable feed for phase 1. Got to make the most out of it because their day yesterday was pretty shocking. And I think you start today poorly when you get a favorable zone like this. It's just going to put the vibes at an all-time low, right?
Right.
So important to get the points on the board, but important to also sort of lift the spirits a little bit as well.
I kind of wonder if there's maybe a little bit of different methodology here. Ooh, what a shot with the bolt. Hits heaven. Doesn't get the knock, doesn't get the headshot, but I think that Xiao Wu has got the bolt action there based on the positioning. Yeah, indeed. So that's a little bit scary. You know, even though the M24 is certainly not the first choice for any player in this lobby, it does have its uses from time to time. You know, Kane picked it up in their win in a really smart situation when he, you know, needed to find a kill potentially to open a door for Japan to make their move a little bit easier. They still ended up winning that situation, but, you know, it's the right idea at the right time. Speaking of Japan, they are way up on the north side, still outside of Saverny, heading into the circle. Now, the good news for Japan, plenty of space up there. Nobody else has made this wrap yet. All the other teams that maybe could have, like USA or Thailand, stopped short because they found compounds that they decided were good enough, plenty valuable. and set up shop. So this could be, we'll see. We'll see. Japan plays edge. Not to the same idea or level that Germany does, but for the most part, that's what they want to do. They want to be slow and steady in the beginning part of the game and try to make it work in the end.
Yeah, they'll be hoping for a northern shift. They're going to play that northern coast, but maybe wishful thinking at this point in time. Team Chinese Taipei just exiting Milta. Xavier's going to spot out Germany on the way past. It's like Germany will sort of take the more eastern coast route, whereas Chinese Taipei might just come in up through shelter. Both teams are quite late to the party, so they're not really going to get the pick of the litter when it comes to locations to end up in.
Well, this is one of the interesting things about this lobby and why I think UK had a tough time yesterday is because so many teams play edge and they're really happy to come in super late. Now, Brazil has not always been doing that. They have had to do it a couple times. We saw it, I think it was the last game of Erangel yesterday where they had the car incident early on and it kind of slowed down.
Yes.
Or was that the first game?
Yeah,
one of the two.
It was the second game.
Yeah. So unintentional that it got slowed down. But Germany, Chinese Taipei, Japan all play really slow in the beginning part of the game. They're willing to wait out the blue if they feel like they need to get better equipment. See if they can find that open space in that circle one, because it's usually going to be there, especially on Erangel, especially on a circle like this. It's just a matter of finding the right time. That looks so slick. I would have totally got hit by that car if I tried that.
I'm just wondering, why is RunAX just wandering around on the beach there? Why does he even need to get a pickup at that point? Anyways.
Are they looking for a boat?
Maybe, but
maybe they're looking for the long, Kameshki rotate. Nobody will expect it.
That's true.
Every once in a while, teams do that, where they use boats in a situation where I'm like, huh, that's unorthodox. Well, Marines catching a few bullets onto the USA team, but I don't think there's much that's going to materialize out of that situation. So,
bit of shooting practice onto the tires, but quite a slow start to this game. Yesterday we had a fair few sort of early game little skirmishes on every map, really, it felt like. In the first 10 minutes we would have lost a player or two.
Even
going on there?
Seoul died in the first 10 minutes in one of the games, so the only reason I know that is because my fantasy.
-3.
Yep, saw the -3 in my fantasy.
Yeah, I got a few of those, unfortunate, but...
Oh, this is a pre-helicopter, whatever you want to call this. I call it a pre-rotation, but it's kind of not. There's another helicopter coming in somebody else's.
Honestly, it looks like a pretty nicely timed rotation. That zone pull does get revealed just as Norway are getting picked up, and in the meanwhile, Himas is in the mix. It could be the downfall of Germany here on day number 2. He started really well on day 1.
Himas just wants to make sure he's going to confirm it's Chris if possible. Doesn't want to overstay as well. Oh, that grenade almost rolled enough down the hill to finish him. 50 damage on that, and Himas has to retreat to the safety of this wizard house. Payne's on Overwatch, and I think this is a res for It's Chris. I don't think Vietnam can do anything about this.
I think he's all right, which is a little bit lucky. Germany were very, very split. You can see Brex coming down from the north. But it looks like they're going to try and regroup their forces. They kind of need to before they end up making this rotate, but this is really going to slow Germany down. They won't be happy about that. Everybody else on their merry way.
One thing I want to point out about Vietnam, when I was looking through the stats, they try to get away, and Payne puts a little bit of damage through, but is that they did a lot of damage yesterday, for sure. Not our top damage dealing team, that was the United States, but they were our top damage received team. And that's a bit concerning for me, because that means that you're not taking the fights as cleanly as you'd like. You're having to scramble, you're having to go for reses, you're getting yourself in unfavorable positions early. Now, they're able to fight out of it because they're so damn good, but that's a concerning metric going forward. That's something that has to be fixed here today, where these fights have to be a little bit cleaner. Now, that one looked pretty good. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Where's Brazil going to end up? It looks like they're going to go straight onto
to
the
UK.
observatory. And maybe right on top of Michael. This could go horribly wrong for Brazil. It's skeet shooting time for the United Kingdom. I think they're usually pretty good at that. Well, don't really quite land, and in fact, Michael has to kind of skedaddle in the end. So Brazil get onto the ground with all 4 players alive, relative safety as well in that warehouse. You call that a win. The only question is going to be, maybe can Fex from this position pop his head up on a nice timing and catch one off guard. Still quite close by.
It's a wide open warehouse on the inside of there. So if somebody can find an angle and get some grenades in there, it's a little bit scary for Brazil. FP1 going to have a lot to do on that backside to make sure that like Germany or somebody isn't going to be able to get through. You can see he's already wise to it. So for what it's worth, LFP doing a good job. Well, I mean, the glider makes it pretty obvious what's going on back there too, but UK would love to bully them out of this position if possible. A drive-by for Canada, past Japan, but tire popped potentially, yep. But I think Finn might be okay. I think he's all right.
I mean, Bucky's not, but he seems to be. A couple of shots landing. Tree cover's probably going to be good enough to get him away to relative safety.
If you want a tip when you lose a tire while you're driving in this game, try and stay as straight as possible.
Indeed. No more turning allowed.
No more turning, yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to turn into a Beyblade.
That is a very accurate description.
Yeah, especially in the buggy.
I like that. All right, USA still in their spot that they took. Well, no, actually they're not. They had to go a little bit east, but moving in towards Thailand territory. Initially, they stopped at the warehouses that were a little further west, but headed in towards the east here. And Purdy Curdy can be out on his own in this 1-3 split to get a little bit of info. And we might be going on to the mountain. This is a fun circle. This is one of my favorite Erangel circles that can happen.
Korea have called it perfectly, haven't they? This is one half of the 2-2 split that I mentioned earlier. The other half was down in the northern side of Yazzie, but obviously you can see all four of them have moved up halfway up the Starby Hill into that compound, and they are very well situated. Not only to potentially win this game, but also to just cut off a couple of teams on the rotate, get some kill points on the way through. Looks like it'll be another positive day for Korea, at least to kick things off here on Erangel.
It's a tricky spot to hold for Vietnam.
For sure.
There's a lot of opportunities for teams behind them and sometimes above them. Get some damage in, and Seoul only able to hit one shot with that Mark 12. Just a smidge of damage done. And Onyx, though, knows exactly where they're at, getting pinged out by his teammates. Going to see if he can find that flank angle. Needs to be a little bit wary of somebody finding an angle onto him, but now Korea has a good opportunity to find a kill.
Vietnam are really in the wars at the moment. Already getting into a fight with Germany, now copping some shots as well. Korea and Norway they're going to have to be worried about, but it's gone down, and that actually may be a confirmed kill for Germany, especially if Indonesia are driving on their way past. Got that extra little bit of chip damage onto Salute. He is bleeding out very quickly. Onyx is going to be the one that'll go across to try and help him out.
Not exactly sure what happened there, but Salute just overstepped himself just enough that he gave the opportunity to Germany. They capitalized, so Chris is shooting. I think that's Reservoir.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, but...
Oh, it's Australia versus China again.
Oh. A tale as old as time.
Saw this a couple of times yesterday.
Xiao Wu was taking a lot of damage, so they must have known that they had lit him up and they were trying to see if they could finish the job, but instead, I think it is going to be an escape there. There's plenty of covering fire from the northwestern edge of Yasnaya. Still over here. Fax almost got the spray to get the knock. Michael had been knocked. In the meantime, T-Bone trying to do what he can to protect.
This is starting to get a bit awkward now for Team UK. Talked about how important the start was going to be for them, and it looked like it would be a good zone pull, but getting contested by Brazil. All that's all for the moment, though, because Leo is getting on to Smash. Turkey playing quite split, so no one can help Leo out there at all. We're back over to the observatory. And it's going a little bit better now for United Kingdom. That's a nice spray from T-Bone. He'll be told to sit back on down, and now Canada arriving on the backside. UK are the meat in the sandwich between Brazil and Canada, and I can tell you that's not going to be a fun place to be.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Guizera, now Germany trying to come through from the other side. Leo gets taken down by Cold Marco. Sparking trying to find some angle, some opportunity to get through relatively safely. T-Bone still busy trying to deal with Canada on their northern flank. A good stun grenade from Adam gives him an easy kill around the corner. Canada finds a great time to strike, and UK's struggles continue.
Yeah, right back into the swing of things for Canada. Turkey and Chinese Taipei still beating each other up a little. Back and forth this fight is going. Chinese Taipei do get themselves one res, but if Xavier drops headshot out there from Code Marco, he's got another one. Nice and clean, and inside the smoke he is surviving on 2 HP.
What a shot there from Code Marco, but Anonix finds him through the smoke.
Unfortunate.
Just goes fishing, gets a catch. That is a bit unfortunate for Code Marco there, but Ruin trying to get over to see if he can rescue his teammate. Chinese Taipei stops in almost a really bad spot, but it is bad. Payne's from another angle to find the knock on Alunlun. And it's not looking great here as Leo, the only player left. He's going to at least get the run over, get the consolation prize, but I don't think he's long for this lobby.
The squelch sound is just so satisfying. Maybe that sounds a little bit sadistic, but...
I mean, I actually agree with you, so...
In video games.
What does that say about us?
Just put the caveat in video games. Anyway, Luke 12 gets himself a knock onto Aches left. Korea, I'm surprised, haven't actually been able to find themselves a kill point just yet, but they are certainly not far away from one.
They're farming damage.
Yeah, that is true. Adam,
oh.
Not long for this world.
Sparking, though. From behind, there's a bit of a roadblock here for Team Canada. It's Japan. Imhak and Run AX combining fire there to do some serious damage, and you know, the next circle is going to be coming very, very shortly here, so take what you've got. Those are some nice kills for Japan. Really good opportunity, good positioning there. Now you got to move forward and see if you can find some space in the next circle. Walker in. Doing a good job there, but here comes Korea.
Yeah. Crowd starting to swell as well. Salute and Heaven combining for some real damage onto Germany. Indonesia are not going to show them any mercy either. A bunch of nades getting tossed on in there. In the meanwhile, Canada eliminated in 16th for this game, but have to imagine Germany might not be too far away, and there indeed they go. 15th place for Germany in game one. They have not been able to convert their day one form into day two, at least here for game one at least. Indonesia out as well. We had a quiet early game, and as we know, when we have a quiet early game, things are going to start to pop off once it gets into, you know, the final 10-15 minutes.
Australia is having some difficulties with China on the other side, but some great salvage points here for Brazil. 6 kills so far, not in the placements just yet, and in the middle of a canyon, stuck between a couple different teams. It's going to be tricky, but Japan might relieve some of the pressure that Thailand's putting on top of them. Still have to worry about Korea, of course, but Sparking does get knocked by Nurens, so looking to see if they can find that res. Molly out. Nurens takes a bunch of damage from Guizera, who's able buy a little bit of extra time to potentially get this res. Going to try to stick it, and Japan has arrived.
Eric's just up above them. Let's have the backup of Fluky. This is an awkward spot to be in for Japan for sure. I'm not sure how you're going to get through this one safely. I mean, you've got Thailand on one side, USA on another, and maybe even potentially Brazil trying to make this wrap around the edge of the zone as well. They are just trying to run away from Korea at this point, but inevitably they're going to run straight into Japan. There goes Fex from the UK, 13th place, so their woes are going to continue into day two at some point as well. But Japan just feel like they're in all sorts of trouble. They're going to be out of the frying pan into the fire as soon as they try to work their way up this hill. And here's what I'm talking about with Brazil making this wrap. They are going to run into Japan.
Yeah, this is now what looked like a decent position potentially for Japan to turn into a real bad one. Nurens, though, able to readjust. There got some damage through Sparky trying to do what he can. He's going to get one. Unable to find the flush. And Run AX stuck in the blue with Thailand in front of him. Not going to be able to get any further. And they go out in 11th place.
Yeah, Thailand just mopping up all of those points. Janitorial duty from them on the northern side of that zone. China, in the meanwhile, as hard south as they possibly can be. Have got Ace left down on the floor at the moment. Ooh, Shawu Didi as well, getting knocked by Taikon. We talked about how impressive he is as an individual talent. China starting to show some signs of weakness in this round as well. Down a couple of members.
Seoul trying to get on top of Vietnam. Gonna spot out some players. Doesn't have a great opportunity there to go for the knock and the flush. Taikon probably saw him, I think. Salute as well, just around the corner. So Salute's gonna let go with this grenade. Just catch a smidge of damage.
That would have been a miracle grenade.
Oh, but Tiggleton actually is gonna be the one to find Taikon from the other side. So it's a turkey shoot here. Vietnam is stuck between two different teams. China as well, getting beat up by Australia off screen. Godby has a promise, but not a lot of HP.
Don't know that he's going to be able to make this one happen. Australia are out for blood, and for some reason, they just have it out for China. We saw these two teams fighting a lot yesterday, and a lot of the time, it did go the way of Team Australia. It will again. China eliminated in 9th place. 200 kills across Nations Cup events for Team Australia. with those couple of kills that they pick up. And they do manage to claw their way back up inside of the top 8. Now, though, they're going to have to turn their attention towards Korea. And I tell you what, if there's one team you don't want to be fighting right now, it is Korea, because they are farming in this zone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're playing this pretty strong, but are they going to be ready? Brewer's still behind them, by the way, and just barely Sloot's able to spin and deal with it. What a reaction there from the youngster, taking Turkey out in 8th place. Now, Vietnam still a force to be reckoned with. However, Glory's trying to find some kind of back angle. High Saki knocked way towards the middle of the zone, so Korea now going to try to regroup, but another flank are they going to be expecting?
I don't know if they will necessarily, but you've got 4 players there, so they've got a lot of coverage. There's a lot of ability for Korea to get that information when it's required. Haisaki's going to die to Seoul in the end. So it's just down to glories now for Vietnam as Thailand decide to make their move, maybe to attempt to assist their Southeast Asian brethren in Vietnam. Try and put some pressure onto Korea. The nade's going to go over the top and certainly not going to help those vehicles out. It doesn't connect onto any of the Thai members. Fluky catches Glories, actually helps out Korea as he was lurking around behind them. But Thailand, they are kind of farming at the moment. They are putting in some work and they've got the high ground above Korea. There goes Heaven, there goes Salute. A kill point stolen away by Tiggleton. But Thailand are doing very well here to start day 2.
Yeah, the timings have been really good on Thailand and when they want to strike. Back over to the USA and Norway. Norway still 4 strong. Curdy down to 5 HP, taking a ton of damage from that utility. And there's a follow-up from Techers. Purdy did get the counter knock as well. Lyric C, Soul can't find the damage. Shrimzy's turn, cooking the heck out of this one. Underhands it, it just comes up short. Oh man, this is so close. Gonna go for another. The stun is there. This one a bit deep. Oh! It does find a connection, but it doesn't find any knocks.
Excuse me, I got just a little bit too excited there. I thought that was gonna be a 2-for-1. 8C in the end, lands one in onto Shrimzy. Spectro gonna pop some meds. It's all happening right now between Norway and the USA, and it looks like USA is coming off worse. Just down to Kickstart. He was one of the players to watch yesterday, no doubt about that, but what can he now do as a solo? He's going to leave his 2 mates for dead.
This has gotten very, very difficult now for the USA. Norway has complete control over the northern zone. Argentina, though, starting to make a move. Fluky continuing to make Korea's life a nightmare. Yeah, they've got 8 kills, but Thailand is looking to best them in this one. They've already got 9 of their own, continuing on their reign of destruction throughout this lobby, and it feels like Thailand may just be destined to win this. They're getting kills on USA now as well. 10 total for the Thai team.
I think they might get a few more here, to be quite honest with you. They're looking like a team that can win this game right now. Norway, on the far northern side of the zone, though, are going to have that high ground advantage over pretty much everyone, and that can become a really big factor. Zone pool, favorable enough for Norway. Not going to have to move too far. It's probably about as bad as you could hope for Australia. They are the team that's going to have to move the furthest. It's been a bit of a rough game for the Aussies, honestly, but been fighting nicely. And Inonix will just try and keep his head down for the moment, try and grub out a couple of extra placement points.
And if you're Argentina, you would love to have a good start, or a good, end to this game, and then a good start to the day, because things were not great yesterday.
Yeah, well, you can say the same for Thailand, honestly. And it looks like a little bit of a gimme, though, because they're already in 7th place, but they actually came into the day in 11th, only 29 points. So they also kind of need a good start to the day, and they have had a good start to the day, but it could be even better.
Exactly. I mean, Thailand is really feeling it. Just the decision-making is immaculate. The shots are landing. Tiggleton, it's a shot land on him. The helmet there, not feeling so great after those headshots. Nonix trying to do what he can to scrape through and get whatever extra points for Korea that he can find, but it's going to be Lyrics giving a little bit of protective fire for Anonix unintentionally. Tiggleton as well going to go down. Anonix catches him out in the open. That's going to be Emick who gets the flush, though.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was always going to be a rough rotate here for the Aussies. That zone forcing them to go up the hill. Nade downtown just doesn't quite go far enough, and Luke 12, I mean, he's cowering at this point. He's going to have to drop a couple of smokes, give himself a little bit of space to work with, but this is not a particularly tenable position at all. More nades. Artillery barrage onto Luke. So he's surviving for now. Korea eliminated in 5th. There'll be a couple extra placement points for Australia as Luke 12 manages to get them into 4th, which is the equal highest placement that Australia have had at this event so far. I don't think they're going to get any further than that.
Nurens is lightning over there on that southern edge, just mowing teams down. Yeah, there's just not much Luke can do. There just isn't enough cover to work with to get much further. And the angles that Argentina has, unless Norway really commits to this fight, yes, they've got a high ground position, but you don't really want to lead that just yet. Yeah, there goes Luke. It's actually going to be Jacob who scoops up the point. 13 now for Team Thailand. They continue their reign of destruction. Norway trying to keep Argentina pinned down, trying to do whatever damage they can before this Phase 8 zone appears. And it's just actually just going to center up. So high ground is going to have to be left relatively quickly by Norway. So they have to make a decision, you know, which direction do you want to try to push? Which direction do you want to try to funnel this other team? That's a, teams.
How he's not got that knock, I don't know. Argentina will be breathing a sigh of relief after having 2 players go down to about 1 HP. 15 kill win, by the way, is the biggest win we've had so far in Nations Cup. That was game 1 from USA. Thailand might be about to break that. The zone control that they've got right now. They are really feeling quite good about Nick Silson. Kind of whiffing that spray onto Jacob, so he gets by scot-free.
Now Argentina's in trouble because Norway, I don't know if they've identified that Thailand wrapped to the low ground underneath Argentina, trying to play with that cover advantage from these low ground situations. This is the time in PUBG where low ground actually becomes pretty decent compared to normal, where you want to have that high ground so you can have that free damage and info. The up and over for Silson. Just catches a few stray bullets in the members of Team Norway. Grenades are out to try to bully him back, but he's just continuing to fire, continuing to find really heavy hits onto this Norwegian squad.
Has to be said, though, another high-placing game from Norway. They are carrying on with their day 1 form, and that's beautiful to see. James, especially, hasn't actually found himself a kill just yet in this game, but he's been doing a lot of damage, and he's wanting more! Oh, right over the top onto Silson. He'll get the flush onto Emic as well. And that'll be Argentina saying goodbye. It's just DraftKings, but I don't think he's long for this world, though he's wrapping him behind. He was spotted out by Thailand. And that'll be the end of Argentina, 3rd place for this game. Now it's Norway, 4-on-4 versus Thailand. James, a bit of a whiff in the end. Ducks back down. Madness.
Oh, James is absolutely feeling it, though. The reinforcements arrive to try to bail James out. Tekers is there, but he is knocked by Lyric. Spectro trying to hold the back angle. James up close and personal, gets one. Looking for more. He's got another in his sight. Finds a little bit of damage. Can't find the knock, though. A little bit of a reset here for Thailand, but now Nurens has got him with the headshot in the barrel.
Bro, James has no chill. Where's the rest of Norway? Someone's got to get in there with him, you know. Might actually be looking for a revive here. Spectro's going to provide some space with that knockback onto Larry. 2-on-2 at the moment. 8C holding the line, and I think right now Spectro is looking for a res. Thinking about it. Tekers is ticking away. And he will die. Looks like they're just going to try and take that 2-on-2. 8C over the top. Looking for more. Nurens trying to land some headshots. Thailand have actually got themselves a res, and 8C is down to 3 HP. And he's done as well. It will be Thailand that will win game 1 of day 2 of Nations Cup 2024. It was a messy fight right at the back end there against Norway. But a very, very big win. I didn't quite catch if they got more than 15 kills.
I feel like
they did. Yeah.
It was a lot.
That's the biggest win of the event so far.
They were just feeling it from the get-go. I mean, it's just one of those games where you can sort of sense it with the speed and the accuracy that they're playing at. They're able to make some great decisions, some great positioning as well. Norway giving them a hell of a fight, though. This is just a great event for them. They're really showcasing great end-game awareness, great, ability to position themselves to get to those spots. They can take fights at really good times. James is an absolute madman, but Thailand, at the end of the day, has the firepower, has the positioning to get them through, and that's going to shoot them way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, crazy stuff from Thailand. I mean, they were a bit of a sleeper team, right? Like, we weren't necessarily talking about them as maybe one of our top 5 teams coming into the event, but when you look at that roster on paper, a couple of members from E-Arena, a team which has had quite a lot of success recently, I mean, look, maybe didn't quite come together at Nations Cup for Jacob and for Lyrics, but they did really well during PGS3 and PGS4, and Day Trade is always going to be a team that, you know, you have some sort of pedigree coming from, and obviously in this case that's Nurans. So there's a lot of big names in that roster, and if they can come together, which it seems that they are, then yeah, I mean, they might be another team that really can contest. They took 5th last year at Nations Cup. It's an almost completely different roster, to be fair, but still some really good stuff being shown by Thailand in that game. It was phenomenal. Best game of the event so far for them and for any team.
I really felt like this team should have done better than they did yesterday. Like the whole time I'm thinking, I think they're better than this, but they were playing like really kind of cautious, like going for a lot of those E-lifts, going for those the modern sort of Thai style, and that wasn't really working. And this round here, it just shows like they play some edge, they go for some fights, they take them clean, they get some great angles on their opponents, and they were profiting time and time again. So credit to them. For Australia, you know, yeah, they're able to win these fights against China, but at what cost?
Right.
You know, they get these kills, they're doing great in those moments, but it delays things so long they get stuck in these bad positions.
Yeah, I feel like, again, if we're talking about Australia, they kind of made the best of a bad situation, and that was really the story of yesterday as well. They had to work hard for pretty much every single one of their kills, and it was the same case again today, but they managed to make it into the top 4. They ended up with 6 kills. Like, it's a okay game. It's nothing special, it's nothing amazing, but with how difficult that zone was made for them, having to work their way up from Yasnaya all the way up the hill, fighting uphill the whole way, I think you can take that and be happy with it. It's certainly a different story for a team maybe like Norway, who comes down the hill. They're feeling strong the whole time. Ultimately, they get into the top 2. Maybe a couple of misplays in this 4-on-4, to be quite honest. A couple of the Norway players maybe throwing their lives away, trying to rotate in to try and help out James. I'm not sure what the comms might have been like in that moment, but I'm sure he was probably screaming for a bit of assistance, and so the lads just came driving across, the cavalry arriving, but kind of just getting smacked as soon as they did arrive. So Thailand gets away with a nice win there, but honestly, you know, you have to look at that and still say, either way, good stuff from Norway.
Yes.
The consistency that they're continuing to show, it is reinforcing what we were saying on day one, where at least I felt like I had a bit of hope for this roster, right? And I think there was a reason for that, is that you've got James and 8C in there, and they're 2 really talented and experienced players. And so at some level, you're going to get some kind of decent performance from this Norway team. We just weren't sure exactly how far they were going to be able to push it. I think they're pushing it above the expectations at the moment. So that's really good to see. But with the win from Thailand, you know, another team pushing their way up into the top 4, top 5 sort of position, it's really starting to blow the tournament open a little bit. There's a lot of teams that are in the contest, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, exactly. And Korea continues to have solid performances, you know, steady as it goes. Like, you don't need to win every game. You need to put up these games where you're getting 8, 9 kills and, you know, maybe getting a top 6, and that's fine. Like that will very likely, if not win you the event, put you really, really close for Korea with the way things are going right now. The USA had some kills in there. They did okay, but, you know, Korea's just been really, really consistent with their ability to frag. And speaking of consistent, Nurans has been Mr. Consistent for quite a while for Thailand. Just continues to be such a talented player from that region who deserves so much respect for the performances that he puts on, the teams that he's taken to so many different lands throughout the last 3-4 years, with Day Trade in particular. Just a tremendous, tremendous player.
Wow. 29 points out of that game for Thailand. As we said, that's going to rocket them up the standings pretty substantially. Germany, Indonesia, United Kingdom, China, and Vietnam only getting the 1 point. Now, maybe not as big of a concern for Germany and Vietnam, but for China, United Kingdom, and Indonesia, the 3 teams that were basically the 3 teams at the bottom of the scoreboard coming into today, that just makes matters worse. It has now been 7 games. China still have not managed to break double digits. And so they've got a lot of work to do going forward. Korea maintaining number 1, USA holding on to number 2, but Norway taking 3rd place away from Germany. So yeah, it's spicy. It's getting pretty interesting here at Nations Cup, but we've still got 5 more games today. So hopefully some more games like that one.
Exactly, and I think it's really interesting as well. Like, Norway's been really putting up the bulk of their points on Erangel, so one more map of that here today. If they can continue that, like, set themselves up for maybe some of the maps they're a little bit weaker at potentially. Like, there's so much comfort on this map. You know, these players, no matter who you are, you've got a ton of experience on Erangel. Seems to, these northern circles, these This new drop spot as well that they're able to go to seems to be favoring them a little bit. Can they continue it? That's my big question. I think so. That game looked really clean. I think they made a lot of really good decisions. Got a little bit wild at the end, but it had to because Thailand had the advantage of a little bit of extra cover with those rocks. They were able to take better peaks because of that. Still look at our match predictions. Australia climbing up there. China continues to slide a bit. Probably should.
As they should.
It's been not good.
As I said, guys, they probably shouldn't be in the top 5 for predictions based on how things are going at the moment.
That's total kills, by the way.
Yeah, 9 kills total, 9 points total. They have literally not managed to get a placement point. Neither has the UK, to be fair. The 2 teams that have missed out on placement points so far for the event are UK and China, which is just madness.
Shocking.
That is crazy to see. So they've got to find a way to turn it around. They've got to do it quickly. I don't know. Don't really know what to say.
This is a team that I think everybody would like to see turn it around based on how well their region has been doing globally the last couple of years, how well they usually do at PNCs. They've been okay, but again, I'm worried about the positions they seem to find themselves in. That game, as soon as they drove into that ditch in between in Korea, and I can't remember exactly who else was out there initially, but they found themselves just constantly being shot at from different angles, having to reposition, having to try to take different fights. Now, they're good enough that they fight their way through it and still manage to get some points, but it's not the ideal spot to be in that scenario. And there's questions of could they do a little bit better with some of their scouting, some of their decision-making, I'm not sure. But still, Vietnam, they're going to be in the conversation, at least for the rest of the day, it feels like.
Yeah, one thing I really appreciate about Nations Cup is we've got a lot of fans from all over the world. You can see the Chinese Taipei, you can see Japan, Korea, obviously, no surprises there, but China, Norway, we had a Viking in here yesterday, a guy dressed as the Union Jack.
Yeah, where's our Viking?
I'm not sure. He was sitting further away from us. I can see the Union Jack guy.
Check on your boats, folks.
He's back.
Might not be safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans turning out.
A ton here today.
Yeah, it's more than yesterday for sure.
Way more. It's the weekend. A lot more people don't have to come out of a work day or something. There's a lot of people here for the festivities that are going on. And
yeah, you think people rock up because we're at a university as well? I wonder if that helps.
Well, yes and no. This, like we talked about yesterday, the building is on a hill.
Yes.
And it is not an easy hill to get to. And as I found out from my Korean friend, this hill is nicknamed Gasping Hill.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, because it is a very steep climb to get up here. I was definitely sweating when I got up to the studio today. So that being said, everybody who came out here, thank you so much. It's awesome to have you all here. The energy is really, really good. There's so many awesome fans out there. And like you said, I see flags for just about every country that's participating in this event. So it's a lot of fun to have so many people so excited for Nations Cup here in 2024.
And the good thing is when you climb that massive hill, there is free ice cream at the top, so good way to cool down. Happy days, love to see it.
That's like a must every day. I'm like, ice cream, yes.
There's our Norwegian fan getting some signatures. I saw the 80. There he is.
Got it. Okay, he's here. Your boats are safe.
There we go. That's who I was talking about. Shout out to my boy. UK fans as well. I think the great thing about Seoul, and I've noticed this sort of walking around as well, is there's a lot of foreigners, right? There's a lot of expats, it seems like, that live here. So this is maybe one of those things that if you're an expat, you go, oh yeah, I'll come in and support UK. You know, if I lived in Korea and Nations Cup was on, I'd probably rock up and support the Aussies and the Germans.
No, for sure. I mean, that's the nice thing, regardless, like Korea's a pretty popular tourist destination at the very least. And there's a lot of people that are just here anyway, and they're like, well, we're already on vacation, or we were planning a vacation, let's plan it around this event. And that's the correct decision, in my opinion. If you're going to come to South Korea, okay, you're going to make the trip here, you got to go to an esports event.
Oh, definitely.
It's a must.
It's something different for sure. I mean, it's my first time in Korea. I've never been here before, and I always wanted to come. So I'm very, very happy to have had the opportunity to do it. And yeah, it's great to see the support from the crowd because, again, like coming from Australia, it's just crazy, numbers of people.
It's a lot of people here.
Level 3 helmet, Brazil fans. And it's great to see as well, I think at this event you do sort of get the opportunity for the players to mingle a little bit with the fans out in the lobby.
Oh yeah.
They've been signing meeting, photo taking.
There have been lines.
Even you.
Lines.
Everyone wants a picture with paper thin.
There have been a few. But the Brazilian fans in particular were very, very kind.
Yeah. So guys, as you can see, there is an equipment issue, so got a little bit of time to wait here before we get into game number 2 of the day. Don't know exactly what it is. Even Australian fans, let's go. Maybe I should go and have a chat with them.
There you go. Go find
my people.
Yeah, find your people. They need you. Not really. Australia's actually playing really well. I mean, they still got 10 points out of that game despite it being another game where they had to fight tooth and nail for every inch. I mean, that's the thing about Australia is if they could just find that one maybe clean fight and then like get into a better position a little bit more comfortably, I think they're going to snowball their way through a game.
Yeah.
Just getting there has been tough.
All right, how about this? If there was one team that you could have in Nations Cup, one region, country, that isn't or has never been.
Oh, has never been.
Who would you choose? I've got mine.
Philippines, maybe? Have they ever been in? Maybe they were in 2019?
I don't think they have, but yeah, that's probably a pretty good shout, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think of them. I thought New Zealand. Give a shout out to
New Zealand?
Lil Bro.
Oh, yeah.
Lil Bro.
All right, fair enough.
Shout out to all the New Zealanders. They're probably, hopefully, supporting Australia. Doesn't always work.
You guys seem like, your two countries are like brothers that fight. You like each other deep down.
A little bit, yeah.
But you can't let it be known on the surface that that's the case.
No, for sure. I mean, I have a lot of love for New Zealand as well. It's a beautiful country. Very, very similar to Australia in terms of culture and all that jazz. So we get along pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of friends that I have here in Korea actually are from New Zealand. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of expats here, so I make friends from all over the world. It's great. And yeah, we're just trying to get through this tech issue, see if we can get that next Erangel going for you guys. See who's going to come through, take our second game of the day. Yeah, things are still pretty tight at the top of the leaderboard now. I mean, nobody ran away with it in this game. Korea and America, yeah, they had some points, but they didn't really blow the doors off you, so.
Yeah, I mean, Norway and Thailand both doing a really good job of kind of catching up to the top 2. They're still a bit of a ways away, but one more good game from Norway or Thailand would get them right back into striking distance of Korea and USA. And look, game 1 for Korea was pretty good. USA 6th place with 0 kills. Kind of average, I guess, as far as they're concerned. That's kind of a bad game, actually. So they didn't really improve upon things all that much from yesterday. Australia did okay. Vietnam, again, maybe not really putting too much in there. Brazil had a lot of kills, but not great placement from that game as well. So a few of those teams that were sort of inside the top 8 are doing enough to either stay apace with Korea and USA or catch up. So we're seeing a little bit of a squish come through, and I think we really are establishing where a lot of those teams are going to be situated at the end. Even here after 7 games. Korea, USA, Norway, Thailand, Germany, Australia, Vietnam. That's your top 7, then Brazil in at top 8. And from there, it does feel like there's a pretty significant drop-off. Like there's 8 competitive teams, and then for me, there's a bit of a drop-off because the next 2 teams are Japan and Chinese Taipei, and we talked about this a little bit in that pre-show with Japan and Chinese Taipei. Really felt like they got a lot of their work done off of one pretty big game. Maybe for Japan, they had a couple of decent games. They had a 4th in there as well, but beyond that, Turkey, Canada, Argentina, UK, Indonesia, China, can you really pick one good game out of any of the games we've had so far for all of those teams? Turkey had a 2nd, but I don't really remember it,
Well, and now you're starting to get to a point where it can't just be one good game.
Yeah.
It has to be 2. It has to be like 2 really monster games.
Right.
Where you're back in the conversation. So it has to be 2 10 to 15 point or 10 to 15 kill wins almost to really shoot yourself back up the leaderboard to the point where you can be like, okay, now we're in this event again. That's really hard to do. We haven't seen that firepower. We haven't seen that ability to get deep into those games for any of those teams.
Yeah, and I think that's the difficulty, right? Because, as you say, we're asking for multiple good games when we haven't even really seen one good game, right? So it starts to become less and less likely the longer it goes on when you haven't seen these good games. And eye test-wise as well, none of those teams are really looking super threatening, to be quite honest with you. There's been some moments here and there, but generally speaking, it just doesn't really feel like they're a massive threat at this point in time. It has been very heavily dominated by, a few teams actually this event, right? Like 2 games have been won by Korea. They had a 3rd in there as well. They're barely dropping outside of the top 5 in terms of placements. USA, again, very, very consistent in terms of their numbers. Norway have had a first, second, third, and a fourth. So out of 7 games, 4 out of 7 have been in the top 4. I mean, really good numbers from them. Australia top 4ing in 3 games as well. So, like, you know, there's not normally when you're looking at a PUBG scoreboard, you're seeing like smatterings of top 4s, top 3s from teams that are down the bottom, and it's like they had a decent game here and there. But actually, it's quite a clump from the teams towards the top end of things. So it feels like the rich are getting richer. This is a good analogy, right? The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer.
Right.
And that's a very simple way of kind of analogizing what I'm trying to say, right? Just quickly wrap it up. Yeah, I mean, the teams that are doing well continue to do well, and the teams that haven't really been getting it going have really struggled to find any success at all.
Yeah.
So they haven't got much to sort of launch off. There's not even really like a building platform for a lot of these teams. Teams that haven't even made it to 20 points so far. Like, you're kind of getting to the point where you're just out of it, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
UK 14, Indonesia 11. China's not even at 10 points.
No.
Not even double digits after 7 games.
They're really struggling. So we're just gonna restart the lobby, I think is what I'm hearing, but should be hopefully getting into the game really soon, guys. Just bear with us, and sorry about all the troubles. But I want to just touch on something real quick there, just to kind of build on what you're saying, is that what really surprises me the most out of all of that is that I thought this would be a lot closer, like especially with some of those teams.
Sure.
I thought, you know, China, UK, et cetera, would be much more in the mix, and it would be like a super, super close start. But hey, the game is ready. There's some fireworks going off on the stage to celebrate. Let's go into game number 2 of the day. It's time for some Erangel. Exactly what the grassy pastures are bringing us this time.
Yeah, I mean, since everyone was so nicely asking, stop talking, start the game, I thought I might as well just do that then. You're welcome, guys.
Oh, you have the start game button this time?
I've got the start game button.
And why did I give it to you?
Yeah, well, you know, I just like the sound of my own voice, so I wanted the day to move on.
Well then, you got your wish. Congrats. I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I am.
All right. All right, well, plane is up, and we should see momentarily where this one will be going. Hard to say with all that blue out there exactly what it's going to look like. Okay, there we go.
That's me on the way home.
Flying over the ocean.
Flying over a massive ocean.
Yeah. You've got a lot of ocean to cover to get back to your place.
Yes, indeed. Well, luckily, not for a couple of days. The only planes we've got going on Erangel right now. Pretty happy with that plane path. I think most teams will be okay with that. Anyone going up to Severny, Stalbar might have a bit more of a stretch. Where's UK going to go? They were up on Stalbar Hill last game.
Yeah, they have to have an alt drop, I suspect. Is it going to be like Novo or Northern Sosnovka Island is kind of what I'm seeing. It is indeed North George for Norway. Makes sense. They both have Nor in their names. Yeah, that's
I'm picking up what
totally
you're putting
reasonable,
down.
right? That's just why they're dropping there, I swear.
Okay.
That's pretty close for Ruin to beat a Korea, but Korea has to go really far to get to Yaz, so that makes some sense. I'm not seeing anything that looks dangerous.
No. Not so.
Oh, UK is Milta, okay.
Yep.
That makes sense. That's where they dropped in that other game the other day.
That is true. Well, fairly central zone. Everyone's going to be pretty happy with that one. Sosnovka Island unlikely to come into play, so it should be pretty readable. And I'm happy to see Australia right in the center. But being dead center, phase 1 doesn't always translate into a good game.
No.
Hopefully it'll be a little bit of an easier game for them than the last
Think
one.
about the UK in the previous game.
Yep.
You have a team that parachutes on top of you, and all of a sudden things start falling apart. And it's just...
Yeah, it's like call the emergency parachute.
Yeah.
But not for me.
But not for me. All right, well, taking a look here, kind of curious exactly where teams are going to want to get to early. In particular, this is one of those circles where immediately your eyes always drift to the Pachinki team, right? Like you've taken this center spot, you've claimed this territory for whatever reason, and well, we know the reason. The reason is that it is a great spot to have on the map for a whole bunch of reasons. But you know, in this tournament, who knows why no one else challenged you on it? But where do you go? Because you have Prio here.
I mean, I think it's a hard question for Australia to answer because typically, at least in our national anthem, it says our home is girt by sea, which Pachinki is not. there's no sea, there's no water around Pachinki, so maybe that's unsettling Australia a little bit. I don't know.
Sure.
But yes, they definitely have
This
their options.
continues with our theme of how much does the terrain actually affect the players based on their home country's terrain.
Yeah. Any girders in the chat? Aussies will get it.
I do not, so I hope someone does. We'll show you how easy it is to win PNC. I mean, you know what?
They're not wrong.
They're not wrong. I mean, James is normally the guy who's going to go out there and run his mouth, but he's usually right.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I think if you're gonna be that guy, like, you have to back it up, and he is backing it up. Like, at least as an individual, he is definitely backing it up. I mean, last game, really popping off as well. Probably still at the top of the kill leaderboard. Kickstart might have even fallen off. Give it a quick refresh. Yeah, James is up there. 17 kills now, so he is head and shoulders above the rest.
We are going to make our country proud. You know what? They already have. I'm just going to say it. They already have. Doesn't matter how they perform. Everybody should be proud that, you know, you have players from your home country representing your country here. So be proud already, my friends. Silzen is, like, he's one of those players that doesn't get talked about a lot because his teams, you know, sometimes they finish pretty well, like last year in PNC, but he wasn't there. You know, he doesn't miss a lot of international events, though. He's just, like, consistently getting to lands. I think Silzen has missed, like, 1 or 2 lands, like, ever. Like, he's just crazy consistent.
Right.
So, like, there's a lot of really, really good players in Argentina. We saw it last year in PNC. This year hasn't been the year they wanted, but still, in my opinion, a lot to be proud of there.
Oh. Australia just taking in Pachinki Hill, which has allowed a couple of extra teams to rotate their way down south. One other thing I think is quite good to mention at this point is it looks like Brazil are going to be going for an emergency parachute again. Maybe just one of them, potentially, the rest driving. But they did pick that up early in the last game as well, so had a bit of success with it. Hamas in that drop.
China looking to get close to Pachinki. See if they can work their way through. Australia already left their home ground because with where the center of the circle currently is, just trying to get as close as possible that they can. So they opted to go to the compounds or the hills that are just to the south. There was a crate drop over there as well, so they might have been able to pick that up, get some of that level here. Oh, that was LFP. Just blinked and he died.
Should have taken that emergency parachute instead.
Yep.
Which they called and then decided not to use by the looks of things.
This has got to feel a little good for the UK, getting a little revenge for the team that kind of threw things awry for them in the previous match, right?
Yeah. Well, every point's going to matter right now for UK, so if they could get another one here onto Guizera, who
got a bunch of the tires,
is doing his best Beyblade impression. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to grab it. Oh, actually, never mind. I've spoken too soon. He is, look, he's up the creek without a paddle. And the creek is not full of very nice stuff, I'll tell you that. Vard, one more point on the board for UK. Is this their game where they can start to rise up a little bit?
That's about as good as it gets for starts.
For sure.
Really good shooting. We didn't get to see it from our angle, but no matter what, that was DMRs that were being shot at those tires, so that's really clean. It's not easy to hit tires with a DMR from that distance when they're just driving kind of at a 90-degree angle to you there. So not exactly sure what it looked like, though, from the other player's perspective. Still, regardless, very, very nice stuff. USA has themselves set up in Gatka, so this is a very Sonics, you know, flavored play here. Because this is where the Sonics often are finding themselves at international events these days, as 17 Gaming claims the Pachinki Picado battle. But they're very comfortable to play on this Western Edge. They're going to understand that terrain. Which player do you want to meet? Shrimsy, because I miss him.
Shrimsy wanted to meet Seoul, and now Seoul wants to meet Shrimsy. It's a bit of a bromance.
I like that. I have a bromance for both of them, too. So
I feel like you have a bromance for everybody.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Walking around, it's like, hey, baby thing.
Yeah, I do like most people. Surprisingly.
You like most people like you.
Works out well that way.
Happy days.
Yeah. And, you know, it's just easy. Like, the guys are great, so it's just a lot of fun to just go and talk about stuff and catch up with people I haven't seen in a while. They're timing.
No!
The timing! I mean, Imhawk gets knocked because he took a bunch of damage when he got out of the vehicle while still moving, but I thought Lunlun had him dead to rights there.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as you can really ask for Japan. Should be able to get this revive, though. Nade in from Tsenan. Ooh, it's not quite going to go deep enough, that first one. I'm not sure.
Body block, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that.
Ooh. Well, I think Imhawk's idea there is like, well, look, I'm probably dead anyway if they commit to this.
Yeah.
So if I push a little bit further forward, you know, maybe I can keep us alive. But, you know, you can see the wagons were attempting to be circled there by Chinese Taipei. But Japan has been able to get some of their reinforcements in here as well. And these two teams just seem fated to fight. Now, this is the one game that Japan won, was against Chinese Taipei in the end.
What about this nade?
This is dangerous. That looks good. Oh, it's just in the middle. Puts about 3 players down to half HP, and Japan's like, okay, we're good. We've done it. Let's get out of here. But Leo's so pleased. Is he going to find another? Finds the headshot. Run AX on very low HP. It's going to take one more shot, and Leo's got another. Fantastic work from the longtime veteran of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, just stuck around a little bit too long. And that nade softened him up enough that as soon as you saw them all get into that one vehicle, I thought, it ain't looking good. Kane as well in the shack. I don't know if he's going to get out of there alive. Anyway, big problems coming for Chinese Taipei right now as Vietnam have rocked up and Thailand are crossing the bridge as well. The Chinese Taipei kind of have to turn things around and be quite aware of their surroundings. Himas is set up nicely. Taikon as well. Are they aware of Vietnam's positioning? I don't think they are.
I think they suspect that there's one who's danger close. I don't know if they know there's 2. But the longer this goes, the more you have to kind of anticipate that there's potentially more than one player here. Himas is just doing his little crab dance. Try to keep his movement from making any noise with the sound. And will roll his way up and catches a player out in the open. Leo thinks it's safe. It is definitely not. That's one down there after such a great double kill he had on Japan. Now he's paying the price. Run AX dying as well down by the bridge. It's a hard shift down towards that bridge for everybody to deal with here. So towards the Skinny Tree Forest.
Oh, Vietnam definitely getting stuck into it. So is Thailand. And as expected, Chinese Taipei caught in the middle of it. And they had their little 15 minutes of fame and success against Japan, but it's not going to last much longer. Xavier will definitely have to live up to his name and try and save this game for Chinese Taipei solo.
Everybody's so keen to try to find these points on the edges. You know, as soon as a fight kicks off, there's like 3 other teams that are like just chomping at the bit to try to see if they can get involved, get some points for themselves. And it worked so well for Thailand in the previous game, and it's working well again as they're finding quite a few points, picking up the scraps off of some of these fights. And you know, for Vietnam, you'll take this. You've gotten yourself a kill. You've gotten yourself control of the 6-pack. Sparking, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And he's going to be mowed down by Turkey.
Australia well set up to take some pot shots at these rotates. Korea being one of those teams that's on their way past. Doesn't look like there's too many connections just yet. Can't see any in the kill feed. And with Chinese Taipei eventually that do fall. And it's at the hands of Vietnam in the end.
This is going to be tough, though, in a way, because Germany's so spread out. So Korea pulls up, gets a read on the Kraken. They're going to just cover with fire from Anonix and just get the finish with a drive up by the other 3 members. That's Brazil eliminated very early in this match, and they continues to slide in the wrong direction for the Brazilian squad. Godby on the drive-by. Godby not really able to connect as much as he'd like. Aikslef going to take a crack at it. Teddy down to 1 HP, still alive somehow.
Oh, Aikslef might be in a bit of trouble here. He's just copped a couple of shots from the rest of Indonesia. Simoy will find that knock, and that is going to be China again. Down a member. Simoy scared of trying to get that finish. I'd be surprised, though, if Aikslef survives here. And indeed, we finished off, so China left scrambling again, and it feels like this is every game for China. It feels like I'm watching the same game. They're just driving around, trying to figure out where they can end up going, and then running into a bit of a mess, and there's nowhere safe to set up.
Yeah, it's always the same song, just in a slightly different key, it feels like. You know, like there's always just a little bit of a different form of disaster they find themselves in. Speaking of disaster, Australia loses their IGL and superstar Tiggleton very early. That's a painful loss after a solid start to the day for Team Australia. Still 3 players up, though. Still a lot they can do. Plenty of tremendous fragging potential in that Australian squad. And see if UK can maybe find this edge position they've got, find a little bit more value in this game than they have so far throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, Vex just being able to kind of sneak up on Australia there, surprising them somehow. And again, watching that same old setup for China, which is just drive around, hope for the best, come in late. Hasn't really been favoring them at all in the event so far, and being down a player to start off this game as well is unlikely to help out. Simoy will get knocked, and this rotate from Indonesia's looking a little bit cursed. Germany back into the points club for game 2. They missed out in game 1.
Yeah, even the poor US didn't like that. Explodes in the end. And Germany trying to fan out, trying to control their edge as best as they can. USA, potentially China, going to be getting involved. Korea going to be setting themselves up on the edge, trying to punish the teams that are getting their setups in this field. Argentina going to take a crack at it. And damage done, but nothing super significant until there. DraftKing, that P90, back himself up, has taken quite a bit. Emic as well, going to get knocked. It's actually, who else? Thailand today. They've got 2 knocked. They've got them all. A little bit of help from Korea, but just a firing line for Thailand again.
Yeah, Argentina did a magic trick. 1 second they're there, the next they've disappeared.
Oof.
Not sure that that's going to be one they want to be doing anymore. Wow.
Argentina? Yeah.
Who?
I don't know, they're gone.
They're gone. They're gone in front of my eyes.
Yeah. If I can't see them with my eyes, then that means they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like peekaboo, right?
Have a look at this setup from Turkey. Portable shield. Set up next to the cars, keeping a little bit safer.
Put a blanket on there. Got yourself a nice pillow for it.
Yeah. Kind of fun. Turkish car meet.
Norway.
Down.
Yeah. Norway's up on the northwest side. America's still looming, though. Like, look where Snakers is. He is way on the outside of this formation. That could catch Norway a little bit off guard. Like, there might be an opportunity, especially with that damage done. If the United States kind of collapses this crescent they've set up around Norway, I don't know. We'll see. But for now, it seems like USA is happy to just plant their feet and turret around and keep other teams from taking their position. China, though, I don't know, Jordan. I mean, they've got, the thing is China's safe for at least another circle, you would think, because they've got high ground, they've got some trees up there, they've got cover. And I say that and someone gets knocked. I am just, it's just like they can do no right.
Whoa, a couple of shots in onto Xiao Didi. Very nearly getting finished off right here. He's lucky to be alive. Doesn't look like Germany's quite going to be able to find that flush. Cover of smokes, cover of the vehicle. Keep him alive. But man, it is tough going for China. They've only just passed the double digits.
I mean, I'm just flabbergasted. It's crazy to see them struggle this much.
Yeah.
And in a spot like that where, you know, Xiao Wu should, I would think, have an understanding of what angles are dangerous from that position, because he almost got flushed. And it cost them a vehicle basically to save him, because that car, that coupe, got lit up. Now the circle's going to shift away from them to make it even harder. They have to go through a lot of open field, and I think they should wait this one out. I don't think they need to be in any rush. So I think you'd like to be the last team to this party. Anytime you're in a field like this, I think you're much better off just being the last team on that edge, because you need as little angles as possible looking at you when you get to those flat open areas.
Well, something brewing right now between Norway and the USA, and surely it's going to pop off in a second. Tekis has gotten the knock on the Shrimsy. Speaking of which, by the way, China, they are not playing this one slow at all. They've decided to go early. And they may be running into the same kind of crossfire that Argentina were.
Oh, there's a shelter here.
But they've got their little cubby hole.
This is an Akeslef special. He loves those things.
UK on the move as well. Oh, this is looking pretty rough. Gauntlet run for sure. Taikon going to take Tex out through the vehicle. rest of UK getting past okay for the moment. The kill confirmation will go the way of College Marco. Michael's run himself over. It's not gone well for UK. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Burnt like a crisp.
It's, yeah. The UK team is overcooked for sure so far this event. And they're gonna try to find some level of safety with just a buggy and a UAS. Fluky watching Germany cut through the firing lines of Korea. United States as well is peeled off of their fight with Norway, content to let Australia deal with them. It's an opening knock for Monty. Canada has to worry about the German team crashing in onto the other side of the warehouse. The more time you can buy here. I just saw Shinboy there with a DBS in hand as well, but it's not loaded. Is he gonna have time to get it there? Germany pausing, take an opportunity to throw some grenades through the windows. They're gonna find one. It's a knock-in return as well from Finn. Shinboy trying to hide, trying to keep that DBS up and running. When Germany eventually crashes through, oh God, Norway, they're in trouble.
Yeah, you don't do this, not against Seoul. The flash, it looks good, but somehow no one can get inside. Spectro trying to toss a molly, but that is the end of Norway. It was a desperate call, and it has not worked out. USA getting in on the thick of things there as well, but put down a step by Seoul. Somehow Korea keep all 4 players alive.
I am shocked that this hasn't gone worse for Germany. And Onyx catches Monty, leftovers from a fight up on the hill, take him down. However, good news for Australia, they've got 2 players who have managed to get ahead into the current circle. Are they going to be in the next one? Not quite, just barely outside of it, and we are centering up on this compound that Canada and Germany are deciding to share. But I tell you what, there could be some fun finishes around there. A lot of terrain to work with, a lot of buildings.
Yeah, desperate times calling for desperate measures. Maybe we'll see another team try to crash in onto that. It doesn't look like USA is interested in that. Flood's actually got the knock onto Inonix, and the USA are going to try and use that as an opportunity to push their way forward here, to put some pressure onto Korea. Blue zone nades getting tossed out will force them out of the shelter. Evan's going to fire a couple back on in the direction of USA to slow their push down. They have dropped a member, and they're hiding behind those smokes trying to get the revive. This feels like kind of mutually assured destruction for Korea and USA if they end up fighting. Both of them are outside of the zone at the moment.
Neither of them has much of a choice. It's going to be impossible to wrap into the skinny tree for us from this spot. China right at the stairs. Nurens lets loose. Ooh. It just comes up short. And now it's alert, danger. That one's going to bounce past. The molly hits the edge of the stairs. Is it going all the way in? Is it catching these Chinese players? No! It's stopping up just short. Smokes have to come through. They have to find a way out.
Well, USA have decided they don't want to fight Korea, and instead they're going to go for the rotate down south, and that is exactly where Thailand are set up. Shrimsy and Purdy in the same vehicle, but they're doing okay for the moment, following in the footsteps of Kickstart until Lyrics unleashes. That's the end of Purdy, no doubt about that one.
A moment to breathe, but Lukey's trying to bounce some grenades in there. That one's good. Shrimsy on low HP gets knocked. Kickstart at half. Trying to see what he can do to salvage this round. The blue has arrived, but he's got the blue zone bag, so he can survive for a little bit longer. Thailand's aware of it, takes him down. They are on fire today.
Well, Seoul is as well. And he's also a bit of a number onto Thailand right here, who will lose Lyrics. Nade over the top here into the smoke's going to do some decent damage on the Nurens when he's out in the zone there. That's going to be a real problem. He's going to have to sit and pop a med kit. He hasn't had time. That nade has actually forced the knock onto Nurens in the blink of an eye. It's all gone wrong for Thailand. China are surviving by the skin of their teeth, but they're surviving.
The confidence, just taking so many fights so effectively, finally bites them in the butt. There's going to be another knock. Oh, Jacob just gets destroyed by Hima. Salute trying to make it rain onto China, who's finally, for the first time in this event, found themselves in placement points. Just trying to scurry their way up the hill, but it's actually Shinboy with the Dragunov from afar. He's going to find a knock. Just Ming Ming left for the Chinese team. Salute's going to claim that point onto Godby. And China not much left to do in this game. There's just so much open ground they have to cover. Fluky continues to absolutely pop off. 4 kills, 10 total for Thailand.
I mean, that's not a bad game. Even if you go out in 7th here, put that next to the 19 kill win that they've just had, they're going to be very happy with the start of the day. Erangel has definitely been kind to Thailand. But who's going to win this game from here going forward? Korea have 3. They're also not inside of the zone. So while they're a threatening-looking team, it's an uphill battle, definitely. Could well be either Canada or Germany sitting inside that compound. Vietnam have got 3 up as well. They've got Turkey headed in their direction. Taekwondo farming so far. 2 knocks from him, and that's the end of Turkey. Honestly, it feels like the kind of circle where as soon as you get in a car, you are donezo.
That's a good timing here for Korea, though. They wait for Turkey. They've been doing this all tournament. They let someone else make a move, and then they'll try something either a little bit similar or different off the back of it. And they're able to crash that same angle that Germany took. However, Ming Ming still here. Ming Ming reveals his position with those shots. Now all eyes turn into his direction, and he's just like, yeah, blue zone bag running out. Maybe I can heal through this. Maybe I can find another positioning point. He's got 2 first aid kits to pop and see if he gets through, but I don't think it's going to matter. If there's any more first aids in there, does he have enough time to get another one off? I don't think so. I think this one's cursed.
I mean, even if he were.
Oh, he got it, just barely.
Where does he go from here? What does he do? It's just going to be survive as long as you can and hope that maybe that last Thai player gets found. I don't think he's popping his head back up. Slowly creeping his way towards the next death box. There may be some more meds in there.
This is the last circle he can do this in. He cannot do this again.
I don't know if he gets there.
This is kind of hilarious, though.
I'm rooting for him. Let's go.
You know what? At this point, yeah.
Oh, he's got 2 more.
2 more. Okay. The real question is can he get more placement points?
Yes.
He can. That's huge.
Well, worth.
Look, for what it's worth, it's actually a great play.
Never say never.
Yeah. Well done. Now, if he finds a kill, no. Okay.
Well, now he's done. It was a nice effort. Congratulations, Ming Ming. But your run ends here. And it gets a little bit of a scattered applause from the audience as well. They appreciate it just as much as we do.
Everybody like that. Well, nobody is at full strength. Everybody's taken some casualties so far. You've got 3 for Korea, 3 for Canada, 3 for Vietnam, 2 for Germany. Just these next 2 circles are actually pretty important, especially for the teams on the outside of this compound looking in. You know, if you can get some help to force some of these teams a little bit out of their entrenched positions, but shifts to the northwest. Vietnam has to make a tough decision. One thing you can surprisingly do here is wrap. If you still have vehicles, you can drive all the way around and come in from the front. I've seen it done before.
Maybe.
And there's only 2 guns at Germany that you have to worry about on that eastern edge. So that's doable. You have an angle that you can attack from there, or you can wait for another team to try to make their entry in. But the thing is nobody else has to. Everybody else can just plant their feet at where they're at. They don't have to make any moves. So it's on Vietnam. The impetus is on them.
Looks like they might just try to run in, dump a bunch of smokes.
You can do that too. You can run towards the water tower.
Or drive in.
Yeah.
One way or the other. Korea's trying to get on the roof.
Why not?
Well, here goes Vietnam. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Taekwondo got knocked, but Chris has actually been finished. Oh, Rex is pushed out. Germany getting eliminated. Himas is burning, has to pop that med kit. Oh, dear.
Oh.
He's just going to survive, but for how long? Because the push is coming in. The wrap is in from Canada. Haisaki might have spotted that one out. Potentially be giving up his life for it. Vietnam in the end getting eliminated. Himas was in that clump. So now it's Korea up against Canada, and surely, is there a way that Korea steals this game away from the position they were in? It did not feel possible, but this could be the 3rd win on the board of the event so far for Korea.
Well, they just got such a good pulse for the game. They know when they need to accelerate. They know when they need to decelerate. I love that move by Vietnam. It's the right play. It's really the only play they have there, and they make the most of it, frankly. Get some extra kills. Great job here by Canada to capitalize on that. See if they can find their first win of the event. See if they can prevent this Korean powerhouse from really running away with this. 89 points already for your first place team. It's 3 members. Anonix, the only one not alive. Heaven, Salute, Seoul. Finna, Shinboy, Sock for Canada. Doors are going to be closed. Battle lines have been drawn. Phase 8 awaits. And that is really all we're looking for. And by the way, Pimas has his 50th kill. He is so good at this game.
Solid stuff.
He is outrageous.
Patience a virtue now for both Korea and Canada. Here I've got a player on the roof to worry about. Tense times. As you can see, concentration in the audience is at an all-time high.
Praying for the circle. But it doesn't matter too much. It just centers up. And even though that it slightly favors Korea, this really just comes down to gunfights in my book. Who's going to take the right positionings at the right time? So Canada, curious how they want to roll about this. Are they going to do like a 2-1 split? Are they going to kind of let everyone sort of push together, try to go for the 1-1-1? Going to set up a little bit of a barricade out in the open. Yep, trying to cover that angle around the edge, around the fence line.
Yeah, get an off angle as well. I don't know that anyone's necessarily going to be expecting that. Maybe someone from Canada tries to push out into the field.
Exactly.
To get their own angle. Evan's going to cover it. Nade over the top. Oh, Shinboy. Need to be careful. And I'll tell you what, Korea are going to know that that nade has hit just because of the noise that gets made.
Exactly. You can feel the crowd in your chest in moments like that. Even with the noise-canceling headphones, there's still vibrations through the stage. And still a frag, though. A couple mollies, a lot of smokes for Team Canada. So you could say that maybe Korea has a slight position advantage. However, Canada has a huge util advantage. Huge. That's going to give them the opportunities to cover their approaches, pick their direction. Sock gets spotted, almost gets taken out. Korea really making the most of it. Seoul finds Shinboy out around the edge.
Been looking for the trade.
Yep.
This nade has to hit. It's not going to. That's bad news for Korea. For Canada, I should say. Great news for Korea. Maybe Sok can find Seoul if he tries to cross here. If he gets a little bit greedy. The shots just do not connect. Nor even onto Heaven. And then Finn comes running around the corner. The comms from Canada, just not it. So that'll leave Sok alone. And he is a fish in a barrel. And, well, Korea have an unorthodox way of fishing, but it works. And they get themselves a third win on the board here at Nations Cup 2024. What a clean way to do it as well. Didn't lose a single player in that 3-on-3.
Seoul let the crowd know he is the best in this event. And he is here to show you why. Korea now already in the lead, now in a commanding position to potentially repeat here in Seoul, to go back-to-back at PNC. They are just so efficient, so clean. You make one small mistake, and they will rip around away from you. Just ridiculously good stuff. I mean, so patient from them. They were having to move time and time again with those circles. And really the only mistake was Anonix trying to play an anchor position and gets punished for it. That's it.
Yep. I mean, it's looking fantastic for Korea, isn't it? Back on top. Into first place quite comfortably after that game. A little bit of a break, have a bit of a chat. Think about what are we going to do going into Taego, into Rondo. Those were two maps that they played phenomenally on yesterday. So we might see a bit of a snowball here from Korea on day 2 as well. And you can get used to that kind of an image. I've never seen a little more of it, but it is what it is. For the rest of the teams, it's kind of about playing catch up at this point in time. And this is where it all kicked off. Chinese Taipei, Japan running into one another. It seems like their fortunes are somewhat intertwined. I've seen those two teams go up against one another quite a lot, and actually they're right next to each other on the scoreboard as well. Thailand, though, I feel like of the day today, Thailand have been the team that has really come alive. They're the one that has awakened for day 2.
Well, it seems like they went back to the drawing board after yesterday and chose violence, and chose it well. They just look so much more aggressive than they did yesterday. It felt like yesterday they were really trying to play for those mid to late game positions, you know, really trying to find those opportunities to get deep into games and then come alive sort of accelerate a little bit towards the end, but instead today they're just fighting edges. They're just saying, okay, at the beginning of that game, they're like, oh, there's a fight across the road from us. Let's third party it. Okay, we got some kills. Okay, into the skinny tree forest where we can just third party every fight that possibly could exist in this lobby. They get a ton of kills out of it.
Yeah, great stuff. Love this as well. Beautiful finish from Korea. Went fishing, again, unorthodox, but they got the job done. Get an interview with Korea as well, I think, so that's exciting.
Yeah, let's take a listen in and see what Korea has to say after their big win.
Hello guys, I'm joined by Team Korea's Ainonix scoring their already third chicken dinner here at PNC 2024. 벌써 PNC 2024에서 세 번째 치킨을 드신 한국의 이노닉스 선수 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. It's already the third chicken dinner. Tell me, how is it so easy for you? 벌써 세 번째 치킨을 드셨는데 어떻게 이렇게 오늘도 해내셨나요?
뭐 딱히 제가 한 건 없는 것 같고 여기 나머지 선수들이 너무 잘해준 것 같아서 저는 이번 판도 일찍 죽었지만 우리 팀 3명이 이렇게 치킨을 먹어줄 거라 믿고 있었어요.
You know, I didn't really do much, but I had my faith in my 3 teammates that they would secure their chicken dinner again today. And you know, yesterday when you guys were walking in, I noticed a little dance, and I thought, oh, we would like to see more of that. So maybe you could give it a shot again. 이제 어제 등장하셨을 때 잠깐 뭐 춤사위를 보긴 봤었거든요. 그거 다시 한번 보여줄 수 있을까요?
알겠습니다. 하면 되나요?
아, 역시 승자는 여유롭습니다. 다시 축하드립니다. Alright, that was Team Korea's Ainonix with his little chicken dance, and we'll be back to the desk.
My man's got some moves.
I was just actually, Paperthin was just saying he was going to give it a try as well. So
what was it like? I actually don't. Is
stand
it like,
up and give it a try?
No. I can't stand up.
I don't know, man.
We cannot show the bottom halves of our
that's
bodies.
true.
Remember this?
You know what? You're probably right. For the people at home, I think it is safer if Paperthin, in fact, does not stand up. So we'll just leave it to your imagination what kind of dance
for the best
he can do. But hey, I mean, plenty of reasons to be dancing for Korea at the moment. They're playing phenomenally, obviously. And you've got to be looking at that if you're USA and starting to get a bit worried because today has definitely not been as solid of a day from USA, but Korea are looking as good as yesterday. You know, there's not really much higher that they can necessarily go, I don't think. Like, this is just perfection every single time. Yeah, they can lose a player here and there potentially, but even with 3, they're able to convert that game. And that was not an easy game for them to win at all. And again, here's another man of the match from Seoul. So how many are we at now? Probably 3. So he's doing very well for himself.
I mean, the thing is with all 3 of their wins, none of them were easy. Like, they had to fight for space. They had to aggressively take positions and fight teams, you know, to get the spots they wanted a lot of the time and, you know, take risks and do a lot of the things that they can do better than anybody else so far in this event, and they've done it so well. And this man right here is doing everything that you could ever want. He continues to just be outrageously good once again at PNC. So 19 points. Vietnam, though, big game for them. Another one of those teams that was out in that skinny tree forest, you know, claiming lives, along with Thailand. Canada is a good one. Their best game so far, I think.
They needed it. They did need it going into that game, sitting in 12th on 23 points. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they needed that win far more than Korea needed it. But you can just see the differential between those 2 teams. And here's Korea right on the cusp of breaking at triple figures, and they have built out a pretty massive lead. 96 points.
They're just on one right now. I mean, really, really impressed with them so far. So guys, we're gonna take a break. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back here soon. PNC 2024 rolls on. All right, we'll see you later. Sorry, a little bit of a goof up there, but we jumped the gun on the commercial break. That's okay. We're going now.
No contest. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. You the best. You the best. No contest. contest.
It's that feeling that makes you wanna. It's that feeling that makes you wanna.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
We the best, no contest. My clique is the best. We the best, There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best. We the best. There ain't no rest. For the wicked, I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest, there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best.
And welcome back, everybody, to PNC 2024. Erangel is done for today, and Team Korea comes through with a commanding lead as we leave the green fields and head over to some other maps that are actually rather green as well.
Yep.
We have Rondo and Tego coming at you for these next two games, and yeah, if you just kind of keep predicting Korea, it's going pretty good for you.
It is. It is going pretty good. Look, we've kind of got a pretty good spread there. Still not so sold on the China voters, but look, I think one thing I will say is you guys need to give a bit of love to Norway and Thailand. Like, especially Thailand, I feel like, who's not voting Thailand today? Come on, man. Today has been Thailand's day, if not Korea's. And on your screens, they're looking pretty comfortable. They got their little hand fans. I had the pleasure of partaking in some hand fan usage over the last week in Vietnam. Very, very useful. But don't know how useful that's going to be going into Rondo, because this was Korea's world, at least yesterday. We'll see if that changes up today.
Yeah, let's get rolling. Let's get onto the rolling hills of Rondo. How does that work? You got to come up with that, you know, that phrase for each map. And I just want to steal Kilaris's thunder before he comes up with something.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he's got the grassy pastures. I'm not sure who came up with Dusty Dunes. That sounds like Kilaris too. Grassy pastures might have been Toffees though. But anyway, rolling hills of Rondo. What do you think?
Rolling hills of Rondo. I don't mind it.
Okay.
I think it's workable.
Coined and minted.
Okay, you're ready to lock it in.
I am.
I was ready to.
I'm being greedy.
I can entertain it, man.
All right. I appreciate you. Thanks for vibing with me on that. Oh, the dual planes.
I mean, I'm here for it.
Crisscross applesauce on this one.
Crisscross applesauce. That's better than the rolling hills of Rondo.
Is it? It's a very American thing that we say that. I think it's when you're like kids and you want kids to like sit down and cross their legs so they like don't get all.
How is this a thing?
I don't know, man. We're Americans. We're weird.
Wild.
So, I mean, in theory, it kind of depends on which plane you're on. Could have some access to stuff, and that's not access to anything for Finn.
Well, we didn't see this yesterday.
No.
There was no contest between Brazil and Canada.
That's Jordana City.
Well,
plane's not even done.
Trying to figure out what happened there. I think Finn might have dropped south of the river.
Yeah.
And that's where Brazil decided they wanted to land. So that's kind of more on Brazil than anything else, because Canada was in Jordana City yesterday. We did actually have that contest from, it was Chinese Taipei, and I'm trying to remember who it was, yesterday. I don't know that that's going to happen again. But China and the USA going to go head-to-head around test track. Circle sort of shifting up there as well. Might end up being a pretty pivotal position. Maybe China just wants to skedaddle. I don't know if I want to be taking a fight against the US right now.
Maybe they could take some laps. Got that track to practice your driving a little bit there. You know what's really funny is talking to Shrimsy after the match yesterday, I was like, man, you guys played great today.
Yep.
And the funny thing is every player is like this. Like, they can have the best day in the history of PUBG Esports, and they'll be like, but, you know, I could have done X, Y, Z better.
Yeah.
He was saying, I trolled my team on this map because I flipped my car twice, and it kind of slowed us down and kind of screwed us in the way we wanted to play this map, and may have cost us, you know, a lot of points in this game. And he's like, and I hadn't flipped a car this year, or at least at a LAN.
Hey, that might tie into your rolling hills of Rondo a little bit.
There you go. The rolling cars of Rondo.
Rolling cars. Yeah, I mean, look, when you're talking to those players, any player really is going to have a moment in every game where they're going to go, I could have done this a little bit better. So I think that you don't get to this level of competition by just being happy and resting on your laurels. You know, there's always something to improve on if you're someone that's competing at this kind of an event.
For sure. I mean, this is the thing about PUBG in general is you can always do something better.
Yep.
No matter how good of a game you play, there's always like a moment that's going to stick in your head and be like, I could have got this shot to land, or if I had just taken this angle or X, Y, Z, then you could have had a little bit more success. We will be PNC champions following Tiggleton's EWC win. Yep. I like the confidence. I mean, like Tiggleton said, the vibes are good on this squad, and again, they team fight well. It's just they need to find those deeper placement points to back it up, and then they're gonna really do some damage.
It's Coach Rain dreams of playing the last match to bring home the trophy. What a storyline that would be. Someone out, food poisoning, I don't know. Happens every now and then. Probably not here.
He's wishing for ill on his team.
Yeah, he wants to be there. He wants to play the final game and lift the trophy. Look,
I think he just means he wants to, even as a coach, win. I think, right?
No, I think my interpretation of that is he wants to be in the server and win the game.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a good player.
Yeah.
Rain's really good.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he's not a player, you know?
Yeah. Seen him. He was PGS1 last year. Played really well. Last chicken dinner on Rondo was Korea, indeed.
12 kill win.
And they're really spread out right now in their early looting phase. This is the cool thing I think about Rondo, personally, is actually there's a lot of quote-unquote trash loot that's actually perfectly fine to spread out and drop at, because most of the buildings are like 2 or 3,
sure,
and they have a fair amount of loot in them. More than that in a lot of cases.
Yeah, so Australia's called the early emergency parachute, and that'll be Flood doing a bit of scouting. Oh, it's been spotted. Only going to be an 11 damage shot, but as soon as you get hit up in the air there, you do get a little bit scared. He's flying potentially over the top of Vietnam, so if they look up and start firing some shots, he's going to be a little scared. Yeah, he's going to have to get down on the ground pretty quick smart here. But, mission successful. He has got some information.
It is so hard to shoot people out of the air like that, and like he's already been hit a couple times. Oh my God!
Imagine if one of them was a headshot.
He'd be dead.
But he's not.
Nice landing though.
Yeah.
Sticks the landing on the patio. Well done. Airplane for Adam. Lun. Watching Argentina. Just mostly drive by, but Pippa's still here, right by Zenon. Actually, now takes that Pico bus and scoots away.
Bus goes quick, eh?
It's so fast. Those electric cars got some ups.
I do appreciate the attention to detail, right? Like, if you've ever been to China, like, it is like this.
Yeah.
There's electric vehicles everywhere.
No, I mean, really, truly, like, the map designers in this game, full stop, are really good at making the maps feel like where they're supposed to be.
Honestly, the cars look like that, too.
Yeah. For sure. This is just, the temples in particular look phenomenal. Voltaire and Antego are very similar to what you're going to see in their respective countries. That's a great gun for T-Bone to find. Let's see if that can turn the tide for the UK. Korea's just watching. No 15x scope? Come on, man.
No.
Yeah, no.
Stanky.
That thing's hard to use. This car's awesome. Love this thing. Just a slightly better UAS in most respects. Drives great. Although I usually turn mine into the Aston Martin.
You gotta love it. I love the interior detail as well. Again, you know, a lot of Chinese cars look exactly like that. Just giant screen. Sometimes I went in a car in China one time. They had 3 screens.
3 screens?
Yep.
For what?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Just one was showing the car and the other one was whatever. Anyway. Not how it's going to work out too kindly for Japan. And there's James again. Just always somewhere. You know, he's always somewhere doing something.
And that's just like a bit of a scouting mission there for Kane. He's not even really trying to do anything crazy there. He's just trying to go outside of Jiaotin, see if he can get a little bit more info, and just Jeans just happens to be there. That's, you know, who knows how much of that is just random, chaos of PUBG, or if Jeans did a little bit of scouting and kind of had seen something in a video where he might be able to punish a team, or just playing the map, knew that he could potentially catch somebody off guard in that spot.
This does look very peaceful for Adam, but for the couple of bullets that are whizzing past his head. Looks to be pretty okay, though.
It's all good, G. I wish you could see the speed that these are going at, because there's actually some important things that come into play, like in terms of stalling or not stalling in the gliders. Yep. There's a minimum speed you have to be maintaining. And that's where it get a little bit dire. Yeah, just got to do some damage to that glider. It's pretty hard to hit the pilot. But the glider itself, relatively flimsy. Doesn't take too long to take it down. Some covering fire here from Silzen to make sure that his team can get into the positions they would like to. A little bit of an off angle here from Pippa, but I think it's been noted by Vietnam because they are really looking that way. Oh, Adam. Oh, no. Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa!
yes! Oh, yes! How about that? Savior, he's made a meal of it. Adam survives on 3 HP. I don't know. He should be able to get the flush here. That's so painful for Chinese Taipei. Adam knew he was up the creek without a paddle. He had to take what he could get. 1 point is about as good as you can ask for there. And, well, every single point is an important one. But down to 2 now. The rest of this game can be pretty difficult. Chinese Taipei, they kind of want to let him know. Not happy about it. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about it.
No. By all accounts, you think you have Adam dead to rights there, but Adam just finds his spray instantly. Finds a point. Driving up and over the bridges. I mean, they're not necessarily designed for that, but that's okay. You can still drive over them anyway.
I think you might get a public nuisance charge for that.
Yeah, but there's no police here to stop them, so you know what? It's the Wild Wild West in the Battleground server. No one here to hand out a ticket. They can do what they want.
I've seen another emergency parachute, I think, for Australia. Just keep an eye on that, whether or not someone's back up in the sky again doing some scouting. Anyway, top 4 damage dealers for Rondo. No surprises that 3 of the 4 are Korean players.
Himas up there. Well, he's just always crazy, man. I am so impressed with like him and Hisaki in particular. I mean, obviously Taikon when he was on servers too, but those 2 players have been so good in recent history. Just the step up from Vietnam has been just so fun to watch.
It's going to be a bit of a step up now with this zone shift going a little further north. We've got a lot of teams starting to try and fill their way in. All those southern-based teams you can see in unison are driving northward. It's like a great migration. Canada running into Brazil, but hoping that they don't. Then, of course, they have Argentina to worry about as well. Brazil have gotten through mostly unscathed. Turkey are quite close by. There are some real battles starting to pop up around the map. It's Japan versus UK, Turkey versus Argentina, Brazil, Canada. And 8's looking not too bad. Japan okay.
This is, everybody wants center circle on this. And there's some water on the northern side. That's definitely kind of funneling some of the teams down in this direction. But E-Map's telling everybody that should be center on this circle. James finding a few shots to connect. A little bit of a crossfire there. Indonesia trying to relieve some of the pressure, at least on one side or another. Yomic went down to half. Teddy's like, nope, I'm done. How did that grenade not do more damage? Well, because he's prone. Oh, so close. Oh my God.
Simo's gonna get out of there. Just get out of dodge, mate. This setup from Australia looking like maybe a little bit of a transitionary position for the moment. They're actually kind of heading in the direction of Techers. Sort of backfilling for Norway.
Some cover to, again, to try to help Indonesia, but that's not probably exactly where they wanted it to land. I mean, you don't have a lot of control over that, but it's not in the ideal spots, surely. It's close to the hill so they can get a little bit extra help out of it, but anytime they peek up anywhere, they're immediately getting popped. So Indonesia just gonna vibe. Australia driving dangerously close to Korean territory. Instead are gonna set up shop, but Korea feels like they have a surround, and this was the name of the game for them. Set up these crossfires with the DMRs. See if they can do some damage. Nonic has the barrel out as well. Luke's super weak.
That nade's gonna knock him.
That's a really good grenade, and he's trying to go for the heel. Oh, he just got it off in time. Doesn't matter. Nonic's still able to find the shots. Oh my God, finds another. The headshots are glorious. One bullet left in the chamber. He's still able to get the job done.
They really had to do my boys like that, didn't they? Monty holding onto a nade. See if he gets this one nicely placed. Not quite in the end. Korea just going to crash in onto Australia. Tiggleton trying to make some magic happen here. Pushing his way out. Needed some help. Doesn't get it. Monty gets himself one, but goes down to Salute. And it's all on Tiggleton. Surely there's just no way forward here for Australia. Iononics secures 2. Salute another couple. And Australia will take their first 16th place.
And here comes Vietnam. Hungry for points. And they have been trying to third-party fights time and time again. Couple knocks onto Korea. They're going to let loose with some grenades, and they're able to find the first. That's the flush onto Heaven. Salute found as well. The only Anonix alive right now for Team Korea. This aggressive maneuver that they made, they knew they had Australia in a bad position, and it's the same position that Australia was in. Korea's now also on the same foot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got
to leave. Yeah. This is done.
This is the exact same thing that Vietnam did yesterday, right? There was a fight between China and Australia. And Australia won that one. Vietnam third-partied it. This time, Korea and Australia. Korea wins that one. Vietnam third-parties it. Comes away with a couple of points. This is looking like a fun time. I mean, I don't know what you're into, Paper Thin, but doesn't look like a particularly great place for a sleepover.
Yeah, no. Not my ideal. I need to have a little bit of space.
Bit more space, thank you very much.
And the snoring might be a factor in there.
Can't deal.
Now the basketball court's going to be the home for Germany. This gives them a ton of control. You can see a lot, actually, from these compounds. Where China is okay, but really the basketball courts have a slightly better position on you down there. All right, sure, why not? They're trying to hunt him down. The hunters become the hunted there. Look at poor Argentina. Oh, they just have that Pico bus to cover. I don't know, Jordan. That's not fun.
Yeah, I'm not really sold on it. They're going to pop a couple more pieces of cover down. Flares, but they've got to be careful, man. Saw what happened yesterday. Now the bus is blown up. It's not a fun place to be if you're Argentina, but at least they're surviving for the moment. Funnily enough, Taikon and the rest of Vietnam are kind of on their way away from Iononics. We were just catching up with that for a second.
That's out in the blue now.
One man has turned away a full team.
I can see them off screen taking some shots at each other, but they are clear out by Yu Lin. Yeah, here he is. Onyx did a little dance. He's going to have to dance his way into this circle, and he's got Indonesia right ahead of him. Vietnam is harassing him the whole way through. They are just angry, it feels like. That's just their game plan. That's just the way they roll.
Yeah, can I just say, China flying under the radar a little bit this game. Zone shift isn't going to be the best for them, but it's definitely not bad. But first time in a while, we've actually seen them in the zone with 4 players alive in the mid to late game. So hopefully this is actually where we get to see something from China, and that is being highlighted as well by the observers. kind of has to happen now. There goes Inonix. It was a good effort.
Well, Akarin from Indonesia going to find that kill. Japan in actually an interesting spot. It's just getting to, if it goes into those fields, it can be a little bit tricky. Brazil also has a pretty okay-ish spot. Canada finds themselves on the outside of all of this looking in, trying to do what they can. PNC fans. Some maybe Seoul fans, maybe Seoul's parents, I'm not sure, but like, regardless, a lot of people here showed up to cheer on their various teams. Vietnam took so much time. This is the problem, like, they're so fight hungry that they end up in these situations where they are in a very dangerous position on the very edge of the circle with a couple different teams. Actually having angles, 18, traded out, it's Chris, finds him, it's Chris trying to loop around, go bus. I got some pretty good, some torque on those wheels, able to get back here, and I don't think there's much that Norway can do for 80.
No, I don't think there's much hope at all. Oh, in the meanwhile, Brazil is pushing their way in to the duo of Canada, and that's not going to work out very kindly. Shinboy, he's trying his best, he's fighting hard. He's not going to be able to get too much more than that one knock onto LFP1. That's a pretty good breach from Brazil, all things considered. Indonesia not really in a position to try and punish that. So Brazil have carved out their little slice of paradise here on Rondo for the next zone or two. Spectro being pushed by Chris, he's not aware of that. He hasn't heard him.
Yeah, this is Germany starting to really find their moments. This kind of unorthodox playstyle they have now coming to fruition. They're picking Norway apart one by one, but look who it is. It's Thailand starting to hit some headshots, starting to take players out. James' Molly actually finds Pains, gets a knock onto him, but that's the go signal for Thailand to roll up into this fight. Saw the M249 in the hands of a player. It's Chris is gonna find the flush onto James. Norway is done. Now Vietnam, nowhere really left to run. A lot of options actually for Vietnam to try to put pressure onto this compound that China has. The windows looking out aren't that great, but China's still able to find Taikon.
Yeah, it's a big fight for China. Honestly, they need points on the board, and Vietnam is a fairly threatening squad, but it's looking pretty good so far for China. Xiaowu Didi alongside God V finding opening knocks onto Vietnam. Nade being held here by Himas and gone out, but no killing blow coming from that one, and China surviving for the moment, but no way. Himas, he's got the double knock, and the Nade to follow it up as well. What is going on right now? China, what is happening? Cloris has been team-naded by Himas. He had the Panzerfaust in hand as well.
He got Ming Ming with it, and it's done.
What?
Himas has done it. Cloris got Ming Ming with a Panzerfaust, and Himas with the grenades and a little bit of gunfire just wipes him out. China
explosives.
Yeah, China just looks lost. That hurts a lot. T-Bone from the UK, right as Nurens wanted to open up with that AK. It's Miko with that M249. And Indonesia stuck under a bridge. And there is no toll to be collected there. It's a knock for T-Bone, Mark 14, finding a lot of value. And yeah, Simoy, good luck, my friend. That is not a fun spot to be in.
Nope.
Yep.
Trying to be a little bridge troll. Bridge trolls.
Absolutely not.
Germany, a little bit wounded. On their way in silently, but not silent enough to creep up on the USA. Look at them, they've scurried out. They're like ants coming out of their nest, looking for some food, and they're very hungry. And indeed, it will be successful for USA. The trap was sprung, really. Purdy has been knocked. Germany can sit back and relax after that. Still top 5, but today hasn't quite been the same as it was yesterday for Germany. Purdy with the unfortunate loss for USA.
These Vietnam players are just on the warpath this game. Oh, what a knock. XK. Sparking. Oh, there's a grenade in hand as well for Kraken. Sparking trying to hold the line as the last player alive for Brazil, but he is mega beat up. Fans hitting him from another angle. Turkey's trying to blow through, but Japan has great sightlines down into this compound. And they are putting the hurt on everyone on the southern edge.
Yeah, happy to see it. Japan needs their points. They've been missing out a little bit today. 11th and then 16th in the first 2 games.
Oh, and look who it is. Oh, might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Akers finds the knock with the glories. Himas. One with the blues over there. That's a frag right in his face. Hit him in the chin. That's some sweet chin music for USA. They're taking Vietnam down. Sparking, I don't know, man. This is nearly impossible. Wow, that's a great seat spot.
Yeah, not an option anymore. And eventually he'll be found by Smash. It was a good attempt from Sparking, but that'll be the end of that for Brazil. Another game which just doesn't quite come together. Thailand do get eliminated in 6th now. I gotta say, UK, they've been keeping their heads down. And it might be a little bit of a resurgence game from UK, who had only 1 placement point going into this game for the entire event so far. Well, they're going to pick up a couple more now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance for a lot of different teams in this. Honestly, because the center of the circle is a lot of fields. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for everybody to find their timing, find their moment. There's a little bit of water in here, too. You can drive through it, but just enough of a defilade here for USA to settle up on. But Argentina's already got grenades prepped. Snakers has one of his own in response. Who's going to find those knocks? Grenades are raining through. They're right on top of kicking. Snakers both down. Snakers just about out. Trying to scoot away as best as he can. Shrimsy with a motorcycle just saying, okay, well, that didn't work. What else can we do? Well, he's actually going to go for the res. A little bit dangerous here.
Can't get away with that, surely. Yeah, Snakers is done. It's just Shrimsy to try and save it for USA. But they're into the top 5 again, you know, not a bad shout. Slightly catching Korea off of this game. They got an extra kill over them, some more placement points as well. So closing the distance somewhat. Nobody else is really going to be in the conversation, but if Turkey has a big win, if UK has a big win, it's definitely very possible with the 4 players they've got alive.
Well, Turkey in particular, they get a big win. They're right back in this thing.
Yep. UK kind of need the big win.
Yeah, they desperately need that. Argentina would love one as well.
Yeah, a bit harder to make the argument for Argentina at this point. Especially with Shrimsy kind of just, you know, lurking around, seeing what he can do.
That was a tough angle no matter what. I mean, even if he was able to catch Argentina a little bit off guard, United Kingdom was going to have an angle onto him, so Shrimsy gets backed off one way or another. He's going to go for the grenade. Has quite a few. Oh, Shrimsy! That's fire, buddy. And now the blue. Oh, Shrimsy's in trouble.
Well, he got a knock, though. That was a re-knock, actually, onto MX, who was crawling around for quite a while. Eventually got picked back up. Obviously, there's some cross-shots coming through from the UK that are putting knocks onto Argentina's shoulders, and now Turkey getting into the mix as well. They've got a knock on effects. They're putting some damage down onto Argentina. Is this Turkey's game to go rising up the standings? That's been pretty unsuccessful so far for Turkey. Only a 2nd place. 1 second place for the event thus far.
Oh, that's a shift.
It's a Turkey shift.
Yeah, they don't have to move. Everybody else does. I mean, there is, yep, I was just about to say, there is that pagoda for Japan sitting out in the field. I think that's about all they really have for safety. Trying to provide a little bit of cover fire here for XK. He has gotten there. Can you get the rest of your team safely? And UK has some work to do. There are rocks in this area. Again, not a lot to work with in terms of terrain, but a few doodads here and there from the triangles.
They're hard worried about it. You can see.
Yeah, we've already had one person.
One team knock. Wasn't a team kill yesterday. I don't know if you see it coming. Are you even going to be able to move away in time? Probably not. They drop pretty quick.
Yeah, maybe you have like just enough time, but
to jump away potentially.
Yeah, it isn't going to be easy because there's so much else going on. You don't have much time to just stare at the sky. Good shots from Running X. Oh, Marco in this shack, starting to knock pieces pieces of it down, and there's a foldable shield there, it looks like. Help protect him, and Emhawk actually going to get knocked by Beck. So UK on the move. Michael trying to claim a little bit of territory. Vard just barely wins out on that fight.
This is going about as well as you can hope it would for the UK. Michael, this is a bold play. He's got Vex pushing his way forward as well. That nade, could be dangerous actually for Vex. And the kill's coming through onto Argentina. T-Bone takes the fight against Runner X, who will actually go down to the zone. This is a crucial one for the UK, but it's not quite come together. Japan are losing players to the zone. T-Bone's going to go down now as well, and it might just end up gifting Turkey the win.
A 4v1v1. That's what you've got left, essentially. I don't think there's much hope for any reses. And Turkey on the move. They know that they have this game in reach. Smash going to drive up close and personal. Well aware, I think that, hello? Okay, he's got the covering fire. So even though he's knocked, does have some help available. Vard trying to do what he can, but this one all but over at this point. Turkey should have this well in hand. That grenade should be right on point. Yeah, Team Turkey gonna get a big win here, and they are right back in this thing.
Yeah, their first win for the event. Desperately needed going into that game, sitting in 10th place. But again, what we're seeing today, it kind of feels like is quite a few teams that were maybe on the cusp of being in an awkward spot, actually kind of getting it together, right? We talked about Thailand. They didn't come into today in a particularly fantastic position, but they walked away with themselves a win and a decent game. Now Turkey's turn. Obviously there was that win in there from Korea as well to kind of keep pole vaulting their way higher and higher. But at the end of the day, yeah, a couple more teams throwing themselves into that middle of the pack, and if Turkey can replicate the success that they had just then right back into the conversation. But still quite a bit of work to be done for this Turkish roster, because that is not enough as far as they're concerned just yet. It did start pretty poorly for Japan, but it ended pretty well, has to be said.
Yeah, look, I mean, their safe edge style can get them deep into games and get them some points. So that's, you know, that's the game book, the playbook that they've opted to run with for this event. And, you know, you can't fault them too much for it. It's not working great, but it's not too bad. Certainly better than sometimes we've seen from the Japanese teams. So see if they can keep it up. Vietnam just all over the place on this. Just every fight possible, Vietnam was like, we're taking it.
That has very much been the methodology for Vietnam at the event so far, right? They're not shying away from any fights. And some of them are working out, some of them are not. But they are definitely up there as far as the fragging is concerned. Sort of punching above their weight in terms of their placement, at least. Placement is leaving a little bit to be desired. Sort of similar, maybe you can say, for Australia, right? Placement's been pretty hard to come by. Frags, maybe not quite as much. But Turkey will be a team that sort of sitting close to 50-50 now off the back of that game. They get a lot of placement points, obviously, off the back of that, and they needed that. And they're going to go jumping up the standings a little bit. We'll get that in just a second when we get to the leaderboards. But that is basically the halfway point of the event, right? We're 3 games done for day 2. We've got 3 more to go. So if we freeze frame this, double everyone's scorelines, that might be where we're roughly sitting at the end of the event. And, well, Korea up potentially above 200 points would be not a bad shout out of the 18 games that we've got.
Yeah, they're just kind of doing what they need to do. Even in this game, yeah, sure, they don't get very far, but they still take a really decisive, good fight that if Vietnam isn't in the vicinity, probably works out.
I mean, it did work out, right? Like they didn't.
Well, in the like the.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. But they didn't lose a player on the initial fight with Team Australia. They had a couple of players get knocked, but it was actually that third party that came through. So, just as far as that isolated fight against Australia is concerned, it was very, very good. You, in theory, would be able to get everyone back up, and off you go. You know, you've got a nice little position, and yeah, I look at that one from Australia, and I think how'd they, you know, maybe allow Korea so close? It felt like they just didn't have the info that Korea was there. But anyway, besides the point, nice to see Turkey doing well, but also Team UK, 6th place, 6 points, or 6 kills, 2nd place. That is what you want to be seeing as well, right? I mean, we've been begging for the UK to kind of pick things up a little bit, and it felt like maybe it's going to come too little too late, and to an extent, you know, has it even still. Maybe this is still too little too late for UK. I think it's definitely too little. Is it too late? Maybe not, but they need more. Turkey can still sort of keep them in the discussion as well, but also requiring a little bit more work to be done.
For sure, Ruin going to be your man of the match. 4 big kills. A lot of damage there, too. 881 with only 4 kills. He was really pumping. And Team Turkey, yeah, they've been really just kind of quietly having a solid event, and now they're having a good event. Now they're having a really good event. The good news as well for some of these other teams is that Korea only got the 4 points. So, you know, teams like Brazil, USA, Vietnam, Turkey that are playing catch-up here, at least given a little bit of extra room to potentially make a run. It's only 5 points for USA, which isn't nearly as much as they probably would have wanted, but, you know, they played that game pretty well. Took a decisive fight and kind of fought their way through some tough zones, so able to do what they could out of some bad situations. And, yeah, another fun game on Rondo. I really like that map for Esports.
Yeah. Overall leaderboard at the halfway point, though. It's not a pretty picture for Indonesia and for China. At least the United Kingdom have maybe started to pick things up a little bit today, catching Argentina and looking to go further and further. But yeah, I mean, the top 8 is definitely looking like it's changing up. There's a lot of moving and shaking being done. Norway was 3rd at one point. They've now been overtaken by Thailand, Vietnam, Germany. Turkey's inside of the top 8 for the first time. Brazil's hanging on in there. Australia have slipped down a little bit. So there's still a lot that can happen over the next you know, couple of games. And by the end of today, we might have a bit of better understanding of where things are going to be sitting. But it feels like it's very much in flux, right?
Yep. And I think it's just anything can happen, but it kind of has to start happening right now. Like you said, we're halfway point. So if you're one of those teams that's in the middle of the pack, you got to start making moves. Like these next couple of games have to be it. Because if you're going into tomorrow and you have a 40, 50 point deficit, like we're seeing with teams like Australia, there's no way.
Yep.
It's just not
possible.
It's just not possible.
I mean, I think for me, going into the final day, I've obviously had this conversation a lot, but I think 20, 30 points is probably the maximum that you can realistically hope to pull back. And you have to have a massive day. Like let's just say in this case, it's Australia that's like 30 points behind Korea. Are you really feeling like you can pull 30 points back on Korea the way they're playing right now?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think so. So you need to close that gap even further. And you've got 3 games to do it now. It's tough going.
It is. It is. And yeah, especially that win that Korea got really hurt a lot of these teams' chances.
Sure.
Like had it been another team or something, had Canada been able to, you know, pull a rabbit out of their hat in that particular game, it's probably a very different story that we're talking about, but you know what? That's neither here nor there. As, wow, USA really shot up the match prediction. Everybody really feels like Taego is their chance. China's still hanging on to 4th somehow.
I don't know.
I don't. I like the copium people, but
yeah,
maybe.
It's getting a little bit easier, I think, to take these votes or make these votes, though. Like you see Korea at the top of the overall leaderboard quite substantially. They're not dropping off of 1st place. USA 2nd quite comfortably as well. So they're a pretty good shout as well. But Brazil, still feel like we've got a little bit more left in the tank for Brazil. I don't know that we've seen the best of Brazil just yet. They've had some good moments, but they haven't really had an amazing, amazing game.
Yeah, this is another squad that I think should be punching a little bit higher at the very least. You know, a lot of experience on their teams. They've done well in previous PNCs. It really feels like they should be a little bit stronger. I feel that way about Argentina too. But again, at the end of the day, there's only so many points available. It's a PUBG lobby. There is a maximum point. It is a zero-sum game. So we go into Taego. See who can claim another win here on the Korean map in Korea with the Korean team leading.
Well, you put 2 and 2 together and it makes 4. I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see Korea still maintaining that lead here after Taego. Feels like really the only team that can actually catch them at this point is USA, at least for today. Other teams are going to have to work on getting a stable positioning to sort of try and build upon it. And by the way, if you want to watch the Korean POVs, you can do that.
Ah, yes. The crashed plane. Honestly, I think these are kind of fun. They don't really change a ton. So it's just at the end of the drop, you have to be a little bit like understanding that you're not going to be able to drop as far because the plane goes lower.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, you could drop a lot further. So
well, quite a few teams opting to drop early, right? We barely saw yesterday anyone on the Northern Island. In fact, nobody dropped on the Northern Island. Oh, except for
Korea.
USA dropped at Palace as well.
Yeah.
But, you know, certainly not Germany, Brazil, UK. So that plane path has played a little bit of a part in some of these alternative drops.
Yeah, and I mean, Korea's always going to try to go Yongchun. This is a fight, and it's already Akarin dead. So Indonesia, a player down, an MP5 for Trick. 3 members of Thailand right around him. Luffy's just driving up to the coast. Trick trying to do anything, but nope. Duran's just making quick work of him. And already a couple kills, and oh boy.
Oh man.
You don't see that circle every day.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty wild circles at this event so far, and that's going to be another one. Getting a little bit silly if you dropped hard north now, but I suppose not too many options. That is 40% unplayable terrain, maybe even 45.
Yeah, that is a lot of water in the part of the map that's out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a pretty busy rotation. Zone 1 rotation, Phase 1 rotation. I think we're going to get some shenanigans. This might be a bit of a faster game. 10 points per match on average. Well, we're 9 games in. So at the moment, they're just over 3. Got a bit of catching up to do there.
Yeah, that is less than ideal, to say the least. And I think, again, I know they're capable of it. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just, are they going to be able to find that form that we've seen before? Argentina just going right for center circle early. They've got prio. They've got the opportunity. They've got the will and desire to make their way through. And the rest of Indonesia just up ahead. Are they going to actually just crash this? Are they going to drive by it? Okay, I think it's just they're passing. They're going really south. I thought they were just going to take the center compound and be like, oh, we did it. They're looking for something else, and I guess they're going to take this compound that's just in between Indonesia and Canada by Songam.
Doesn't seem like a bad shout, honestly. Australia with a very split rotate is what I can see on the minimap here, so concerned about how things are going to go for them. But Turkey starting to lend a little bit more credence to that statement, the best roster in their history, bring the trophy home. You know, a bit of work to do there. Yesterday it looked a little bit silly, right? Like they were miles away from any conversation, but just getting that win in the last game has popped them up inside of the top 8. 5 points on the board, and Canada. That could have been an ill-fated rotate, but the shots just were not hit. Still, second bite at the cherry, and Silson ain't gonna let that one slip. Sock goes down early for Canada. Shinboy is lucky to be alive. He's got a couple of holes poked through him.
That's, you know, I have to assume that Canada just didn't know. Never heard or saw Argentina take that space. So you don't just send 2 out there like that unless you assume it's free and you think you can set up your 2-2 split. And unfortunately for Canada, none the wiser. That move that had been made. I see UK, they're out on the coast. Turkey coming in from the middle, continuing to try to get as far south. I mean, I think with this first circle, the way that I'm seeing teams kind of position themselves and kind of drive around the map, I have to assume that the heat maps for this particular circle tell these teams that this is very likely to go very south.
Yeah, it's going to go south again. That's the assumption.
Yeah.
Or at least more south than center, and certainly far more than north. No one is banking on this going north at the moment.
Not yet.
There's a lot of space to the northern side of the zone.
This is over by Indonesia. Over by Songam. Vietnam, they're saying, well, we're already pretty deep in this circle.
Oh,
where are we going to go? Yeah. Everybody has the same thought here.
Australia missed it by 5 seconds.
There's 3 teams in this vicinity. Because Fluky from Thailand is also giving a little bit of a
looky.
Yep. Seeing what's going on.
Eye of the storm right now. I think it's about to blow up if someone makes one wrong move. 12's going to push his way forward. Australia are committed to this fight, and Monty, they want to knock Haisaki. So a good start for Australia, but these are some pretty risky moves. Yeah, they had every opportunity to decide to turn around and go elsewhere, but they want to take this fight. They want to take this compound. They've got the confirmed kill as well. So 3v4 now.
And this is kind of difficult for Australia because you're on the coast.
Yeah, coming in from the coast, there's not a lot of cover.
Yeah, exactly. But because you've got that knock and the flush, there's a real opportunity that maybe you could come through and actually finish this. I'm not sure Monty has any clue that Fluky's still up there. Fluky's just kind of making it rain with whatever gun he's got. 5.56 of some kind. I'm not sure if it's the Mark 12 or the Mini, but it doesn't matter. Now he's leaving. Now Australia's like, yo, I bet this guy's alone. And Fluky's like trying to get out.
Legging it on the run. Monty's going to stick around and try and cause a bit of a problem for Vietnam. Does have the backup of Luke 12, so it's in essence, I guess, a bit of a 2-2 split here for Australia.
Well, and I think you have to go and say like, it's Vietnam. Do we really want to commit to this?
Just over a year ago was the last winner chicken dinner for Turkey prior to today. Long time between drinks, but it is an event that only pops up once a year, so kind of a moot point, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, minimum, it's going to be
yeah, exactly.
about
355,
yeah.
356, or 357 probably. Is what it is. You know, that's a stat.
That's a very like baseball-esque stack, like American baseball. Like they throw all these crazy stats. Spray down protectors. Nothing really doing there. Yeah, in American baseball, like you'll show up and they'll be like, yeah, so whenever it's a full moon, this player like it's like a home run or something bizarre, and you're just like, why would that? Why would I ever care?
The werewolf has arrived.
That's right.
I feel like we need to. Problem with so this is the problem with esports is everyone chooses their nickname.
Okay.
You can't give nicknames because everyone's got a nickname.
Okay, but we can give them nicknames. They don't have any choice.
Yeah, I mean we could come up with some.
Yeah.
Came up with the Rolling Hills of Rondo.
See, exactly. See, we have all the power right now. They have zero, other than to play the game and give us maybe inspiration for their nicknames.
Yeah, exactly.
Sparking. Gonna see maybe a little bit of Oz. Well, now he definitely knows.
Yes, sir. Turn that plane around.
But, now you know that other peninsula is not available, so...
This is a no-fly zone for sure.
Yeah, and really a no-rotate zone. But he can see a lot of the coast, so depending on what the next circle does, he may actually just be kind of eyeing, like, okay, where is somewhere, like, if absolutely necessary, if this circle like does go west or very hard south maybe, that we can at least set up. There is a setup for the pre-rotation with the helicopters, the emergency pickups. Turkey, but they're like dead center. I mean,
might just be an information gathering tool.
Could be.
Send a guy up in the sky.
You do see that a lot, yeah.
Do a bit of parachuting around, see what you see. Quite a late rotate coming in there from Korea as well. We just saw some footage of that. So probably the latest rotate we've seen from them in the event so far. Really must have felt like they didn't have a good ability to get into this zone quickly, and so just spent a bit of extra time looting. You saw what I saw?
Yep. A little bit of a flippy flip. See, there it is.
Yeah. The South Pole. Teams have called it correctly.
Yeah. Heat maps are accurate. And that's why you're seeing this early helicopter rotation. Songap completely abandoned. Chinese Taipei might have that available. LFB1 taking a whole bunch of damage from Korea. They've got him down and out. The machine gun from Seoul rings through. LFB1 basically donezo. The players thought about trying to turn around and help, but they took a bunch of damage the minute they peeked over that corner in their vehicle. Guizera, 9 HP, has to just duck out, try to get the Hosan. Does Korea continue this pursuit is my question.
Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Turkey have just tried to slam their way in onto Norway. It's a 2-for-2 trade to start things off. James and 8C standing tall against the mat and Ruan. There's a lot of experience going around in this fight right now. Push in from Ruan. It's going to confirm the kill onto Tekkas. James has gone down to the UK as well. So Turkey actually need to try and slow this one down. They recognize there's going to be a third party in there. Korea will indeed continue their push onto Brazil. Kraken tossing an 8 out. Doesn't look to have done too much damage with that one. Seoul in the perfect position. And Korea just barely putting a foot wrong. Sparking's going to try and help out from the skies. He's the Air Force, the Brazilian Air Force right now.
Oh, but they've got machine guns, and that's just going to blow that airplane up. Sparking going to come crashing down with it. I don't know where he's going to go. Seoul just seeing if he can get lucky. All those extra bullets in the mag.
And to Sparking's credit, he did get a confirmed kill. So one more point there, at least for Brazil. Which is something. Salutes on the chase. I don't know if you're getting away from this one, Sparking. I was always surprised, though, that they've only sent Salute. This could actually end up going wrong for Korea. He's looking for him.
Sparking may or may not know about this. Getting on the roof is a great idea here, but somebody else can see him. It's Flood from Australia. Immediately heard those bullets pinging, and that's really unfortunate for Sparking. I thought this was going to be a pretty good attempt at a defense, but now he's pinned.
Cheeky little position, isn't it? What does that say?
It's
chicken chop.
Yeah, but it's a donkatsu as well. So the pork cutlets.
Okay. I would like to try that. Maybe we can have that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can. I love them.
Australia for their own right, keeping 4 alive. It's good to see because they were getting into a bit of stoush earlier.
Some what?
A stoush.
A stoush?
A little bit of fisticuffs.
What now?
Come on, mate.
Is this Australian lingo?
You got to keep up.
I cannot. You Aussies are light years ahead of me.
We just got words coming out of everywhere.
You do. You do.
Some of them don't even, some of them are not real.
Some of them aren't real.
A stoush is a fight, brawl, or violence.
Really? I've never heard that before.
There you go.
Ah, today I learned. Is it English?
Or
is it like German or some word you copped from another language?
It actually is Australian. It says Australian from 1893.
Oh, wow.
Boer War military slang. There you go.
Well, there you go. All right, well, so be it. Water going to be removed here already in phase 3. Shrimzy. Sharp shooting with the mini. Salute down. Purdy trying to find the angle. USA, I think, looking to commit to this gatekeep of Korea, especially knowing where they are. You want to take Korea out of this lobby as soon as possible. You want to do as much damage as you can. I like this from the United States. And Onyx able to get the first aid out. Kickstart, grenade trying to roll it up. If that is such a good throw, he almost gets the flush. Really well timed there by Kickstart, riding the vehicle up a hill in the side seat. I love that.
Still going to be looking for more. Now Australia getting involved in the shots as well onto Korea, but it might be okay. Inonix and Seoul have, for the most part, gotten out. Question is, where are they going to get in? There's not too many places inside of this next zone that are like immediately obvious to go toward, and the longer they spend transitioning around the map, the more likely it is that someone's going to pick them up on the way through, so they'll just pull up, try to play behind the car, hope for the best dead center, or about as dead center as you can be.
Yeah. As much as I enjoy the pony, it is not great for cover. It's great for getting you where you want to get to, but once you're there, it's not the best vehicle for sure.
Yeah, they've already been spotted as well by Japan, and if UK comes over this hill as well, it'll be bad news.
They should be pretty screwed, if I'm honest.
Well, they know they can't stop there, so they're going to keep going on their merry way. This will be a crash in onto Indonesia's compound if they can even just find their way into one of these garages. That's about as good as it gets for Korea at this point in time. Iononics are lucky to be alive. Panzerfaust time here for Seymour. Oh, what? What did Tractor ever do to you?
Well, Ming Ming's getting involved too. Teddy sends out some smokes. Yeah, that Tractor had it out for Seymour. And he had a grenade in hand too. That's an oof, man. That's an oof. This is a bit lucky for the Korean team that China's helping them out here. Jacob makes quick work of Taikon on the drive-by. Glory's trying to make his way through the gauntlet that Thailand set up, and right ahead is Germany as well, has to divert. There is actually a little bit of open space up there for him, so Nuren's paying the price. Monty with some extra damage on the way in, and Glory's the last player alive for Vietnam there. Yeah, he is.
Yep. Oh, he's set up inside of a shack. See where this next zone pool's going to go, though. That could actually be the undoing of Clories, particularly if it sort of centers on Clories. Germany might start to have a bit of a look in there. Oh, well, Germany indeed may have a bit of a look in there. We're out to the west, so Australia's pretty happy with that. Keeping it quiet so far this game. Iononics is trying to cover Seoul off, but couldn't quite get there in time. And Tede, again. It's a bit of a multi-frag monster. There you go. There's our first nickname. Tede the multi-frag monster.
The multi-frag monster, yeah. I mean, Tede, he's still got it in him. He's been around for such a long time. Very, very good player for Indonesia. Making a resurgence. That P90 helps. Having the best gun in the game. Definitely it makes it a little bit easier. This is going to be fun.
5 mortars.
I love this. He's going for the USA. He's got 10 shots in that mortar. Checking around the corners to make sure nobody's watching. Oh, he's not actually going to go for it right away.
Not yet. Maybe going to wait for USA to push into the next zone. Be a little bit less.
Somebody's got sightline. Yeah. Triangulating.
Waiting.
Calculating. I think this is about minimum distance. Pretty close to that. 100 and, yeah.
Here we go.
See how close that is.
The suspense.
I know. Okay, a little bit longer.
Too short.
Yeah.
The next one was further.
Yeah.
Oh, that was better. And you're starting to get a bit of feedback from the crowd now as well. You're hearing when it's getting closer. More noise is being made. USA looking toward the skies to try to dodge and avoid. That one not quite going to land. Gunner's not looking particularly worried.
He's got a little smile on his face too. But here's the thing. USA is doing the best they can in a bad situation. This is over there now.
Oh, that was a good one.
That one was close.
Can we get a vibe check from the coach room?
Oh, I love it.
1 to 10 on the fingers. How are we feeling? Sure they're listening in.
Still, that's great. You know, it seems basic, but you know, spanning out, avoiding those mortar shots, good stuff.
Yep. All good in the end for USA at the moment. Chinese Taipei. Ooh, between a rock and a hard place, really. Germany, Canada, Argentina, UK to worry about right now. UK seem like they're an angle onto Turkey at the moment, but Chinese Taipei are really trying to show some presence right here. Used the term peacocking yesterday. Here's another good attempt at it. Trying to push Germany back. And it's looking out okay. Rex has been knocked as well. Mika got taken down by Tennan, and all of a sudden, Germany have gone from the hunters to the hunted.
Yeah, this should be a full send for Chinese Taipei, I would think. Savior going to continue to lead the way. A little wary that there might be someone hiding behind the hill. That's phenomenal map awareness there from Savior. He's going to see those knocked players trying to get the flush with the 3x. Grenade's going to do the job from Zennon. Back over to the USA. They suffered a knock from Argentina. Silman find one, and Chris responds with the ace. Cannot find a second. Lun? No, that's going to go right in between the players of Germany. fire's bad. Chinese Taipei gets caught. It's just a little bit too far forward for them, and Germany fans out and collapses. That's phenomenal work there from the German players.
Still not done yet. Haynes and Chris gonna try and take the fight forward to Chinese Taipei. Another one gets knocked. It's now just Zenon, and he's gambling on the res here. If Germany just push over the top, they are done. USA all in one car. That's never a fun time, but they're making it work. And across the map, there's fights popping up everywhere. Adam's going to go down to the zone. T-Bone will look to finish that. UK will get themselves another point on the board. They are starting to rise their way up slowly. It's been a better day for the UK. By no means perfect, but it has been better.
Oh no.
You can't help Leo.
Yep. That is unfortunate. Great defense there by Germany. I can't stress how good that was. The way that they baited Taipei into kind of a funneled central position, fanned out around. Yeah, easy work for Silzen. You got two in ya. Not quite. The headshot's hit with Michael. 5 HP, and yeah, okay, right it is. Chris's hands. Silzen, not happy with letting that one go. Wants to see if he can do some more damage to Germany. And Argentina trying to do what Chinese Taipei couldn't, but a lot less players to worry about. God, his Pains has been hitting some good shots. DraftKings, though, put him down. Bye-bye, Teddy.
It's been a good game for Germany. China have, again, managed to sort of swindle their way into a top 8. How much further can they push this? They've got 4 players alive. Or is this going to be pushed out by that blue zone nade? Oh, is he dead? He's dead. Good effort, though, from Germany. Decent game. 8th place, they've got 5 kills on the board. Now it's Australia's turn to get into the mix in Japan. Down to a couple of members. You can see Flood and Tiggleton down on the ground right there. It's Luke 12 that's trying to save the day, but even if he does, I don't know if this is going to go very well because China is running across at the end of Australia, 7th place. Japan not looking too healthy, and this looks like a perfectly timed 3rd party for China.
Kane got the double to start the fight against Australia, and he's able to find another knock, hitting some crazy good shots. A grenade to get the flush as well. He's getting some help from the United States. They're swinging in. They need those points.
How does it just go wrong for China every time?
Sometimes it's just like that.
Doesn't seem to matter what they're doing. It's just falling apart. Xiao Didi going to look for a nade here, but that one's gone absolutely nowhere. Kane could continue to do some damage here.
Kane should just vibe.
I reckon.
He doesn't got to move. Yeah, throw some smokes, cause some chaos, cause some confusion, make it tough for China to figure out where you are. Make it so they have to reveal their positions to other players, make more noise.
Especially with the knowledge that USA's coming across here as well. They might be the saving grace.
Well, you're going to get the res. Oh, that blue zone's right on top of Kane. That's okay. You could survive it, but doesn't feel great.
So, yeah, he's just trying to keep his head down for the moment. Doesn't have a whole lot of agency in this fight. Kind of hoping that China's not going to push their way forward, but he is certainly hearing them. And in a position like this, you usually are only going to be good for 1 or 2. Nade over the top. And he spots out Xiao Didi. The first spray, not a super clean one. Another flash going over. Cross shots coming in from the USA to try and help Kane out. China cannot push up and over. They're going to open themselves up to the US if they do. This is what I'm talking about. Shots came in, but God V survives long enough to get in there and slide another kill through for China.
That's a well-deserved round of applause for Kane there. That was a hell of an effort. And again, started that fight against Australia with 2 big knocks. China, though, still just constantly losing players, trying to fight through, getting knocked. Oh, Snaker's in trouble because Thailand showed up to the party. Snaker's gets one before he gets taken down. Jacob and Lyrics swinging in. Argentina's here as well. Basically, the entire game is going to be decided on this compound just to the southeast of the school. Shrimsy got one. Purdy Curdy gets another. Godby sees a player, goes for the grenade. Is it going to be on point? No, just misses.
USA looking to rise back up. It's been a little bit of a slower day for them today, but this game is starting to come together. Couple of kills, 3 players alive, doing a real number to China. Xiao Didi going to be finished off by the blue zone nade. Shrimsy looking for another angle. And China don't have a whole lot of room to play with. Obviously, Argentina are going to be the big bullies in this final circle. They have taken all of that space. They're hearing all of the fighting right now. Zone is going to shrink fairly central, which will be happy news for Argentina. And they may be looking to get their first win on the board at Nations Cup 2024.
Hey, how about that? You know, we had Turkey. Now we get Argentina getting their first win. Really like to see that. Some of these teams starting to step up on day 2, get a little more comfortable.
Yeah, kind of spitting in the face of that storyline that we were establishing earlier where the rich were getting richer and the poor were getting poorer. In fact, now the poor are getting some tax cuts.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
I'm a Robin Hood kind of guy from myself, you know. Steal from the rich and give to the poor.
Wow. Oh, Ming Ming. What a nade. And there's another one to follow it up as well. I'm not sure Purdy's getting out of here alive. Have they got one more? They've got 2 more, in fact. Kickstart can't really move across. Unless he falls to the nades as well. They've stopped. They've stopped nading.
They still have some.
He's gonna try and res him.
No way. No way he sticks that.
He's gonna stick it. And China's not doing anything about it.
Trimsy. He's out on the hunt. Trying to make sure the back end's clear. Hey, look, Thailand's here. They're helping out. Kickstart. Gets Godby after getting the res. Pretty immediately re-knock. Lyrics on the backside finds 2 big kills. Up and over towards China. Huge play for Lyrics.
Yeah. I mean, Thailand, honestly, they've been flying under the radar this game, but just look at that. They're in the top 4. They've got 7 kills. Again, another fantastic day for Thailand. And mindful right here. Shrimsy stepping up large. He wants the flush. Has to swap to the Mini 14, but couldn't get it done. And in the end, Thailand will just outplace the USA, but not for very long. Argentina are in there. They are hunting. And, well, Ming Ming, he wants to have a crack at a 1v4. It's going to be too much to ask for. Argentina are gifted a victory in the end, and it is their first for Nations Cup 2024. Get the hat out. Argentina number 1, at least for now.
Hey, you'll take those. I mean, you still play the game properly. You still wait for your moments. Claim the space that you're given. Don't get caught up in the meat grinder that was that compound of the south of school and let it ride. Nicely done, but what a fun fight there. So many great moments, you know, starting with the Japan-Australia fight, into China showing up, and then the United States trying to hold on. Thailand has to swing in. 5-6 teams there.
Yeah.
Just grinding it out.
I mean, can we say it's getting better for China? I think it is.
I suppose.
But
not by much.
Well, yeah, and also it's not a very difficult bar to get over yesterday, right? So it is getting better, but it's still leaving a little bit to be desired. They're just not looking clean in closing these games out, closing these fights out. It's always just, you know, the timing looked good there on that push to kind of clean up the fight between Japan and Australia, and then they lose a couple of players on it.
Yeah, like, okay, sure, you're putting up points, but it's like you said, trying to limbo under a high jump bar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the bar is already super high anyway.
Analogy.
Yeah. Not very... you know, it's hard to do worse than they did yesterday, especially for a team that again has the quality of player that they do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, they have at least gotten off the bottom of the scoreboard. They've been able to overtake Indonesia off the back of that game. But the next team that they're trying to catch up to, which was Argentina, has obviously gone jumping up a couple of places. So don't know how much further they're going to be able to push this one, China. They have still quite a deficit at this point in time. But yeah, speaking to Argentina, a lot of teams that required some big points today have actually gotten them. First it was Thailand, then it was Turkey, now it's Argentina. So scoreboard discrepancy, I guess, is kind of shrinking. And that is kind of nice, right? Like, you don't want to have a world where 1 or 2 teams have really run away from the rest, which, to be fair, we kind of still have with Korea and the US, but they haven't, I feel like they haven't built upon their lead quite as much as they did initially on day 1. And that's going to be fun going into tomorrow. Obviously, we have yet to find out what's going to happen on Miramar.
Well, yeah, it's weird because Korea gets their win, shoots out way ahead, and then just starts, like,
hi guys,
chasing
match
teams
4,
down in the end.
Chico
Oh, we got an interview. Let's go to it.
Chicken dinner. my god. Chicken dinner goes to Team Argentina. I'm here with Silzen. 아르헨티나가 치킨을 가져갔습니다. 실젠 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. Congratulations.
Felicidades.
All right. So, how does it feel to take your first PNC 2024 chicken dinner? 올해 PNC 2024에서 첫 번째 치킨 디너 하신 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
¿A qué se siente ganar el primer pollito de PNC 2024?
Bueno, estamos muy contentos y necesitamos esta win para boostear la confianza, así que bastante bien.
너무 일단 기분이 너무 좋고요. 일단 저희가 자신감을 다시 회복해서 앞에 남은 경기들도 잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm super stoked with the results, and I think we got our confidence back, so we'll keep up the momentum. All right, why don't we have a word to the fans watching from home? 그럼 팬분들에게도 한마디 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Un mensaje para tus fans en Argentina.
Bueno, un saludo a todos los que se levantaron temprano. Ahí, muchas gracias por el apoyo y sigan viendo que todavía no terminó esto.
아침 일찍부터 일어나서 저희 모두 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 쭉 지켜봐 주세요. 열심히 하겠습니다.
I want to thank everyone from watching from the early morning, so we'll give our best, and thank you for your support. All right, congratulations. That was Silzen from Team Argentina, and we'll be back later. 아르헨티나의 실젠 선수 만나봤습니다.
And a few words from Silzen there. Been around for a real long time in PUBG Esports, and great to see them, like you said, get on the board. We're starting to see a little bit more parity today than we saw yesterday. Still, though, because of the explosive start that some of the teams had, a lot of work to do. But
yeah,
I just want to see teams, everybody gets some wins. Everybody has some games.
It is really the middle of the pack that's kind of heating up at the moment. We'll see that when we get onto the overall leaderboard here. I'm sure we'll get the man of the match and the match leaderboard first. Yeah, Silzen picking up man of the match there. Definitely a solid performance from him. But I'm looking at that middle pack kind of starting to get pretty juicy, right? There's a bunch of teams that are in there that are within sort of one game's distance from one another. Australia's obviously slipping down the scoreboard a little bit today. They haven't had a great day. Brazil the same. And some of the teams that were underneath them are kind of catching back up. And so that's where obviously things are starting to look pretty tight in the middle of the pack. First, we'll touch on the match leaderboard. 18 points out of that one for Argentina. But again, yeah, China, 9 points. Obviously a lot better than yesterday. Starting to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. I don't know if it's necessarily a snowball that's turned into an avalanche just yet, but maybe there's some pebbles rolling down the hill.
Yeah. At least it's accumulating, instead of melting. So that's a plus. You'll take those. And USA, again, starting to catch up to Korea. I love their decision there. When they ran into Korea, when they get that knock to just commit to that fight, that is 100% the right decision. Now they're only 9 points behind Korea, so they're making up ground. And I think Korea, it looks to me like they're saying, if in the early part of the game we're like way outside of the circle, we're just going to take fights, and we're just going to fight on the end and just do what we can. But guys, we still have 2 more games to go here at PNC 2024. It's going to be Miramar to end the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
one. Can they find more? Monty's got two. Fluky though with the machine gun finds 2 quick kills of his own.
Luke, he spotted him. They both spotted one another. Oh, I think this is going to go the way of Fluky. Thailand will hold Australia out.
Xavier down for Chinese Taipei. United States letting it rip into these smokes, trying to do what Chinese Taipei was doing to them a second ago. Great grenade, a lot of damage, can't find any knocks. 2 players down. That is it. Perfect from kickstart.
Is that one of the best grenades you've seen?
The question is Crick going to be able to get there in time? Bail Teddy out. Such a good player for so many years. That's a great transfer. 2 players knocked. What? It's the flush. That was disgusting, Teddy.
It's kind of going from bad to worse. 18 is going to make it off, but it's just not going to survive.
Finding some serious damage, but James gets flanks and he gets taken out. Teddy.
What is going on here?
Oh, there's 2 players in this, and they're just spraying him down. Salute's got 1, he's got 2. Unbelievable. And they don't lose a single player.
When I said it's Korea's world, we're just living in it, I kind of half believed it. I didn't know that they were going to win the game, but right now, it really feels like that's true. Korea can do no wrong. Look at that.
James is still alive, by the way, and he's getting a knock. He finds the angle.
Brazil, unfortunately, have made an ill-fated rotate, and James has got himself another point, or maybe even 2. Can he get rid of the ball?
We the best, no contest. We the best. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best. For the wicked, I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest, there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. The best, best, no contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best, best.
And we're back. We're jumping right into Miramar here at PNC 2024. 2 more matches to go, and they're both going to be on the Dusty Dunes.
The Dusty Dunes.
The Dusty Dunes.
We're back.
We did it. My clip broke. Oh, I know. We have these clips that help keep our cords attached to our bodies.
I was going to make a hair clip joke and say you don't need it anyway. But I guess you explained the joke anyway.
Yeah, I've already been, you know what, I've already been beat up enough backstage, okay?
It's going to be really funny.
Everybody's got these cute little hair clips they're wearing backstage.
You might have seen them in the crowd, on the crowd shots. There's people.
Crowd has them too.
They're like a little floating ball or bauble or heart or something that says PUBG Nations Cup on it. You can clip it in your hair. You look really cute. You're like maybe like Mickey Mouse ears, something like that.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But unfortunately, only one of us on the desk can wear them, so we weren't allowed.
I would get too jealous.
Yeah. That's a wild plane as well, by the way.
It is not great.
Teams that are going to have to stretch. I mean, Australia out to Power Grid, for example, might be one of the furthest that can actually make it. Monte Nuevo, San Martin. Certainly no one's going to be up towards El Pozo this game. A bit of a south plane path, isn't it? But you've got to make do with what you've got.
Yeah, it's part of the game. And I think really just like Australia really has to stretch for Power Grid, as well as Brazil.
Yep.
Everybody else I think is relatively comfortable enough. Savior is way out there, along with Code Marco. Turkey trying to see if they can sneak out a vehicle again. Not going to happen.
Ooh.
Norway just going to run.
Hold on a minute.
That Hisaki.
Is this James an 8 seat? No, it's Tekka's an 8 seat. I was going to say this would be very much a James play, but this is just still, I guess, very much a Norway play. And they're going to try and chase Hisaki down, but he's all good. Not going to overcommit to that one, so that's fine. Northern shift, though.
Really north.
Wow. Another opportunity opened up potentially for the UK. It's interesting that Germany is now down at Resort. They were dropping north yesterday, running into Vietnam a little bit.
They're still kind of hunting a little bit.
Lurking.
Hard with the Ironside AK, so did what they could. And they're gonna mosey on. I'm curious about Thailand in this. Now, I'm trying to remember, my memory's a little fuzzy, but there was an event, very similar circle. Thailand emergency airdropped in the middle of El Azahar. Had a pretty good finish because of it, because the circle ended right by the hill. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe they can find one. We see a little bit of emergency pickup action from Thailand on this circle potentially.
Could be the name of the game. And if China want to live up to that statement, then they are going to have to go rocketing up the standings tomorrow. Probably today as well. Last couple of games of the day, Miramar. And actually, an interesting point that I think we should probably touch on here was Miramar yesterday was very much dominated by the USA. First place at 15 kills, second place 5 kills. Game 1 and Game 2, they looked really, really solid on this map. So, I mean, it hasn't been a bad day by any stretch of the imagination for USA. But if they were to finish strong on Miramar, they could kind of put it in a similar position as what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the map that I really think about, in particular USA and Korea, as being very strong on, especially Korea. They've been historically, I think, the best team ever on this map in PNC history. So definitely could see something like that again. Going to give everything we have. Yeah.
I think they are.
I really think, yes, Chinese Taipei is trying their damnedest. Just hasn't really quite, come to fruition as much as they'd like. That fight against Germany, they got to be kicking themselves a bit. They could have had a pretty decent finish, I think, in that map if they had been able to finish the job a little quicker against Germany there. But Germany just outmaneuvered them.
Yeah, just a few small moments, I think, that are letting Chinese Taipei down, but otherwise, it hasn't been such a bad performance. Kill leaders, Thailand now, off the back of their games today. It has to be really where a lot of those kills are coming from. Today has been 19 kills, 10 kills, 2 kills, and then 8 kills. So they've picked up a lot.
They're slamming today. That is just
31. That's 39 kills in 4 games. Almost 10 kills a game.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, that is a number. That is a stat.
That is hard to do. I don't care what lobby you're in, especially in this lobby. Hey, Kickstart. Made it to 50, joined Shrimsy. So,
Big 5-0, happy birthday.
Kick's a bit younger than that.
Yeah.
He's a few years younger than that. I think he's got to be 21, 22.
Wow. Young lad.
Yeah. He's a very stoic character.
I would have guessed older.
He has that vibe. But he's actually pretty young, I think. But such a good player. Such a tremendously individually talented player. Oh boy. Korea? Oh, they were waiting for that. They're gonna commit to this. This is just so much information from an Onyx. to relay over to the others. Heaven trying to get up close and personal with a grenade. That's going to be a little bit to the left. Are they going to drive into it? No, but he's going to get the spray immediately, get the headshot, looking for more, looking for the tires. Might have popped the tire. The vehicle spinning out. Salute has another angle on it. Oh, Thailand. This is dire.
Yeah. Nade's going to go over the top. He's going to cop a little bit of damage from that one. And in the end, looks like Thailand might just be surviving for the moment.
That is.
But once Inonix gets his angle, that starts to really cause some problems for Thailand. Oh, Nuran's is going to go have a bit of a look.
This is a good counter move.
I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot, actually.
They know that Anonix is up there. And so, like, what are the, you know, it just depends if the rest of them can survive long enough, because Korea is just W-keying straight at him. Oh, Anonix is done. Should be. Yeah. Even if it's an SKS. And now the grenades are coming through. Thailand turning this fight on its head. Korea been so aggressive in the early parts of these games today after getting their win. And they've been paying the price. Yeah, they might get some kills, but this time around they might not.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that you can get away with as Korea if you're that far ahead of most of the competition, but you've now got to start to worry a little bit about USA maybe catching back up again. Has this been an overstretch from Korea? I don't think so necessarily. You know, like, as you said, Inonix was able to gather so much information. It was just that the initial exchange didn't result in a knock for Korea. And Thailand counterplayed it so nicely. It was Nuran's that made that climb. Very, very experienced player. He knows what to do in that kind of situation. And turns it back on its head. Heaven and Seoul, you're not long for this world at this point. Fluky catching Heaven and Seoul. He might be able to get one knock here or there, maybe even a finish onto Fluky. Smoke's obscuring his vision. But it looks like it will be Thailand to get through this one with maybe all 4 players alive.
If there's any player that you want in this scenario, if you're Korea, it's this one right here. Blue has already arrived. This fight has dragged on for quite some time. Korea, by the way, just left Chumasera to come down to the southern road to take this fight. Seoul identified, spotted by Nuran's. Gonna keep him in check around that corner. Seoul's doing a ton of damage, though. Trying to chase through, and Lyrics is ready. Korea gonna go out so early. And no kills. James, hello? What's going on over here?
It's James things. I don't know why you're questioning it. Although, in this case, it may be God V things, because he was just very isolated from the rest of his team. James is kind of right next to Norway, which is unusual. But yeah, I mean, Korea goes out early. 103 points right now. USA only 9 points behind that. And Thailand, what a day it's been for Thailand. Up to 91 now. I mean, there's a crazy world potentially where Thailand is at the top of the scoreboard at the end of today.
Yeah.
The way they're going. They are fragging like absolute animals.
They're going absolutely nuclear today. And they seem so like in tune with each other right now. Yeah, making great decisions.
39 kills in 4 games, and they're now up to 43 out of 5 so far. Obviously still got all 4 players alive. Bit of a rotation to make, to be fair. But it started well for him.
I'm just so impressed with the way that they've been playing today. And much more playing up to the potential that I was really thinking they had coming into this event. Norway continues to impress, even though they're down to 6th. I'm still very, very happy that for their first time out, they're making such a strong showing. Jeans, though, spotted by Draft King. Draft King going for the headshots. Can't find him. It's going to give James the opportunity to turn around and get out of dodge.
They don't want to be getting into any shenanigans too early here as Norway. They've kind of got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. For Brazil, it continues to be difficult. Thailand, courtesy of Jacob, right up the top there. That's going to be a shift and a half.
Oh, I love it. That's just so brutal, though. Well, you're going to be likely ending up somewhere around northeast, a truck stop. So everybody's starting to get their positions, trying to go for that eastern edge of the hill. You'd really like to be able to work east to west into this scenario if you can. If you're Germany, if you're the UK, give yourself that hill for a couple circles to play relatively safely, hopefully. However, Bard's gone pretty deep in the paint, and he's found Germany at the U-house.
not sure that they're going to be 100% aware of him.
I don't think they know.
So if he just keeps his head down, he might come up with a cheeky frag here. Vex is also in a forward position, but I'm a bit scared about UK's split right now. There's a lot of teams rotating in this direction. You've got a couple of guys kind of out in no man's land that if someone rocks up on the wrong hill, it's good coverage, I suppose.
Well, James is in trouble. That is a really hard spot to get out. That compound is so difficult because there's just not great options to drive out of it, and you can't climb up some of those hillsides. So James had to settle for that. There just wasn't anything else available. The rest of Norway's in Al-Azhar proper, and Adam.
Great shots.
Oh, there you go, Draft King. Couldn't quite find the initial ones against James, but follow up on Adam, clean.
Hey, Argentina keeping it ticking over. Here comes Michael, straight into Mika, and seems very aware. Wow, what a great start for the UK. Fex as well, getting that knock onto Braxton. Well, I think UK were kind of setting that up for a little while. They had a lot of information coming through from Fex and from Fard, and eventually the cavalry arrives, and maybe that's some revenge for the Football World Cup all those years ago.
Yes, certainly. Just in general, that's the best coordination that we've seen out of the UK, I think, so far this event that I can remember. But the thing is like the UK's been fighting on the back foot a lot of the time in this event. Like they've been finding fights unintentionally. This time they intentionally find a fight.
Yep.
And it looks way better. Purdy out in the open. It's Chris scouting. But there's only 2 players left here for Germany. How much does he really want to commit to this? He may have an opportunity against Purdy, though.
If he can get a clean knock, he will take it. Still a little bit far to guarantee it, but Purdy's not looking around.
The way he's proning to keep himself obscured from Purdy's sightlines. This is so smart from It's Chris. One of the trickiest players on the planet.
Was he spotted?
Might have been. Kurt's wary of something. Maybe someone from the other side saw. Oh no, he doesn't know he's this close. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see just a shake of the head there for Purdy. It's like, what can you really do? Just a bit unlucky.
That's It's Chris. Just one of those players that you never know where he's going to be. You have got to be kidding.
And you can see that's why Purdy's up there, right? Like he's sort of banking maybe on that kind of a shift, or at least trying to play around the possibility of it.
This is a horrifically bad shift. You don't see circles go out this far to the east very often. Like you'll see them east of Al-Azhar, but this is very, very east. Yeah, Thailand definitely can play on the coast. There's a lot of rocks over there on that hillside. The field itself is pretty dangerous. There's a couple compounds around it. Smash has one already. Leo gonna respond in kind. Looking for another. Grenade in hand. Code Marco's in trouble. Knows it. Gets the heck out of the way. And a great counter move by the man. Catches Leo off guard.
Yeah, the roofs can be a power position, but it's kind of like ringing the dinner bell. When you fire your shots, everyone's going to be looking in your direction. Turkey have done well to trade that down. It looks like they might be able to get their revive up as well. Argentina are on their way in from the west. High ground position for them. They actually look quite comfortable up here. Norway, same cannot be said for them as they try to rotate their way past Japan, and they've lost one player already. Might be a second if HC cops a shot or two. James somehow has gotten himself a nade in onto Canada. So very, very split setup, of course, for Norway. Spectro's gone tumbling down the hill. That has not quite gone to plan.
No, I don't think that's where he wanted to be at all, and he's just able to get behind the oil drums to keep himself away from Argentina's sightlines. Norway, though, this is a very tricky position to be in. You're just at the whims of whatever team's above you. It's so hard to get out of there unless you get help. And maybe Vietnam will end up relieving some of that pressure. You still have Japan to worry about on the outside, though, as well. Okay, so some parting shots from Vietnam, but Taikon pretty far up ahead. Thailand in the air, doing a little scouting around the beach, but they actually are pretty free. They're going to know it for sure because of Lyric's airplane. And look who it is. Look how close they are again.
Australia v China.
They seem to run into one another quite a lot. Tiggleton's going to come down as well from his... Or is he? I'm just watching him on the minimap. Actually sticking around. It's a 3-1 split right now for Australia. Looks like they're still wary about the possibility of somebody in this building, so they're going to clear it out together. As we can see, there's nobody there. Meanwhile, Tig doing a bit of scouting. Not seeing too much on this northern side of the zone. It's not particularly populated.
Yeah, he's going to be watching the flanks as well for Australia, so that's a great position for Tig to be in, at least for now, to really have a ton of info from up there, especially because he can see the compound that his teammates are in, and he can really keep track of any potential danger.
Big shift. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I was going to say, if it goes any more east, we're going to have a wild circle. Argentina dead center. Has to control the high ground, but it's a powerful spot. Brazil has to retreat temporarily.
Yep. Well, Thailand will have to fight their way in, presumably through USA. That's going to be an uphill battle for them. Indonesia as well will probably have to fight their way in against Australia. And UK are going to have to figure out what they want to do. They can probably play the zone for the moment, but sooner or later they're going to have to find a way to cross that road, and Germany's right on the other side of it, so that won't be very fun. It's going to get messy in the next couple of minutes.
I think if you're Thailand, you're looking for opportunities to third-party fights. Because like you said, there's at least the United States is blocking the closest path in. Monty and Luke going to combine, take Ocarine down. Trick, Simoy, Teddy doing their best to get through. Got a dip. They're getting ahead of Australia. It's a nadeable spot, though. You want to reach out for it. The other problem is you're right underneath Australia.
Argentina.
Excuse me, Argentina.
Yep. The two A's are combining, that's for sure, and it is to the detriment of Indonesia. You talked about nades. Might see a couple getting tossed in just a second.
You're, I think, just in range.
Given that it is downhill, I just roll a couple of extra meters. But here's another awkward move that's going to have to be made. Thailand don't really have many options. Have to push their way in, and USA seem relatively aware. Just wonder if maybe Jacob, right up there to the sort of more northern part of the road, is going to be able to cross early. He'd have to, because he's got United Kingdom right behind him. Didn't bank on that one. It'll be a freebie for the UK. Every point's going to be like gold right now for the UK. That's 4 so far for the game. Starting to get back into a bit more respectable territory. If they could end today at 50, 60 plus.
Sneakers letting loose with some grenades. Lyrics has to back off. Nurin's trying to respond and get one in the window. He does. Snakers wisely had moved downstairs, anticipating that follow-up's going to bounce outside the door. Nurin's taking some damage. I believe that's the UK who's hitting him. Yeah, T-Bone lighting him up on the way through. 22 HP, but a good flash might give him a knock. Another grenade from Fluky. All of a sudden, Kickstart comes in and saves the day for the United States. One more player, Lyrics. Oh, Kick. Kick just barely wins that.
That would have been like last couple of bullets. He was really running out there on that AUG, but has managed to get it done for the USA, at least in so much as keeping himself alive, not the rest of the team. But keeping the scoreboard ticking over as well is going to be important. Korea out of this game early, so every single point USA can get right now is helping them to catch up. Next zone shift is in. It's going to continue to go out towards the more western side, which means Australia, China, Indonesia, Germany, UK all are going to have to move. UK kind of taking this fight to Germany. They know that they're wounded. They were the team that actually did the damage to Germany initially. So 2v4 right here. It's not a bad shout as far as fights are concerned for the UK, but they want to get through it cleanly, and they want to get through it quickly as well.
Well, and I think the UK has to know that this is Germany, and you've already beaten them up. And there's that's definitely going to confirm it. Pains was waiting. Bard comes sprinting in, wasn't anticipating a player being in that destroyed part of the wall. It's going to be at least another point for Germany. Monty getting knocked by Draft King up high. Australia, tough decisions to make up there. They either have to fight their way in. Oh my God, Pains.
Ill-fated fight for UK by the looks of things. They've tried to breach the church, and Pains has done a bit of a number onto them. He's actually dropped off the top as well. Do they know? Vex has heard him now. Pains has got no idea where Fex is.
just as a side note, I wouldn't mind to see Australia load up in their vehicles and try to wrap in towards this fight. This is a great opportunity, great timing, a great grenade. Vex is down to 33 HP, and Pains has been magnificent for Germany this event. Continues his reign of destruction instead. It's just a drive towards Japan, but they've got machine guns, they've got DMRs, Pains. Oh, gonna get knocked though. Still, Quad trying to do what he can, and combined fire of China and Japan is going to eliminate Australia.
Yeah, Brady Curse rotate in the end. Not much you can do there. Pains is still running around this church trying to figure out where Vex is. Vex is not moving a muscle. Pains wanting to make his entry in. He made a few footsteps on the way through, so I think Vex has a pretty good idea of where he is right now. Hold that thought for the moment though and go back over to Vietnam. You keep plugging away. These guys just keep plugging away. A couple of points a game here and there. They maintain their top 5 for the moment. China doing a little better this game as well. Oh, what a nade.
Oh. That right off that barrier. Unbelievable. Kick, by the way. He swoops in, he gets both. Unbelievable.
Germany and the UK both getting eliminated, and it's points for USA. Unfortunately for Kickstart, he's not going to be able to hang on long enough to overtake Korea. So at the end of day 2, Korea will be the team at the top of the scoreboard. Where's 8C off to? That's what Vietnam are wondering.
I don't know if he can. There's no way he's getting to the Spectro.
Ooh.
Right? He's just going to die here.
Well,
how do you not take more damage there?
He didn't take barely any damage.
Yeah. Maybe clipped enough of the edge that he was able to prevent the extra speed.
Still not sure he's going to be able to crawl all the way to Spectro.
Maybe. I didn't anticipate that he'd be able to get there, but...
He's just going to wait. He's going to let Spectro come to him. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
This is going to work out, actually.
But what more can you do out of here? Because you can't climb up that wall.
I don't know, but 2 is better than 1.
Good math.
So we'll take that.
Oof. That grenade is good. Emok didn't cook it very well, though. So it gave it plenty of time for Ming Ming and Aix Left to back off. 3 kills for the duo of China that are left. And they're having a tough time finding the angles they want because they're still teams that can kind of put some fire down. They peek a bit too far in the wrong direction. There's a good grenade. Ming Ming now getting lit up. Very low health. Car, that grenade just comes up short.
And it's hard to toss the grenades up the hill. Ming Ming getting a little bit of a helping hand from the terrain. China going to throw a couple back in response. Oh, never mind, it was Argentina onto China, I should say. Sills him with a perfect nade. It actually kind of gave Aix Left a bit of a speed boost, I think, to get that car going, but he's going to have to leave Ming Ming for dead.
Hit the turbo button on that one.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Sacrifice 1 player for extra speed on your car.
Yeah, he's only got 1 frag left. That's not ideal. Turkey cleaning up some players, but Brazil trying to backstab, and it's immediately dealt with. The Mark 14 from Code Marco rings true. Luizera trying to get to the fallen Conrad. Taikon up and over, trying to steal points. Cannot do so. Lunlin, though, is going to fall. Turkey stuck in a very awkward spot now with both Brazil and Vietnam on top. Grenade comes up short. Both grenades come up short. Now you got to fight your way out. It's not going to be easy for Turkey, but Vietnam is backing off a little bit, other than Taikon.
Well, Taikon doesn't really do backing off a little bit. Kind of not his thing.
That is very true.
He massed down to 4, though. He wants to just duck his head down for a second. I mean, Vietnam definitely still interested in. Here goes Taikon, looking for more, a bit more of a spray into that smoke, and he might just clip smash for another knock. Won't chance it. Oh, a couple of good shots onto Brazil. Nade's coming back up over the top from Turkey, really just trying to provide some space here against Vietnam. But all the cards are in the back pocket of Vietnam right now. As long as they don't misstep and drop a player to a nade or something like that, they should win this duel. It's 3-on-4, they have the high ground, they have the agency.
It's all about LFP1 in my book now. He's the real wild card in this fight. Who does he decide to strike? You know, still 2 players of Brazil left on the back lines trying to keep eyes on this particular position. It's left alone in a shack in the middle of the circle. Norway somehow still kicking in this. Himas, good for one, good for two. The Mad does take Corey's. He's not going to get any more. Himas, Tycon combining to finish off Turkey. LFP1 spotted out. It's actually Argentina from afar. It's the knock onto him. They're swooping around the backside of the circle, trying to clear it out for themselves. Now Brazil, very much stuck in an awkward spot. Not so sure. There's much hope for that res. Taking headshots on the way in too.
I think Vietnam's going to push this one. They are going to push this. Brazil's not getting out of here alive. Are there any grenades available for Vietnam? Do they even need grenades, or can they just get this one done with a couple of good shots? Tycon's in there for one onto Quizera. It's now just one player left standing, although LFP1 has just been picked back up. Himas, though, getting some really nice space, and this is very doomed for Brazil. This is fantastic from Vietnam. Really not giving them any space to reset at all, and that was perfectly executed from Vietnam. It was the only way that could go. Tycon is knocked and finished. Argentina have actually just wounded their biggest threat for the rest of this game. It's Argentina with 4 players alive. I wonder if Argentina could go back-to-back.
Hey, I'd be about it. This was my concern with this push from Vietnam, is the whole time I'm watching Argentina just hold a ridgeline, just waiting for that fight to really kick off. Now Norway able to stay planted for a little while longer. Phase 7 circle being very kind to that very tricky position. Normally that spot gets removed and you're just stuck. They're able to get up the hill. Vietnam, though, right on top of them. Seems like they're at least considering this. The way Hisaki's looking, very much looking down. Aches left. Oh boy, you are in trouble, my friend. If one of those mollies gets through that window. First one didn't, thank God. Frag, though, from Silzen being cooked. And he's done.
Unfortunate, but a good effort from Ace left, and he managed to get a couple more placement points out of that position. So take it as a win. Now it's time to see what Norway can do as Vietnam are breathing down their neck. Grenade's being cooked. It's lucky to be alive for the moment. He gets one back. Spectro's fallen, but it won't matter. Norway cannot hold on against the might of Vietnam, who are going charging through this circle, kind of taking down everyone on their way through. They've done it to Brazil. Now they've done it to Norway. But I wonder if they go from being the hunters to the hunted in just a moment, because Japan are thinking about looking at them, and Argentina, I can see, wrapping around the southern side of the zone right now, are really trying to sniff out Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take this threat out of this lobby while they're recovering from that battle with Norway, if possible, especially with the way Himas is shooting right now. He's got 6 kills. He is feeling it. Clearing out the edge, making sure there's no players lurking. Wise from Argentina. See if you can barricade, keep players from getting into the center of this circle, getting better position. That's a good start. Silzen takes Hisaki down. Grenade bounces through and almost takes Himas down. Barely able to survive that one. As allowed MX come up and over, takes Flores down. Finds a great flank angle there. This is phenomenal coordination from Argentina. Himas, what can you do? The last player alive for your squad. They've got everything to throw at you. Kane, though, steps up with an MG3, takes DraftKings down. Here comes Japan.
Yeah, this is what Japan needs to be looking for as well. They've got to try and find those opportunities while Argentina are otherwise occupied to get the knocks, take the space. Imak with this push actually could be a really big difference maker. And Himas, somehow, he's finished off DraftKing and he's knocked Silzen. That just opens the door up for Japan. We thought there would be a back-to-back from Argentina, but I'm now really starting to question that.
Oh, that's a frag. Okay, it's a stun. Still, he's done this before. In these kind of positions, Himas can work wonders. Oh, just barely able to get Silzen grabbed in time. Imhak still stuck behind that. Shaq, are they really aware? The rest of Japan's attention completely turned over to the other side. Emix gonna go on a walkabout. See what he can see. Imhak spotted. Stun up and over the top. Trying to buy a little bit of extra space. Not a bad stun, but not really much he can do off the back of it.
This is getting a little more awkward for Argentina than they might have banked on. Himas, as he overextended there. In the end, Argentina will chase him down. Himas has been spotted out as well. Argentina, once again, go back to pole position for this game. It's a 3-on-2 now as they've finished off Himas. Japan down to a duo. Can they play spoiler for the back-to-back? Argentina looking to join Korea in the back-to-back club here at Nations Cup 2024. Silzen will push up behind the smoke.
Taking so much space. Kane gonna have to let loose with the last 2 smokes in his bag. Trying to continue this wrap around the angle, but Silzen, no fool. Very wise to it at the very least. Emic's gonna try to back him up. Spots, run AX. Run's gonna go around, Kane down. 1 player left here. Run AX so weak. He's got 1 knock, but 12 HP. Surely this is over.
I mean, the production team thought it was over. There was some lights going spinning. They thought it was done, but now it's time. And Argentina will go back to back. They're very happy with that. Man, they've come out of nowhere. They really have.
Reminiscent of day 1 from last year where they were explosive. They're right back at it. Love to see it. The boys are back in town, and the Argentina fans have to be thrilled.
Most definitely. Got some sparklers going on the stage right now. Fireworks. It's a party.
Yeah, and Argentina's thriving. They are the ones who are absolutely having a great time. Japan, if Imhak can hold on there,
yeah,
that could be a very different game.
He fired a couple of shots off and didn't really get anything out of that. I think if he holds those shots, I'm pretty sure they didn't know. Argentina weren't aware of his position. Could have just played a little bit slower, but obviously easy to say from the position that we're in, but when you go back and look at it from the player's perspective, he must have thought that he had a sure knock, and he didn't in the end. But have a look at this as a start. Korea going out in 16th place. They've been generally super consistent, but actually the last few games it's kind of gotten a bit wonky. 15th place, 14th place, and 16th place in game 9, 10, and now 11.
Well, they're just fighting everything in the beginning of the game.
Limit testing a little bit too much.
Yeah. That needs to stop. I think, you know, you've had your fun. It's maybe time to go back to normal. Turkey takes a really nice fight out on the edge. Indonesia just trying to find ways through the gauntlet. They do get ahead of Australia there. Australia gets barricaded on the other side of this road, trying to find ways into the circle. Somehow Thailand almost wins this fight. If it wasn't for Kickstart, could have been a very different story.
Kickstart did a great job, though, of grabbing a couple of extra points for the USA. Not quite able to catch up to Korea, but still 1 more game to go today. And UK, I think they'll be looking at that and thinking, we shouldn't have pushed the church. Australia probably looking at that and thinking we probably shouldn't have pushed north. A couple of decisions that don't go the way of the teams that are making them.
I don't think UK made a bad decision.
Well, I mean, they didn't, but the execution didn't quite work out. I mean, they would have known that that was a 4v2 going into that church. They were the team that actually took a couple of players off of Germany.
Exactly.
But
it's the right, like, macro decision, the wrong micro decisions.
Sure.
Cost them. This is Imhak, if he just holds that angle behind that church, or behind that shelter, excuse me.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I said earlier on that that was like the last game of the day, or I implied that that was the last game of the day. You got to.
Yeah!
It's not. You've got to forgive us, guys. We're just 2 men.
2 guys.
2 guys. We're just 2 guys.
Just locking down 6 games of PUBG, doing the analyst desk duty. It's a lot.
Yeah.
My brain starts to.
Where are they? Like,
yeah. Just a couple of dudes.
There's a couple of dudes. Hey, but 1 more game to go today.
Yeah.
So we saw there on Miramar, obviously Argentina going to continue to go rocketing up the standings, and that actually, again, throws another spanner in the works because they were one of those teams that didn't really look like they were part of the conversation at the start of the day, and in the blink of an eye, in 2 games' time, now they're going to overtake Australia, Japan, Turkey, maybe even Norway off of that. So everything's getting thrown out the window from day 1 to day 2.
I love it. Oh, and especially because now you're like, we were talking about it at the beginning of the day that you need to have like 2 big games to kind of get yourself back in the conversation, and Argentina's been that team. So that's super exciting. Japan's been remarkably consistent. I mean, they're not putting up huge frag numbers or anything, but they keep finding themselves kind of in these late game scenarios where they at least potentially have opportunities. A little bit cleaner execution, and they'd be good to go. Vietnam is just Vietnam, dude. They're just frag masters. They are the best in the business. Threw 20 frag grenades in that game. What in the world is that? Where do they even find that many? Just scooping them off of the bodies?
Yeah, all the guys that they're frag grenading.
Yeah.
Well, Silzen goes back to back for man of the match as well.
My GOAT.
So alongside Argentina, he is having a fantastic day. I'm actually really excited to see what this now means for the overall standings, where everything's going to be sitting. Because we have another team in the mix, and it feels like, yeah, I mean, there's like now 9-10 teams that have kind of had pretty good tournament. Korea slowing down, US somewhat slowing down as well. Germany's definitely slowed down.
Yeah, it's been rough sledding for a few of those teams that were hot yesterday. 12 kills, 11 kills for Vietnam. Yeah, that's a solid game for Japan. Norway, you look, that was not easy for Norway from like start to finish. They were constantly running into teams. They were constantly having to find any shred of like safety they could, and they just were barely able to. And getting a little bit of circle love helps. China's putting up points at the very least. I mean, it's not great, but it's something. It's not the abysmal day that was yesterday.
I think if you're China, anything is progress, right? And so you got to be taking that. But here is where we sit at the moment. Korea still on top, USA second. That has been maintained for pretty much the whole event so far. And Thailand now the team to claim third, holding on to it by a fairly slim margin. But yeah, what I'm saying is Argentina have gone rocketing up. They're now on 70. Turkey pretty close by with that. Japan as well. Australia and Brazil. I feel a little bit silly, you know, because we were talking about them quite favorably at the start of the day, but hasn't really come together for either of those two teams today. They've actually been really on the receiving end of some very rough games. Chinese Taipei in there with Australia and Brazil. It hasn't been working out for them either. But top 9, they're actually looking pretty spicy.
Yeah. No. There's worlds where somebody, a very rare world, where somebody towards the bottom of the top 9 can change things up and find their destiny at the top of the leaderboard. But it's going to be really hard.
I mean, yeah, to give some credit to Australia and Brazil, at least they're having games where they're at least getting some points.
Yeah.
They're not having 0-point games for the most part. So if either of them were to have a win here on Miramar, like they jump right back in.
Right.
And that's kind of what you need to be seeing. When you're having that bad day or that average day, it's like, well, at least we're not too far out of the conversation. Obviously, going into tomorrow, you'd probably want to be sitting around that 70-point mark. I think that's probably where 8th ends up being at the end of today. So for both Brazil and for Australia, that's, you know, 17 or 19-point game. That's probably a win that's going to be required. They're about due for it, right? Like, both of those teams have had some good moments, had some bad moments, but they've been in positions where they haven't really looked like they were going to convert a win, apart from maybe that one game that Brazil had, the 3-on-3 against Korea yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That was Tago, I think.
Tago, yeah.
And didn't quite convert that. But apart from that, yeah, I mean, who else is really part of that conversation from 10 and below? Well, I don't know. We haven't seen enough from UK to convince me. We haven't seen enough from China to convince me. Chinese Taipei, probably not. Canada, probably not. Indonesia, definitely not.
No.
Indonesia on 16 points now. Of all of the teams, they feel like the team that from day 1 to day 2 hasn't really shown that market improvement, or at least of the teams that needed it. At least for China, at least for UK. Like, we've seen a little bit more today. You know, there are some positives to take away, but for Indonesia, unfortunately not. And I think I'm putting that line through.
No. There's no hope. There's just literally no hope. It's unfortunate to say, but it is the reality of the situation. Not much changing on this screen that shows us the match predictions. Whoever our voters are, they're really dedicated to whatever country they're picking.
Very big fans of China.
There's no recency bias.
No. I mean, I would have thought Australia probably would have fallen off. I would have thought China would have fallen off. You could be voting for Thailand, Vietnam at this point. Argentina. Why not? Go for Argentina. Can they get the hat trick? That'll be fun.
I don't know if we've ever seen that at a PNC.
At a Nations Cup? I don't know.
I don't know. Have we ever seen it at a LAN?
I couldn't say about a LAN. I know for sure it happened in
I've seen it happen in regionals.
In PCS APAC.
I've seen it happen in PWS. But, gosh, it's happened at a LAN. I can't remember. But my brain is also, again, made of Swiss cheese.
It's getting to that point in the night.
Yep. A lot of people want to see some wins from the Korean teams, of course. That's what most of those signs are basically alluding to. Looking for like a 15-kill game.
15-kill game.
Yeah. Pretty specific. Why not 20? They did it last year. Just saying.
It's a good number to aim for. 19 is the number to beat at the moment. That was Thailand. Game 1 of the day today. Got the Chinese fans out in force as well. The large contingent of Chinese fans actually sitting right in front of our caster desk. But there's a smattering on the other side of the arena as well.
It is crazy how many different regions are represented here. It's so cool too. It's so awesome. I mean, every time I look up, I'm seeing a new country represented somewhere out in the audience.
It just makes me jealous, man, as someone from Australia, because my country's just so far away from everything, you just wouldn't see it. But here we are, final game of the day, day 2 of PUBG Nations Cup, and it's time to jump in to Miramar.
All right, let's get into it. Only one more to go.
Restaurante Mexicano Rapido. That's looking pretty good right now.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not gonna lie.
Mexican food sounds so good. I am a huge fan.
Go a taco or a burrito.
Chicky wings.
Chicky wings. Really anything.
I am a huge fan of most foods, actually. I basically, every time I go to a new country, I'm like, I've never had, XYZ food. Yeah, and then I get there and I'm like, this is amazing. Wow. Went to Malaysia last year. Oh, food there. Oh, this plane though. Oh, okay, wait. Oh. Could it happen?
What?
Is it time? Is it time?
The
1 in 10,000 game island circle. This is one of those plane pass. I don't think it's likely. But
I'm here for it.
Look. So, it's not quite 1 in 10,000. It's 1 in 10,000 for the very small islands. You know, there's 3 islands there.
Yeah.
Actually, believe it or not, in esports mode, it is possible for a circle to end on that very, very small island.
This one?
Yeah, the third one, the most southern island.
Yep.
The 2 big ones, it's like 1 in 2,500 games-ish that it'll end on one of those.
It's not good odds.
Nope. But it's possible.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait for that first zone. And then we might be able to get excited, but let's not get too excited just yet. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Again, a massive, massive stretch for Australia. Probably having to push as far as they possibly can to get to power grid. Other than that, everyone's dropped short. Gonna have to drive up to some loot spots. Indonesia might take Monte Nuevo. Where's that first zone though?
No. Sag.
Not gonna happen. Everyone's disappointed. Except the players.
Yeah. I mean, this circle, okay, you're highlighting Korea at Tumasera. They didn't really, if I remember correctly, there was a circle that wasn't too dissimilar. It was a little more south to start that I don't think they really got too much out of. Germany won that game. Hard for me to say for sure off the top of my head, but you would think, though, it should be a relatively good starting point. I don't know what happened to Leo.
Yeah. The woes continue for Chinese Taipei. It just has not been their day. Hasn't really been their event.
It was way outside of Impala. I mean, you got 2 players in Impala, and then you had 2 outside.
Yep.
And so this is just... the thing about Turkey is they are kind of all over the place in this Kantara drop spot. They're constantly kind of trying to push their limits, see if they can find another extra compound, maybe grab a vehicle that they normally wouldn't have access to. So most of the time it hasn't really worked out where they've had to just run because they don't get there first. But this time around, it looks like they did. Looks like it worked out. So, hey, you'll take those.
Apart from that, relatively quiet.
Hello?
Around Miramar. Run AX, not sure what's going on there. Oh. Looks like we're going to get a rematch.
That explains it. Oh, the Korea fans are very sad.
Yeah. Well, if you're Chinese Taipei, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well, that might be what happened. That might be part of the equation. Although it might just be Run AX.
I mean, I'm not sure. Looks like he's reloaded his gun.
Could be.
So could it be someone else? I mean, we're still in the game. We're still in the game, but the Chinese stream, sorry, not the Chinese stream, the Korean stream, of course, not showing the game.
The lights came on.
All right, we're back.
That means we're cooked.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
A little bit of a wait.
I mean, maybe now there's another chance for an island circle. That's all I'm saying. We have another shot.
Yeah?
Yeah. The really extremely rare chance.
Someone's just gone, I don't like that plane path. Can we get a rematch? Can we restart?
I say we get the same plane path, hopefully. Of course, it's completely random in a restart, so you never know what you're going to get. But you do have this from time to time where, it depends on what happened, but I'm not sure if the rule changed, but last I knew, it was just every player has to touch the ground.
Okay.
And if there's a crash after that, then too bad, so sad.
I see. So maybe it was someone still in the air.
Yeah.
Oh.
That used to be the rule. I assume it still is.
Which Canadian flag do you think is better? I'm going to choose right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think the right one was
right.
Wrong.
Yeah. That's a good maple leaf there. Appreciate that. God, screen is massive. This stage is so sick.
It is.
So we're clear.
I think it's a very impressive venue.
It really is. I know we talked about it a lot at the beginning of the show, but we're going to talk about it again because we had downtime, and I want everyone to understand what they're missing by not being here live. I want the FOMO.
One of the beauties of Battle Royale esports is that, you kind of have to make an impressive stage when you need to fit 16 teams on it.
That's true. But I like the scheme of this. Like the colors really pop.
Yeah.
Looks really clean. There's a huge stage or a huge screen above the stage. My word. That is awesome for the fans. So much that they can see from there. Multiple levels for the fans to be at. There's not a bad seat in the house.
Yeah. We've got the best seat in the house right there, down on the bottom left.
Do we though?
I like looking at the crowd. I actually do like.
Oh, I see it. Oh, okay.
Because obviously we can see the game.
Yeah.
On our feed, but
you just watch the crowd and just.
Yeah, I like to get when they're getting hype.
Yeah, me too. I do the same thing.
It's always nice to be able to see and hear. Importantly, is hear the crowd.
Yeah. We could throw something at Rain from here.
Yeah. I've got some.
I wish he was listening.
Got some coffee,
so I could talk to him. I do have coffee.
I reckon he's within striking distance.
I think I could hit him.
I played a bit of cricket as a young lad.
Did you?
So I could. Got a good arm on me. I reckon.
That's a cool sport. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's sort of like American baseball, I guess. Not really, but
yeah.
There's some rules where I'm like, oh, that's.
It's the closest thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the closest thing.
But that being said, it's still not that similar.
No.
But it's still fun to watch.
Ball and hitting, and that's about it.
Yeah. And there's a few things with the way the ball, where it goes, kind of has a similar vibe.
Yep.
That's about it. Yeah, well, we just got to wait now. Restart the lobby. Shouldn't take super long. It's usually a couple minutes at most.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's just sitting there waiting, getting ready to go.
And, one more game.
I want to judge some mousepad game. That's what
some mousepad game.
Yeah, if we can get some shots of the player booth.
Well, okay, Mr. Judgy.
I have
a mousepad.
I have a huge mousepad. That's my desk.
Oh,
here we go.
It's like one of those full.
Nice and red.
Yeah.
I think that's good. Vietnam, red team, red mousepad. I like the color scheme.
Well, you need the big square mousepads for PUBG.
Yeah.
You need all that space.
What's going on here? Zenan.
It's a
Leo.
Chinese Taipei fan. Got a jersey.
He's got a boot. He's got a level 3 helmet.
That is
some looting.
That is a great fan right there. Some Vietnam fans. See, I'm telling you, we've got just about everybody represented.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I was just saying as we went into the game there. The beauty of being here is that it's not that far to get to for a lot of Southeast Asia.
Yep.
It took me about 4 hours to come from Vietnam. I was in Vietnam before this. So that's a nice little hop, skip, and a jump, really.
That ain't bad at all. I mean, that's less than flying coast to coast in America, so.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can't even get out of my country without flying for about 5 hours.
Yeah. You guys are kind of out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got to cross the desert, and then you start flying over water. Another red mouse pad.
Red seems to be
It's popular.
Yeah, well, for the United States, I guess it makes sense, right? You have like red, white, or blue. Those be the colors. I just have a giant black one.
Mine's big.
Yeah. Mine's like the same size as the one Trimsy has there, except it's just a different color.
I've got a bigger one.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, who's counting, really? It's not a contest.
Yeah, bro, mine is the size of my room. Bro.
What are we talking about again?
I don't know. Like mouse pads, I think. I hope.
Quick translation. Why is there an apple?
Korea fighting.
Korea fighting.
Daehan Mingguk is Korea fighting.
Korea fighting.
Yeah. The official, like, in Korean, the Republic of Korea is Daehan Mingguk.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll hear
is that like the cheer, basically, for Korea?
Yeah, actually, I was just about to say that. So sometimes, like, at the Olympics or here, you'll hear, like, Daehan Mingguk, clap, 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 clap. That's the famous one. All right, so we just got word that the lobby is just about ready. About 1 more minute here. And we will be ready to rock and roll. Try Miramar again. But you know what? Things happen. It be PUBG. We've all been here before. And that's okay. It's part of esports.
I like the beanie kind of matches the shirt.
That is cute. Wow. There is the Aches Left, like, club. That is the fan club right there.
Yep.
And they're right in front of us.
Gunner is so cute. Who's that?
Who?
I know who it is.
Oh, okay.
Could only be one person out there in the crowd. The Gunner is cute sign. Shout outs.
A lot of Korea fans, of course. Chinese Taipei again. Love to see it.
I think the 1 minute might have been a debate. Sorry to inform everyone at home.
Sorry, everybody.
Nobody wants to get into the game more than we do.
If you want to blame somebody,
blame Paperthin.
What? I was gonna blame Kailaris, but
yeah, he might be watching along. I think if you send him a whisper, Twitch
at Kailaris on Twitter. I heard he also has like a bunch of like codes to give away, and just make sure to spam his DMs. Yeah.
Blame Kailaris.
It's always his fault. Might be a little my fault, but I'm gonna blame more of him. And we're working on it, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. We apologize for the delay, but should be getting into the game relatively soon. Should it just be a lobby reset?
Lounging.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tech issue there briefly.
We've been told 4 minutes now, which was about a minute ago, so maybe 3 more minutes to go.
Countdown begins.
Countdown begins. There's a lot of German fans watching along in chat, I can see.
Oh, you've delved into chat now. We're at that
point.
We're at that point.
We're at that point.
Well, I'm a big fan of the German players so far. They've been playing good.
They have.
That is an American.
That is the most
That is the most American sign I've ever seen. What is a kilometer? Indeed. I now know what it is because I've lived overseas long enough.
Yep.
I am now fully metric pilled.
Yeah. I got to say what up to Insight. He gave us the hey first.
Oh, Insight.
Insight's watching along. Supporting Team Australia, I'm sure.
Is the cow in the chat?
My
kick a moo cow.
Haven't seen any moos in the chat just yet.
My goat. This guy is at every event, by the way. He has the coolest outfit. I've actually seen him, I'm not even kidding. This guy with the level 3 helmet and the ski mask. Yep. I've seen him riding around on a bicycle in Seoul.
I have a level 3 helmet exactly like that one, actually.
Do ya?
Yeah. Back at home.
Who'd you steal it from?
ESL. We got it when we were doing ANZ Champs back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Like well before Nations Cup. Oh, sorry, not before Nations Cup. Before the PCS era.
Oh, okay.
We had ANZ Champs, which is our local Aussie league.
Yeah.
And I think we got some merch for that one. And
oh, so you didn't actually have to steal it?
No, I didn't steal it.
It was part of your gift.
It was part of the whole show.
All right. Fair enough. Is it time? Have we done it? We begin again. Miramar for reals, I hope. We go into the last game of the day. As Jordan and I stave off madness.
We go again. Woo. We go into the last game of the day as we go crazy. But it's all good. It's Miramar.
Crazy.
Surrounding terrain has been improved.
Yeah, it has.
There you go.
It really has.
Oh,
That is not That is not just like boasting. That is not bravado. That is accurate. This whole map is great. It always has been, in my opinion, but now it's like so good. This is the best map, and fight me if you don't think so. 1v1 me.
Erangel. I'm actually coming around to Rondo, though. I'm not going to lie.
Rondo's fine.
Very nice looking map.
I like Rondo well enough. I think Rondo just needs some love in some of those really flat spots in the middle of the map.
I just like the green maps, man.
I like the green.
Yeah, I don't really like the orangey, browny, Miramar kind of vibe. I'm a bit more of a green man, you know? Give me a nice countryside.
I could care less about, in some ways, about like the color and the aesthetics. Like, I'm more of like a gameplay, like purist.
Yeah.
So that's why I like Miramar. It's hard to drive on. I will admit this. That is the biggest downside of this map. And everybody who plays it knows it. However, it gives the best end games. It gives the best end games. Because there's so much variation in the terrain.
Well, I think we're heading in that direction, hopefully.
Woo!
Everyone's jumping out, all good. Bit of a more acceptable playing path, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. For the players, for sure.
It might be good news.
Yeah, I mean,
the rematch.
I feel like, though, we should be sent the same circle. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just give us the southwest circle. Same playing path, fine. Same circle. You know, I feel like we're owed it. It's probably just going to be like dead center. Ah, it's east again. But
not as far east.
No. But this one, kind of curious. Maybe it'll end. Maybe we'll have a Kantara finish, like that crater.
Yeah.
Super fun.
Oh yeah.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
No one had lost the owners.
America's going there. That's
head there.
That's their drop spot. I'm not sure. I mean, that's going to be a rotation path probably for a couple teams. Is I think another thing that they might be kind of identifying. Like, there's those hills to the east of Los Leones. You might have somebody like Korea use that as like a scouting point.
Yeah.
But I think as Korea, you have to be a little bit worried that it's Thailand and Indonesia behind you. They're a little bit more of a wild card, although Korea's been the wild card the last couple games.
Sure.
Fair.
I mean, especially in the case of Thailand at the moment, they're kind of just farming, bro. They're
so
on
good
a fantastic day. So
I'm so excited.
Wouldn't want them at my back. Who needs
your
a big
front.
finish? That's the question for me right now.
What?
Who needs a big finish?
A big finish?
I'm thinking Australia, Brazil.
Yeah, those are the two.
Probably the two that have fallen off the most today. That if they would get a big finish, could jump back into a reasonable position.
I'm with you. Those are the two that I have the highest hopes for that are the furthest down the leaderboard, other than the UK and China, but they're just kind of dead in the water.
UK's kind of sneaking up on it, you know, like
Yeah.
points, the gap is not that far between them and Australia and Brazil.
They need like an outrageously good game just to catch up to Japan, just to break top 10.
Realistically, you could have 25, 30-point game, right? So
Sure, it happens.
UK could do that. They'd be up to 65. They might be just outside the top 8. And that would be a pretty good recovery going into day 3. Probably doesn't put you in a position where you can actually win.
No.
But you could shoot for a top 5 from there.
No, right now, like assuming the gap doesn't go crazy here, like there are very rare worlds where Argentina has a shot going into tomorrow. Like if this was the current leaderboard.
Sure.
But it's still very, to gain 30 points on a team in one day, it happens. It has happened. 40 points in a day has happened. But it's outrageously rare.
Yep. Well, big finish today for UK would be a welcome change, of course. James is solo. A little bit isolated away from 8Z, who's also sort of made a bit of a southern push with him. Rest of Norway will be on their way as well.
This poor sign. Seen better days.
Has.
The M is very sad. Miramar.
Oh.
I like the skin on that on this motorcycle.
Argentina colors.
Yeah, that's sick. Where do you find that? I want that. That one's really good. Oh, that is nifty driving.
That was calculated. That
he
was
knows.
calculated.
He just knows. That's what probably, I have no idea how many hours you could have possibly put in this game at this point. Tens of thousands.
10,000?
Tens of thousands. More than 10,000 easily.
Yeah. Well, James is the king of the castle right now.
James is just such a good player, man.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of risks, but
a lot of them work out.
Yeah.
Has fallen off a little bit today. He came in as equal first in terms of kill leaders. He's down to 5th place right now. Seoul holding on to number 1.
Oh, my God. Oh, heaven. Okay, well, this was inevitable. Korea fighting somebody off the rip. They set up a trap on the road. And it's Indonesia who just loses a player, Simoy gone, and they're like, nope, okay, forget it.
It's just Korea in a nutshell, isn't it? And I should say, actually, I made a mistake. It's Himas that's on top. 31 kills for Himas.
He went nuclear that last game.
Yeah.
I love Himas. Such a tremendous player. Argentina, very happy that they're able to really pick up the pace and find some big wins. Isakio, no. Oh, James had an opportunity. Argentina as well getting in the mix, does a little bit of damage. James reveals his position, and Argentina's like, what the heck somebody doing up there?
Yeah, doesn't actually have a whole lot of meds up there. He's going to have to go for the bandages for now.
And look at this. This was a setup for the rest of Vietnam to rotate in. And they've done so. No fear. Well, that hurts, though.
Probably should have had a little bit of fear.
Yeah.
Silson's going to clean up one easily. That's the end of Hisaki. Salute down on the floor right now. Smokes can go on to him. Looks okay for Korea, but they've got to take some space here. Into Picado. Trick. Under a bit of pressure. Seoul close by. Emergency for Korea. The ambulance, though, on its way. Looks like it's going to be okay for those lads. Unless Tere gets a good shot in here.
We've seen this before. We've seen this picture. This story. Let's see if he can find it again. See if he can find that. Oh,
no.
Angle. Oh!
They spotted him.
Yep. Good eyes from heaven. Maybe an Onyx might have given a little bit of help.
Oh, that's ambitious.
There is a world where that lands. I think he's just enough in range. That was about 60 meters-ish.
Not quite.
Yeah. Not sure if it was too far.
Yeah, it fell short.
Like in theory, if you're downhill, like if you throw it right, you can get a grenade to go, I think like 65, 75 meters.
Jump throw.
Yeah. Like normally if it's just flat, it's about, I think 50-ish.
I think that's probably pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
50 meters, throw a ball 50 meters.
Yeah.
Grenade's probably a little bit heavier.
Really good athletes can easily do that. And PUBG guys like the best athletes on the planet.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
80 under pressure right now at the hands of Argentina. He's had to go scurrying upstairs. Mum said, go to your room.
Thought you might break out some Beastie Boy lyrics there for a second. All right, Norway. Just gonna let Keepa go, I think. Looks like it. Australia's been, by the way, watching this fight like the entire time, just harassing it. So Korea tried to commit to wipe Indonesia out, but never really able to fully probably do so. Some knocks along the way.
Trick might be a freebie here for Tig once he gets that reload. Nice headshot. Oh! That was Luke 12 that helped out. I don't know if Trick's getting back up after that one.
Well, you got, I think most people would say, the best 5.56 DMR player in the world in TIG, along with Luke. That is not a fun spot to be in for any player. They're not going to miss those. They're not going to give you much hope. Korea packed their bags, trying to move to another town. This one is not kind to them anymore. James and Tekkers. I almost said Tekken. I'm like, nope, that's a game.
That is a game.
That's a game, paper thin.
Getting pretty late.
Yeah, that last restart was the nail in the coffin for my mental acuity.
The mental has been boomed.
It's a little boomed. That's okay. Still having fun. That's all that matters. Silson, James has no helmet. Does James even have?
James has no idea.
James is probably dead. Especially since Silson hears him. Oh, this is... If James doesn't die... Well, you know, the thing is he's gotten so far beyond Argentina's, like, ability to do anything about this. He might be okay. The real concern actually becomes Himas. in this building up ahead. I mean, who knows? Maybe James just sets up shop and kind of chills, but we'll see. Circle. Ooh. South.
I don't really get the vibe. I don't really get the vibe that James is the set up shop and chill kind of guy.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Tekkas is on his way now as well, so Silson might actually have 2 bites at the cherry here. If Tekkas goes right past where James did as well. USA going to set themselves up nicely. That social shift has been quite favorable for them. Oh yeah, Canada, a bit of trouble trying to rock up on Chinese Taipei. Shots in on Shinboy initially. Adam's down low as well. Leo looking to try and take that duel. And connections just not quite going to be enough yet. So in the end, I mean, it was always coming, wasn't it? Chinese Taipei finding the first couple of openings, and finally, Silson will get his man. James is going to be wondering, how is there a player there?
Oh, geez. Oh, Loon. Hello. Oh, Shinboy found the headshot angle, but the grenade from Zen Nan was there to back up his teammate. That was some pretty fancy shooting there from Loon.
Yeah, it's an early knock for Canada. They get to go home early.
Here are your boys, Australia, trying to do Teddy dirty, and he's in trouble.
Indeed. There's nothing to be done there for him, unfortunately. Tiggleton will pick that one up. Australia kind of clearing out the western edge of the map, but they've still got a bit of moving and shaking to do to get into the next zone. It'll be Monty that's going to be sent out on the scouting duty on the bike by the looks of things.
The thing is Australia should be kind of okay. Brazil's got a 1-3 split, and there's a lot of Kantara, a lot of the edge of that crater that's available. So I would assume that Australia should have somewhere they can go. Even the mountains to the northeast of Los Leones are free. So there's a lot of opportunities. Kane, on the other hand, is drifting. And because he lost his tire. Yep, that's kind of what I assumed. But I think he's okay. I think he's gonna be able to regroup. Now this is you're stuck here as Japan. You are stuck here until the circle decides that you're not. It is a very difficult spot to leave.
Because Circle may not decide that they have to move, though.
Well, that's the thing.
Up on Japan.
In this circle, because of the way that everything works around what some people call the half pipe that runs the road that runs down the middle of this circle, because everything's so flat and open around it, you kind of just have to gamble on one of these compounds in the middle and pray.
Yeah.
Or work edge. Those are your choices. Like the half pipe itself, sometimes you can get away with hanging out in it, but you're gonna have to fight like hell to get through it. So, yeah, you have to take what's available, and that's frankly a really good move for Japan with their play style, with the way that they operate.
Sure,
there's a really good world where they're deep into this game and getting a lot of points.
Yeah, their fans are just keeping their heads down, play into the late game. Pick up a few kills on the way, but nothing too explosive. Thailand, on the other hand, are a very different kind of a mindset at the moment. And Nurans is so far away from the rest of his team. He's super isolated here, with a few members of Korea sort of floating around as well. I'm very interested to see how this game is going to play out for Thailand, but circle shift. It's going to go hard south, and that is big news for the Korean fans.
Well, now the calculus of how this game is going to play out really changes, because you just cut out a whole lot of the bad parts of this circle. USA has a phenomenal position in a very, very defendable compound. Yes, there are breaches that you can make there because of those walls, but it's tricky. It's very difficult for a lot of teams to get through. The Spectral trying to land right on top of Turkey. Some damage done though. 80 was already here. Catches the man in the ear.
On the roof, he needs to find the trade, and he needs to do it quickly. Knows his position though, and knocks him down to the floor as well. So hasn't quite worked out for Norway, or at least this couple of members of Norway that have tried to make that breach work. Tekkas is miles away.
I was trying to find him on the map.
Yeah, he's nowhere nearby.
Oh, that's yep. This is the yep. This field is just
a dead sentence.
Yeah. It's so hard to find anything that's survivable until the circle gets much smaller. Germany trying to drive through there. I don't think there's anyone. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you should even bother thinking about trying to lift Mika. He's just dead. There aren't enough smokes in the world to cover that spot. So this is one of the few spots that is viable around here. The half-pipe ramp gives you at least some protection. And if you can lock it down, it's fairly defendable. Seoul doing a little bit of exploring, a little bit of scouting for Korea out on his own, close to Thai territory.
Big ol' rotate coming through here for the last remaining members of Vietnam. Hard north, got a long way to travel. But Korea are already up to their usual business, and that is when the zone's starting to pull in their direction. They're trying to take some space. Seoul's been left to his own devices, and he's a pretty reliable player.
Nonix has 332 bullets back on those on 5.56. Doesn't need all those bullets.
Whoa.
Ooh, come on, land it. Land it. Yeah, nice. All's well that ends well. Oh, he's missing a tire, though.
Yeah, he's got no friends.
It's a rough life for Ocarine. Left did get a knock. Japan has to leave that compound, by the way, I was talking about. They're in trouble because their cars are going to be beat up if they even have one that's in a functioning state. Good driving here by Brex. Going to be able to regroup. So Germany, you know, they play very kind of independently, but now they're going to be able to group back up. Better late than never and make a go of things as this one goes on. I mean, if there's a northern shift, they could hold on.
Yeah, man. This zone is looking pretty busy, though. Like 15 teams alive, 49 players. It's getting pretty messy. Gonna have to start thinning this herd out, and it will have to come from this next zone shift. You're looking for a north shift for Germany. You're not gonna get it. It's gonna end up being a west shift for Brazil and for Australia. Two teams that we said need to have a big finish to today. Maybe the PUBG gods are smiling upon them, trying to give them the help they can.
And if the USA, that's a good kill for XK. Japan's out in the blue, though, most of them. If the USA can hang on to this compound, they've got a really good shot in this game. My big question in my mind, is anybody going to challenge them? Hello, Ocarine. Free kill on Navard, that's another. 2 HP. T-Bone going to take his crack at it, yeah. He's going to get the kill and wipe Indonesia out. Finish day 2 in last place with 17 points.
Yeah, he's just a real pain. For UK, it's a real pain point. They might lose their entire team just because Ocarine is sitting there and gets a 2K knock. Germany have decided there's some new kind of technology available over there. And
called reverse?
Reversing cars, backwards driving cars. I don't think I'm sold on it, so that one might have to go back to the drawing board.
I need to re-engineer that one a little bit.
German engineering not paying off this time.
Well done. Chinese Taipei sliding through the road. Thailand trying to have something to say about it. Okay. Hello? What? Oh, they blew up the car. Okay. T-Bone going to suffer because of that. Michael just throwing grenades, trying to dissuade players from coming through. What is going on? Okay. They finally take care of him, but not before he drags a few players into the fiery depths with him.
It's not just fiery depths. There's a blue zone nade in there as well. Chinese Taipei are going to go down. It was an ill-fated push, and you often find that when teams are having to fight for that specific location or similar, that it ends up just being mutually assured destruction.
Oh, yeah. Those, like, awnings or shacks, they're not even shacks, right?
No, it's just like a hay bale.
Yeah, these are
storage location, I
They're
guess.
so hard to play from.
Yeah. It's literally like your last option. You have no other options.
Yeah.
You have to go and play something. It's not going to go well.
Do it, Sparking.
Yeah, would like to see Brazil pop off right here.
Me too. Brazil or Australia, we're talking about them. They're both still kicking in this one. They both still have 4 up.
Yeah.
They've got favorable positions in that they have safety for now.
Australia are trying to take a lot more space than Brazil at the moment, though. And on this northern side are running into the last couple of remnants of Turkey. And that is Ruin, who's actually kind of ruining their chances, though. The nades come back in response, and Ruin's going to be done in the end. Japan keeping on kicking here and there.
Well, getting a few extra points out of this position is not bad at all. That was going to be rough going, no matter how you cut it. Thailand, 4 up as well. Has Calories, and Vietnam is out in the blue.
Ooh.
Okay, huge moment here for Australia and Brazil. Potentially China.
Yeah, well, actually, all 3 of those teams really need big points.
Yes. USA has a tough maneuver. Korea has a hill to play from. Thank you, observers. But USA is the one I'm actually really curious about here because they have to make a decision. I don't know if there's enough of the ridge side that they're going to be able to cut themselves off from China's sight lines to get over towards the road. There is like a dip on the other side of that road, but I think China's compound has pretty good view on it. So maybe the USA has to cut in towards the corner, the crossroads. We'll see.
USA are kind of catching up to Korea. 2 points the gap right now. Could be another day where USA actually ends in the lead.
Unbelievable.
Laury's surviving by the skin of his teeth for the moment. He's got a couple of bandages.
That's it for the heals, though.
Yeah, Zone's going to start pushing at his back as well. And he's got to get through Thailand, but if he can maybe keep his head down, Thailand might just move out in front of him. He can backfill in behind. Taikon doing the same thing behind Korea.
Korea is going to have to dust up with Thailand here, I think. Oh, that hurts Korea. Taikon took his time, found his mark, found a point at the very least. They are just being so sneaky. Now Thailand is fighting the USA. The USA, as they're trying to get out of their compound, actually took a knock. And here we go. Thailand and Korea have to battle. The concern here for Korea is now you've got Taikon on the other side, but Clories has something to say about this dude. So this could be, who knows? Maybe Vietnam just comes out of this and is smelling like roses.
He can get a free kill right there if he wanted it. Not going to take it initially. Taikon's been spotted out by Fluky. Surely time for revenge. He's going to go for the nade. Oh, he's going to finish off Nurans. There's no doubt about that one. So Thailand copying the same kind of beating that Korea were. It's going to significantly hamper their chances of winning this game now.
At least it was fair. You know, both teams lost a player. Vietnam shenanigans. But Vietnam, this is smart from Vietnam. They don't have great options in this game, so try to pick up whatever points you can. Yep. Lyrics, ooh, wow, that was really close to being Clory's dead. Salute, though. Long-range grenade. Let's see if he can find his mark. Ooh, it does some damage to Jacob.
Clory's has gotten another knock onto Thailand, so he actually might be bringing down Thailand one piece at a time. Fluky's going to go down to Salute. Clory's found by Heaven. Korea will be happy with that. A bit of revenge onto Vietnam, and it might not come together still with Seoul having been knocked by Jacob. It's madness on this side of the zone. Thailand do inevitably get eliminated. That is at the hands of Korea, but they might have done just enough to ruin Korea's chances for this game. It's starting to look like it might be Brazil and Australia. Potentially also the USA kind of keeping their heads down for the moment. Argentina and China getting into a skirmish on that northern side. Zone will pull again over Australia, over Brazil.
Yep, setting up for the mortar. Really smart stuff here from Brazil. There was a unfortunate situation there for Argentina. Someone had a grenade in hand. They got knocked, took out a couple of their own players. Luke, Australia. Oh, Brazil getting in on it. America. Now here come the mortars, 157. That looks about right to me. Here we go. Aches left also. Some big knocks, and it's so close. Just a couple meters short.
That would have been a big one. It would have been all three.
Just needs one more tick up.
Come on.
No. One more tick up. I don't think he knows. I don't think they quite know how close they were. Korea? Hello?
Well, it might not come down to the mortars, or may it? Oh! Sparking! That is beautiful! And that is the end of USA for day 2. Some big points for Brazil.
My man.
Cannot ask for much more.
I love that. Great triangulation there from Team Brazil. Now Korea tried to make a move to get to the other side of the circle to try to find some level of safety. And this is what I was worried about for America, potentially trying to get into a position like this where China just has amazing sight lines from their compound down this ridge line. And there just really isn't a lot you can do about it. And I think Korea may be hoping that China would get potentially beat up, but they're just hitting great shots. Aches left, not gonna miss those. Heaven basically down and out. Yeah, he's gone.
Well,
Korea will finish the day on top, Jordan, but not kind of a great run there after they got their win.
I have to say, this final 3 is kind of like the little fish in the big pond. It's the big 3 of the little 3. We've got Australia, Brazil, and China all desperate for points in the bottom 8 at the moment. And all 3 with a chance to finish off the game with a dub, finish off the day, more importantly, with a dub. Who's got the best positioning right now? Well, I don't know about China. They're not feeling too comfortable sitting down in the field at the moment, down on that low ground. Australia, great stuff up on the high ground. Brazil very comfortable in their compound. So of the three, call me biased, but I might say Australia. Definitely not China.
I like their position the best. As long as the circle doesn't hard shift north 2 times.
Yeah.
This is looking really good. Sparking did steal that point, though.
Well, that'll be the thing. It's a big circle shift to come here. If it does go south, it's Australia for free. Anything else, if they have to push off of these cliffs, then it really starts to open up.
Yep. It's like I always say, high ground is great until it isn't. Especially on this map where there isn't a ton of foliage and stuff to cover your downhill pushes at times. Very, very tricky. See what the circle wants to do.
South.
Center's up. This is not the end of the world yet for Australia. China still has the ridge to work with on the other side of the road, so I think they're okay. Brazil is fine.
It will depend on how far Australia get pushed and if they have an angle. I mean, Monty and Flood definitely have to move, and I think they were the guys that actually had the angle onto that cross that China made.
Yeah. So the real question is by that crate. So the crate's on the northern side of that hill. On the other side of that hill, on the southern side of it, is there going to be anything for Australia to work with, or is there enough to, like, top of this ridge on Tiggleton and Luke's side? It looks like there is. So
it's okay.
Yeah, I think Monty and Flood have to regroup with Tiggleton and Luke here, or drop down and hope there's safety underneath.
I mean, I'm a fan of the regroup at this point. We got the few Australia fans in the crowd. Let's go.
One of them's a coach.
Yeah. No bias in there, of course, but I mean, Australia need a little bit of something. So does Brazil, and definitely so does China.
How many frag grenades Brazil has? We have 18.
Well, they've been just sitting inside that building the whole time. They haven't needed to use any.
4 apiece plus a couple. That's a lot. I mean, a ton of smoke grenades, though, for Australia. So at the very least, when they have to make moves, they have a chance to do so. Flood's going to push up. Oh, good shots from Luke, but that allowed Xiao Wu get to some level of safety. He's going to have to pump the brakes to heal up for a moment. And is Australia going to be wise to that? Are they going to be ready that Xiao Wu has gotten that close? Good grenade. Oh, my gosh. Ming Ming.
No one's watching him. No one is watching Xiao Wu, and he's going to get rid of Luke. He might just finish him off here as well. He's got the nade in hand. Mortar strike down. It'll miss. Xiao Wu Didi out inside of the zone. Godfrey's going to go down to the zone as well. It's all gone wrong for China. They made a risky play. It hasn't worked out. The res is surely on offer here for Australia, but they need to do it quickly. Nades going everywhere. Mortar's going everywhere, but Australia surviving for the moment. They've still got to worry about Ming Ming, and they've also definitely got to be aware of the push coming up behind them from Kraken. They have no idea. Monty, you're a dead man. So is Flood. They don't know it yet.
Oh, this is trouble. This is trouble. He's going to prep the grenade. He's got a bunch more in the bag. That one is good. Right on the head of Flood. Number 2. See if it can find Monty. Up and over. Does some damage.
Got no idea where they're coming from, man. Monty seems like he's got no idea. He's finally turned around. And Kraken will start to fall back off, but this is dire straits for Australia. They've got to get that res quickly onto Flood. Zone's pushing at their back. Luke, the nade is just going to clip him as well. And you talked about it, 18 grenades for Brazil. Well, they are putting them to great use. Monty cops another one. This is an absolute beating onto Australia. The artillery barrage. They cannot stand up against it.
You still have the big gun. You still have Tiggleton. Full health in the back lines. Monty trying to play up close and personal. He's got one. That Squeezera down. Sparking around the corner. A good stun. Sparking has a great angle here. Can peek up and over, but gets bullied off. LFP1 has knocked Flood from afar. Dragunov headshot. One tap. Ming Ming, by the way, still alive.
Could take a second here for China. Australia are really on the ropes right now. But if he chooses to take a free kill onto one of the Brazilian players instead, that actually might just open it back up for Australia. So it feels like the fate of this game might actually be in the hands of Ming Ming.
He should take the free points.
It's been seen by Monty, but honestly, if I'm Monty here, I might leave him alive. Assuming that they know that's a Chinese player, because Ming Ming right now can be a much bigger problem for Brazil than he can be for Australia.
Ming Ming's hoping that this is just mutually assured destruction between Australia and Brazilian. He can
take a second, maybe even sneak a first.
Yep. And that's probably the better play. There was a free point there for him, for sure, to claim that knock. But it's a reset. for Brazil. Everybody's back up and running. At least gets the first aids going. Tiggleton, still 1 frag, 1 molly, but look at all that util that Brazil has. 2 mollies, 4 frags, 6 smokes, a stun.
Well, it is Brazil's game to lose. They're closer to the center dot than anybody else by a long way, but really, I'm just wondering what this bush is going to get up to. It's a pretty dangerous looking bush.
I think this is why the fight has slowed down, is because both teams are kind of aware that there's a player left that's unaccounted for.
Yeah.
Because these teams are really good at kill feed tracking.
I mean, Australia spotted him, though. Monty definitely knows where he is. Flood's watching him.
Whoa. Ding, ding. Taken down. Monty going to claim that point for Australia. They're going to use this opportunity to try to make a wrap. I think Brazil somewhat aware. Some shots ringing out. That's the real problem here for Australia. The danger man, LFP1, with that Dragunov.
This is so free. Look at this sparking over the top. He's going to get 1, 2. Helped out by Guizera, and that is that. That's the end of the day. Brazil will finish with a win, and in the blink of an eye, Australia goes bye-bye. But, you know, what we have to talk about is Brazil do well to end the day, Australia do pretty well to end the day, China does pretty well to end the day. So those 3 teams were desperate for points, and that might just be enough to keep them somewhat in the conversation going into tomorrow. It definitely doesn't rocket them up the standings, but it'll be enough to at least remain competitive.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Brazil, Australia, 2 of the teams we were really highlighting, wanting to see do well, did great in that game. China had an okay game there too. So that definitely keeps things much more interesting in the middle of the pack, where there's still a lot of room to maneuver, still a lot to play for, of course, because every position that you change affects your prize pool money. Everybody wants to get a little bit bigger slice of the pie, of course. And Brazil, it felt like it was a matter of time that either them or Australia was going to get a win. And it is going to be Brazil with phenomenal positioning there. Great patience in that fight.
Yep.
Really, really nice stuff. Those mortars, too. Chef's kiss.
It's all good. We can just leave the Australia wins for tomorrow. 3 or 4 of them. I'm not going to be mad.
Fair enough.
Yeah, interesting game, though. That one played out quite excitingly towards the back end. I appreciate the fact that the way that the Nations Cup 2024 is actually playing out is really keeping it quite close on the scoreboard, especially with Korea taking a little bit of a nosedive in these sort of latter 3 or 4 games of the day. It's really kept it competitive. It's kept it interesting, and it'll be anybody's guess tomorrow as to who's going to walk away with the big win. Vietnam, you talked about them, just the frag monsters, and is this the play of the tournament? I think it is.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best. Has dialed right in. I'm not sure. James' play at the very beginning might be up there for me so far. Okay. I think that one is probably, in terms of individual skill, the best. But in terms of importance and what timely points for Brazil, that one was huge. That one was huge.
Well, poor old Ming Ming doesn't really get to do too much there in the end. But this push from Sparking, beautiful, beautiful stuff, and great for Brazil. That is their first win.
Yeah, and again, there's so much talent. Like Guizera and Sparking in particular, really, really good. Really good players, constantly putting up good numbers at international events. Sparking of late has been one of the best players in the world.
He was at EWC.
Yeah, he was the best player at EWC. Was the MVP. And even before that, he's been really good. Really fitting in nicely with that TSM squad. Really gelling with Purdy Curdy's playing style. Luke's there too. Just a great team there. But a lot of, obviously, 3 of their players are represented. So awesome to see Brazil come win with a big win at the end of the day.
Yep.
Exciting day.
Yep.
Really good games.
I want to see the leaderboard once we've got that one all sorted. I'm sure we'll get a bit of a look at it before we say goodbye to you guys for tonight. But yeah, I'm super keen for tomorrow. I think in a lot of cases, sometimes PUBG, you can go into that final day and you kind of go, well, sort of know who's going to win.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not ideal. But tomorrow, I've got no idea, right? It could really be anybody.
6, 7 teams?
Thailand has a day like today again.
Yeah.
Thailand might win.
Oh, God, yeah.
Out of nowhere. It really could happen. Korea still kind of keeping that scoreboard ticking over, but 12-kill win for Brazil is a big one. 8-kill second place for Australia, also going to be their best game, hands down. And China, I think a 5-kill third place, probably also their best game. So for all three of those teams, they get their best game in game number 12, just to give us some hope going into tomorrow.
Look, sometimes hope is all you need in a way. It's a great moment for both Australia, Brazil. Look, China's getting points again. That's a pleasant surprise. We would like to see them, have a strong performance to end the tournament, not kind of this whimper that they started out with.
Right.
I'd like to see them go down with a roar for sure. Korea, though, yeah, steady as she goes. I mean, I think my guess is that for Korea, you're just going to kind of take the foot off the gas pedal at the beginning of these games and just be like, hey, we don't need to fight everybody all the time. Like, we can just kind of coast and play our normal game that was working for us.
Yeah, it felt like there was a bit of a change in mentality for Korea, didn't it? That they had gone from that little bit of a slower style into, we're just going to kind of W-key at everyone. Right. Didn't work out. So you're right, there's some adaptations that can be made for Korea tomorrow, and the USA won't be far behind them. Thailand will be saying, let's not change anything up. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. I think Vietnam probably needs to have some conversations. Germany definitely needs to have some conversations. Norway maybe not quite as good of a day today as what they had yesterday, but they were sort of saved yesterday with that win in the final game. So this will be the match leaderboard. We sort of know how this one's going to play out, but more importantly, you need to see that end of day leaderboard. It will be Korea on top. They were leading USA going into that game. They've outplaced them in it as well. But Brazil, Australia, and China have been able to catch up some pretty substantial points on that game. And nice to see Argentina kicking around, though.
Yeah. The second half of today, they were nuts. Absolutely incredible. Good news for USA fans. Korea doesn't really gain much ground on you in that game. 2 points is nothing, really. Just kind of curious about final leaderboard. Here we go.
Wow.
Okay, so only 6 points.
And Australia,
yeah, that's nothing.
Australia doesn't even get into the top 8 off of that, but they're back in striking distance of it. So I think that's the more important point. Like, you look at 10th there and go, yeah, that's not so great, but they were like 20 points behind 5th at one point, and now it's, an 8 or 9 point gap up to 5th, 4th, something like that. So that's probably the aim at this point for those teams that are sitting 5 down to 10, 11, even Japan part of that conversation for sure. We're looking for the top 5. But if you're below Argentina at this point, I don't think you can be thinking about a win anymore.
No. It's too out of reach. It's really too out of reach. It's really hard to even have a 30-point gain on the team that's in first, especially when it's USA, Korea, who have been really steady throughout this event. It's almost impossible to imagine that they aren't going to at least put up, 20, 30 points themselves.
I think you're right. Honestly, You're probably right. It's probably Vietnam, Thailand, USA, Korea.
Yeah.
Are the 4 teams that are worth the conversation, but realistically, Korea and USA, it's a battle for the top between them, and then maybe Thailand, Vietnam battling for third. If one of them has a pop-off day, they could join that conversation for first. But yeah, Argentina below are just fighting for top 5.
Realistically, 30 points is generally where you still have a chance. But guys, we have an interview. That's going to do it for us today. We're going to talk to Brazil to wrap this one up. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
선수가 가져갔습니다. 축하드립니다. Congratulations, Sparking. 와, 오늘 마지막 치킨 디너 정말 화끈하게 들어오면서 브라질 여기 있다, 스파킹이다 라는 그런 면모를 보여줬는데 일단 소감부터 먼저 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You came in guns a-blazing and you showed them that Sparking is here. Team Brazil is going to take that win. So how are you feeling about that chicken dinner?
It definitely feels good to have the win after having a few bad games. But I'm proud of the team, and tomorrow we're going to try to clean up the leaderboard as much as we can.
이제 아무래도 조금 어려운 경기들이 있었지만 오늘 좋게 이렇게 끝나서 너무 팀원들도 자랑스럽고 내일 마지막 날에는 조금 더 리더보드에 더 이렇게 차근차근 올라갈 계획이라고 이야기했습니다. 그리고 안 물어볼 수가 없죠. 마지막 미란마에서 그 박혁포 액션 그 현장인가 뭔가 그 팀 브라질 간에 무슨 이야기를 나눴는지 직접 들어보고 싶어요. I have to ask, you're crazy, Mortar, against Team USA? What was that? Talk to us. That was so exciting.
I mean, we had like 7 mortars on our trunk, and we were just waiting something to happen. But yeah, I calculated, my team helped me calculating the distance, and it was pretty good. I just hope IEGL doesn't drop me from the team after killing them. So but he cut me, forgive me.
So your team's helped with the calculation.
Yeah, so we basically like I throw one like, and I ask them, is it too short? Is it too far? And then I just go based on the answer to me.
Team Brazil United. Alright. 이제 팀원들이 계산하는 법을 되게 많이 이렇게 도와줬고 한 번 던져보고 조금 더 이렇게 조정을 해볼까? 다음 거는 어때? 이러면서 합동 작품이라고 이야기를 했고요. 이제 아무래도 USA의 퍼디 선수가 조금 화낼 것 같은데 이제 미안해 퍼디 나 한번 봐줘라고 인사를 했습니다. 네 이렇게 팀 브라질의 스파킹 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Sparking. That was awesome. Good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Alright. 이제
Bye bye.
그리고 오늘 1위 리더보드 안 만나볼 수가 없죠. 바로 팀 대한민국의 헤븐 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. I'm joined by number 1 leaderboard finishing day 2, Team Korea's Heaven. Okay, Heaven, you started out yesterday as you ended yesterday as number 2, and then you managed to secure your spot as number 1 here. So, how are you feeling about, your overall performance today? 어제 혜성 선수 너무 축하드립니다. 오늘 일단 어제는 이제 2위로 아쉽게 마무리를 했지만 또 오늘은 1위로 이렇게 종합 1위를 이렇게 차지를 하셨는데 일단 소감부터 한번 부탁드릴게요.
저희 이번에 좀 아쉬운 라운드들이 많아가지고 오늘 좀 그 아쉬운 라운드를 잘 먹었으면은 내일 좀 여유롭게 1등을 가져갈 수 있었을 것 같은데 좀 아쉬운 경기력이 많아가지고 좀 아쉬운 마음이 많습니다.
I think a lot of the matches today it slipped right out from our fingers. So if we played well today and if we were satisfied with our performance today, I think we could have had our third day a little bit more relaxed. So yeah, I'm just hoping that tomorrow will be better. Well, we did notice that the circles overall today didn't really go in your favor. So I want to ask you, how did you guys communicate and decide to overcome that? 그리고 오늘 말씀해주신 대로 좀 자기장이 이렇게 야속하게 계속 이렇게 조금 아쉽고 이랬는데 좀 많이 어려운 상황에서도 어떤 식으로 이렇게 대화를 하고 극복해 나갔는지 좀 듣고 싶어요.
일단 좀 안쪽으로 찌르는 팀들이 많아가지고 저희가 최대한 외곽을 타려고 하고 있었고 남은 그 했던 라운드들 중에서도 일부러 다른 팀들 오는 길 막으면서 킬 점수를 먹으면서 가려고 했는데 그게 좀 아쉽게 풀려가지고 좀 안 풀린 것 같아요.
Well, we had a lot of teams coming at us from the inside, so we tried our best to focus on the outskirts and play from out within. But then, we tried to collect the points from the outside and then go to the center. But it didn't really go to our game plan. So yeah, I wish that today would have gone better. 그리고 아무래도 이렇게 아쉬웠지만 내일 마지막 PNC 2023 챔피언을 이렇게 다시 획득하실 수 있는 기회가 왔는데 내일 경기에 임하는 각오부터 이렇게 들어보고 싶어요.
저희가 오늘 아쉬운 경기가 많아도 전체적으로 멘탈은 흔들리지 않아가지고 내일 1일차 했던 것처럼 점수 잘 먹으면서 하면은 충분히 우승 가능할 거라고 봅니다.
I asked Heaven, but you are the PNC 2023 defending champion, so knowing that with that confidence, how are you going to play tomorrow? And he said, I think tomorrow we'll just play with our day one mentality. Although it didn't really go out in our favor today, our mentality is still strong, so we'll bring back day one Team Korea and we'll keep our champions title. All right, congratulations, Heaven, for coming in first, and that is a wrap for day 2 here at PNC 2024. But we'll be back tomorrow to meet our PNC 2024 champions. 태성 선수 오늘 너무 고생하셨습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네. 이로써 2일차 PNC 2024 마무리가 됐습니다. 바로 내일 하루만 남기고 6매치로 인해서 이제 PNC 2024 챔피언을 만날 수 있는데요. 저희는 내일 다 같은 시간에 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 내일 봐요.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme, the true style. Walking at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop for the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go. Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best. Yes, painting pictures for the culture, keep the pressure fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure. Now we blessed. See, I was so close where we go. There's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop in the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. I'm all in the sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one chance at best. Yes, painting pictures for the culture, keep the pressures fresh. Flip the cover, break the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure. Now we blessed. So close where we go. There's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. There's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop in the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best. Yes, painting pictures for the culture, keep the pressures fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure. Now we blessed. See, I was so close where we go. There's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop in the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah.
I bet on myself. I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can't top that. No way. Trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell him all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on, and I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know, they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be Gable. Labels gon' ask what we bring, tell them we bringing the table. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Take off your shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans, them in shambles. You know, like